Chapter 677. Although Shen Han's words were pleasant to hear, how could Yan Chutian not know that Shen Han was only saying such comforting words because he was afraid that Yan Chutian would reject him? Otherwise, with his understanding of Shen Han's character, he would definitely explain everything clearly the moment he appeared. He wouldn't take the initiative to place the favor on the table. However, Yan Chutian wasn't someone who didn't know what was good for him. Furthermore, he wasn't greedy for the upper merit points, but he did need an intermediate merit point. Furthermore, he didn't want Shen Han to think that he was purposely making Shen Han feel that he owed him a favor. Thus, in the next moment, Yan Chutian slowly nodded his head. Then I will first thank Senior Brother Shin for your help. However, there's no need for the upper merit points. I'm just following Senior Brother around, and getting an intermediate merit point will be enough. Hearing this, Shen Han didn't say anything, as if he had silently agreed. However, due to his character, even Yan Chutian didn't know if he agreed with him. However, Yan Chutian couldn't care too much about that. Shen Han then took out the glittering identity token that would make countless disciples envious. With a slight movement of his palm, rays of light converged from the gold plate and fused into Yan Chutian's dim bronze plate. Following which, Yan Chutian could sense that there was an additional mission in his bronze token. Without much thought, he knew that this should be the Earth Technique mission that Shen Han was bringing him to. Thus, Yan Chutian didn't hesitate and immediately channeled his spiritual energy into the token, grasping the contents of the Earth Technique mission in his heart. After a brief moment, Yan Chutian understood the contents of the Earth Technique mission. So it was for them to bring back an immortal spirit vein that was about to evolve. This kind of mission could be considered an Earth-level mission. After all, an immortal spirit vein was enough to make cultivators at the 8th or 9th level of the Heavenly Palace realm yearn for it. With such a temptation, even in the Tsangyuan continent, it was hard to guarantee that there would be some desperados who wouldn't care about the reputation of the Firmament God Palace and forcefully fight for it. After all, there were also unwritten rules. Since the Firmament God Palace issued such a mission to the disciples, it meant that it was a trial. As long as it was not some overpowering Xiozha who deliberately killed the disciples of Dark God Palace, the upper echelons of Dark God Palace would not care. Tomorrow morning, wait at the entrance of my Cloud Sky sect. When Yan Chutian understood the mission, Shen Han's soft voice slowly rang out. Then, without waiting for Yan Chutian's reply, he immediately stepped into the air and made some preparations. Seeing this, Yan Chutian did not hesitate and immediately kept the identity bronze plate. Then he stepped on spiritual energy and returned to the cave dwelling. Although perhaps in Shen Han's heart he was just a muddlehead, but he still had to prepare well. He didn't care if others thought it was stupid or not, as long as he had a clear conscience. The night passed without words. At dawn the next day, Yan Chutian was already waiting at the entrance of the Cloud Sky sect, and he didn't have to wait for too long. When the sun rose again, he saw Shen Han's figure. However, what Yan Chutian didn't expect was that on the other side of Shen Han, there were also two figures flying over at the same time. It was a man and a woman. Their appearance was similar, and they should be siblings. The woman's appearance wasn't bad. Coupled with her purple dress, she revealed a mature and attractive aura. However, rather than paying attention to her appearance, Yan Chutian was more concerned about the woman's cultivation. Her cultivation had probably already stepped into the Tianfujing 7th floor, which was the realm that Shen Han was at half a year ago. Although this cultivation realm was not as good as Shen Han, it was still the same as Shen Han, the identity of a gold disciple. The black-clothed youth who looked similar to the woman in purple didn't have a strong cultivation. He was only at the 1st level of the Sky Palace realm, which was the same as Guhongshan. However, Yan Chutian was clear that this was from his previous perspective. If it was now, he would probably be no different from an ant in the eyes of the youth, right? As expected, when the sister and brother followed Shen Han and descended, Yen Chutian immediately felt the mocking gaze from the black-clothed youth. However, Yen Chutian didn't even look at him. Instead, he directly looked at Shen Han. Seeing this, Shen Han didn't hesitate at all and immediately said generously, "This is junior sister LV Qingchan. She invited me to participate in this Earth Technique mission. There are a total of 4 people for the mission. We each brought 1 person." When Shen Han said this, Yen Chutian already understood. It turned out that the black-clothed youth was the same as him. He was also here to muddle along. Thus, he wouldn't have any good attitude towards the black-clothed youth, because since they were all muddling along, there was no difference. Then, how could the other party have the face to put on an arrogant attitude? Although he didn't know what the relationship between Shen Han and LV Qingchan was, no matter how good their relationship was, Yen Chutian still had this attitude. After all, he wasn't the one who begged Shen Han to bring him along to muddle along. However, it was obvious that the relationship between LV Qingchan and Shen Han was only ordinary, because very quickly he heard LV Qingchan's red lips open slightly and slowly speak. "Senior brother Shin, before we start the mission, let's first explain the distribution of merits." Hearing this, Shen Han obviously knew what the other party meant. His expression didn't even change as he directly said, "Apart from the Earth Technique, I want the remaining Upper Technique. You can raise any conditions." Hearing that, Yen Chutian's face froze. He didn't expect Shen Han to still insist on fighting for the Upper Technique. It was fine if he wasn't clear before. However, if he wanted Shen Han to sacrifice his own benefits, his conscience wouldn't be at ease. However, before Yen Chutian could speak, LV Qingchan had already continued speaking. "Senior brother Shin, with this junior brother's realm, I'm afraid that even if he gets the Upper Technique, it won't be much different from an intermediate technique. But Xiong is different. He has already touched the 2nd level of the Heavenly Palace realm. Thinking about it, as long as he uses the Upper Technique properly, he should be able to break through to the 2nd level of the Heavenly Palace realm." Having said that, Lu Qingchan no longer looked at Shen Han. Instead, a faint smile appeared on her face as she arched her brows and said softly to Yen Chutian, "I believe that this little junior brother will not make senior brother Shin spend so much money and take credit for something that cannot be fully utilized, right?" LV Qingchan's words were pleasant to hear, but how could Yen Chutian not hear the threat in her words? She was clearly telling him that if he could obtain the intermediate technique, he should know how to be satisfied. Don't even think about the Upper Technique. However, LV Qingchan was destined to miscalculate. If it was before, he would be willing to give up the Upper Technique to save himself the trouble. But since she was threatening him in such a way, then he wouldn't let her do as she wished. "Huh, senior sister LV, you must be joking. Senior sister isn't me. How do you know if I can use the Upper Technique to its full potential?" Yen Chutian's faint laughter suddenly rang out, causing LV Qingchan's smiling face to slightly stiffen. She clearly didn't expect that Lin Yun would actually reply in such a way. Could it be that he was a fool and couldn't hear the threat in her words? However, considering that Shen Han was present, she naturally couldn't get angry. Instead, she continued to smile and said, "This junior brother, could it be that you insist on making senior brother Shin spend money?" "Senior sister LV, you must be joking again. Why do I have to make senior brother Shin spend money if I want the Upper Technique? There are 4 merits for the mission. Senior sister LV and senior brother Shin each taking 1 merit is naturally reasonable. But why is there a need to distribute the remaining upper and intermediate techniques so early? Isn't it better to distribute them according to your contribution after the mission ends?" Yen Chutian's words caused LV Qingchan to be stunned. The black shirt teen couldn't help but laugh mockingly and directly said, "Yen Chutan, do you think that you can perform better than me in the mission and obtain the Upper Technique?" Hearing that, Yen Chutian's face was calm as he calmly nodded his head. At the same time, he used his eyes to stop Shen Han, who was about to speak up for him. He was clear that if he said those words, Shen Han would find it hard to believe. It would also cause the LV siblings to laugh at him. However, he didn't want to implicate Shen Han, so he could only do that. Moreover, he didn't believe that even if his cultivation wasn't as strong as LV Xiong, he wouldn't be weaker in terms of support. Since he was a muddle, the effect of his own strength would definitely be reduced to the minimum. If not, he wouldn't need to muddle along. But if that was the case, then why couldn't he obtain the upper technique from LV Xiong openly? LV Qingchan's face was slightly stunned before it swiftly returned to normal. Although she didn't know what was wrong with Yan Chutian's head that he actually said such ridiculous words. Since he said it, she couldn't let him go back on his words. So when he saw her, he immediately said, "That's good too. Then let junior brother and my brother LV Xiong split the merits. Thinking about it, that would be the fairest." Chapter 678. In the outer sect of the Firmament God Palace, for figures shot out from the direction of the inner sect that countless outer sect disciples yearned for. This caused even those prideful geniuses of the outer court to secretly lower their prideful heads. They were clear that the figures that shot out were all inner sect geniuses. No matter which faction they came from, outer sect disciples like them couldn't compare to them. At this moment, there were also some disciples who seemed to have just entered the sect. They lifted their young and tender faces and stared at the few figures that had shot out explosively from the sky. Although they didn't say anything, their tightly clenched right fists and solemn expression revealed the thoughts in their hearts. Obviously, this was another new disciple that had entered the inner sect as their number one goal. Whether such thoughts were overestimating their own abilities or their ambitions were higher than the heavens would depend on how far they could go in the outer sect of the Firmament God Palace. As for now, everything was unknown. From the depths of the inner sect, for figures shot out in succession. They were none other than Yan Chutian, Chen Han, as well as the Lu family siblings. Perhaps because of the previous dispute, the four of them were still a group on the surface. However, faintly, they separated from Chen Han and Lu Qingchan. Yan Chutian naturally followed Chen Han. It was also at this moment that Chen Han's soft but solemn voice gradually sounded. "I owe you a favor. You didn't need to say anything before. I would have definitely sent the top credit to you. Senior brother Chen, I'm not someone who takes credit. Moreover, I've already made it clear that it's enough to get a middle credit from senior brother Chen. It's just that senior sister Lu is a bit too much of a bully. Therefore, the credit is secondary. I just want to tell her that I, Yan Yun, am not someone she can casually bully." Hearing this, Chen Han's expression couldn't help but turn cold. Just now, he thought that Yan Yun was being mocked and said those words in a moment of hot-headedness. However, from what he heard now, it didn't seem to be what he thought. However, very quickly, Chen Han's expression returned to normal. So what if Yan Yun wasn't willing to be forced by Lu Qingchan? After saying those words, even he couldn't step out to help Yan Yun go back on his words. If everything was based on the contribution of the mission, even if Chen Han knew that Yan Chutian had a spiritual eye, he still found it hard to believe that his contribution would be higher than Lu Xiong's. After all, the difference in cultivation between the two was an entire realm. The difference was too great. However, since things had already reached this stage, it wasn't good for him to say anything more. He only wanted to make up for it from other places after the mission ended. After all, no matter what, it was because of him that such a series of things had happened. While Yan Chutian and Chen Han were conversing in a low voice, they didn't know that behind the beautiful Lu Qingchan, Lu Xiong's undisguised mocking laughter was constantly ringing. Lu Xiong, Lu Xiong's Lu Xiong, Lu Xiong Xiong, Lu Xiong for Xiong. Hearing Lu Xiong's laughter, Lu Qingchan's flawless face didn't reveal a mocking smile, but there was undisguised contempt in the depths of her beautiful eyes. Now that she thought about it, it was likely that her coercion had touched Lu Xiong's self-esteem. That was why he was so hot-headed and said such arrogant words. However, so what if he showed off? Once the mission ended, his pitiful self-esteem would be smashed into pieces. However, what made her feel slightly regretful was that after this matter, her relationship with that Chin Han would probably become extremely bad. After all, they had been together for a period of time, and she knew his temperament. Seeing that Lu Qingchan didn't respond to him, Lu Xiong thought that she was worried about something and said directly, "Sister, you don't have to worry. Although that guy is full of tricks, he is limited to the nascent soul realm. But how can the Yuanying stage be compared to the Tianfu stage? I'm afraid that when the time comes, he will have to rely on Chen Han's protection." Speaking of Chin Han, Lu Xiong's face couldn't help changing as he gritted his teeth. Speaking of which, I wonder if Chin Han is crazy. He actually fought with you for an ant. This time, Lu Qingchan finally had a reaction. However, her reaction wasn't because of Lu Xiong's words, but because it was a pity that she had a bad relationship with Chin Han. Actually, she should have understood that they weren't the same type of person. So why should she care about it? After all, they had a little friendship in the past. Not long later, the four of them finally flew out. The location of the Firmament God Palace. As they rushed out, Shen Han and LV Qingchan both opened their respective missions, following which they rushed towards the location indicated on their missions. This flight lasted for several days. Generally speaking, a Yuanying stage cultivator wouldn't be able to endure several days of high-speed flight. Only Tianfu stage cultivators who had opened up their Tianfu realm could endure it. However, by relying on the Shenyang Qi, Yan Chutian was able to endure it. This caused Lu Xiong, who was prepared to watch him make a fool of himself, to return resentfully. Returning to the main topic, after several days of high-speed flight, the four of them had already descended in front of a massive canyon. Within the canyon was the location of the mission. However, when they descended, Yan Chutian already had too many doubts in his heart, because along the way, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth would become weaker when they were far away from the canyon. When they were near the canyon, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth would become even weaker. Hence, he found it hard to imagine that there would be a high-grade spiritual vein that was about to become a celestial spiritual vein in such a place where the spiritual energy was so weak. However, Yan Chutian was clear that the world was huge and there were too many strange things. It was impossible to determine everything from the surface. Perhaps there was something strange that he didn't know about that allowed the spiritual vein to exist in such a place where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was weak. TSK, according to the information, there are Heaven Palace spiritual beasts in this canyon. Junior brother Yen, you have to be careful. All of a sudden, Lu Xiong's cold laughter sounded out. However, Yan Chutian only casually glanced at him. Not to mention responding, he didn't even pay attention to him. This made Lu Xiong, who originally wanted to ridicule Yan Chutian, change his expression. He clenched his teeth and suppressed the anger in his heart. Seeing this, LV Qingchan couldn't help frowning. However, it wasn't because of Yan Chutian, but because of Lu Xiong. In her opinion, her younger brother was still too immature. It was obvious that the other party didn't know anything about his temperament, so why bother to ridicule him? Once the mission was over and the contribution points were revealed, even if there was no need to say anything, Lu Xiong would be so ashamed that he wouldn't dare to appear before the two of them again. However, LV Qingchan also understood that temperament was the result of many years of accumulation. She couldn't change Lu Xiong in a short period of time. Therefore, she didn't say much. Instead, she looked at Shen Han and said, "Senior brother Shen, the high-grade spiritual vein should be in the canyon. Let's go in first." Hearing this, Shen Han didn't refute and secretly released his perception. After enveloping the ground around him, he took the lead and swept into the canyon. Since Shen Han had already taken the lead, LV Qingchan naturally wouldn't hesitate. After releasing her perception, she also swept into the canyon. Then, Yan Chutian and Lu Xiong followed one by one. At this time, Lu Xiong didn't hide his disdain for Yan Chutian. But what made him helpless was that Yan Chutian seemed to have nothing to do with it from beginning to end. This made him feel that the best insult he could throw at her was just like punching cotton. After sweeping into the depths of the canyon, Yan Chutian discovered that there was indeed another world in the canyon. As far as the eye could see, the dense fog of the forest appeared in front of his eyes. Although it wasn't a man-made formation, it had a natural feeling. Moreover, with a slight perception, even a Yuaniing realm cultivator would find it difficult to distinguish the direction here. Such a scene made Lu Xiong feel proud. He didn't know that Yan Chutian possessed a spirit eye. So in his opinion, such a natural formation like this would definitely make her dizzy and disoriented, causing her to display all sorts of ugly behavior. Although this wouldn't count as a contribution, it would give him a negative score before the contribution points were calculated. Therefore, in the next instant, Lu Xiong secretly increased his speed. His intention was naturally to shake off Yan Chutian and not let him follow him. However, he was destined to miscalculate. How could Yan Chutian, who had a spiritual eye, be trapped by such a natural formation? Chapter 679. Looking at Lu Xiong, who suddenly sped up, Yan Chutian did not understand the reason at first. But as an experienced person, he gradually understood that the other party was deliberately leaving him behind. Combined with the dense fog in the forest, which was like a natural formation, how could he not know that Lu Xiong wanted him to make a fool of himself? At that time, if he added fuel to the fire, he would probably be deducted a sum of money before he even started to gain merit points. Sadly, his beautiful dream was destined to come to naught. With the spiritual eye, it was not an exaggeration to say that Lu Qingchan or even Shen Han might not be able to come and go as he pleased in this dense forest. Thus, Yan Chutian did not even look at Lu Xiong as he used the power of the spiritual eye to avoid all illusions and directly passed through the dense forest that was like a natural formation. Yan Chutian did not deliberately increase his speed, so he was not in a hurry and just happened to be in the same place as Lu Xiong. This situation could not help but make Lu Xiong secretly angry. In his opinion, the other party was indeed cunning and clearly followed him closely. As such, he naturally wouldn't be trapped by the natural formation of the forest. Although he was angry, a sinister smile quickly appeared on Lu Xiong's face. Then he slowly looked at the figure behind him, and a trace of ridicule appeared in the depths of his eyes. How could he, Lu Xiong, be so easy to take advantage of? In the next moment, Lu Xiong suddenly deviated from his original direction and rushed to the other side. In fact, his idea was very simple. Since the other party had made it clear that he was following him, then he would take more detours. In this way, he would be able to take the opportunity to shake him off. However, Lu Xiong would never know that when he deviated from the direction, Yan Chutian did not even spare him a glance as she continued to fly in the direction she had chosen. After half an hour, Yan Chutian rushed out of the dense forest. As far as the eye could see, there was a vast world in front of him. Shen Han and Lu Qingchan were standing silently, obviously waiting for the two of them to arrive. When Yan Chutian rushed out of the dense forest, the two of them looked at him one after another. Shen Han did not think much of it. After all, he knew that Yan Chutian had the spiritual eye, and this natural formation could not stop him. However, Lu Qingchan's gaze was different. She did not expect that this ant would be the first to walk out. No matter what, it should be her brother, Lu Xiong, who should be the first to follow. How could it be him? At the same time, Lu Qingchan did not know that her brother, Lu Xiong, was still fighting in the dense forest. Furthermore, due to the fact that he had deliberately chosen to take a detour, this natural formation-like region was truly of some use, and caused him to be delayed. As for the disappearance of Yan Chutian behind him, in his opinion, it was definitely because he had shaken her off. She should be running around behind him with her forehead full of sweat right now. Ha! The person who wanted to take advantage of him, Lu Xiong, had not been born yet. As a result, This secretly proud genius finally rushed out of the dense forest after a full quarter of an hour. However, just as he rushed out of the dense forest, his face, which originally seemed to be unable to suppress the smile on his face, suddenly froze like frost. The face that was forcefully holding back the smile suddenly froze. One could imagine how comical it would be. However, even if he knew this, Lu Xiong could not control his expression. This was because he actually saw that the fellow who he had imagined to be trapped in the dense forest in a sorry state had actually sat down cross-legged at this moment. Only after sensing his appearance did he slowly open his eyes. How could he accept such a difference between heaven and earth? At the same time, although Yan Chutian didn't know what was going on with Lu Xiong, he wouldn't let go of this opportunity to ridicule him and immediately said with a lazy smile, "What's wrong, senior brother Lu? Could it be that you got lost in this forest? If that's the case, you should have told me earlier. There's no harm in waiting for me like this. But if you delay the fight for the immortal spirit vein, not to mention the upper merit points, you won't even be able to get the intermediate merit points." His heart was already unbalanced because of the difference. At this moment, when he heard the other party's seemingly reminder, but in reality, it was filled with ridicule. Lu Xiong's expression naturally couldn't be any uglier. However, at this time, he couldn't refute a single word. He could only suppress his anger and look at Yan Chutian in humiliation. At the crucial moment, it was his sister, Lu Qingchan, who stepped forward and helped him out. All right, the advancement of a high-grade spirit vein is not something that can be done in a short period of time. Furthermore, the advancement of a high-grade spirit vein will cause a huge commotion. I'm afraid that once we step into the canyon, we will know. Next, the two of you follow us. Before the high-grade spirit vein advances, we will make preparations around it. Lu Qingchan's words were impeccable, so Yan Chutian could only respectfully obey. As for Lu Xiong, he naturally looked at his sister with gratitude. After the small disturbance, the four of them once again stepped into the air and headed straight for the depths of the canyon. Yan Chutian also had a premonition that the high-grade spirit vein that was about to advance should be right in front of them. It shouldn't be too far away. As expected, after flying for around 10,000 feet, the originally thin spiritual energy of heaven and earth quickly became extremely dense. There was only one possibility for this situation, and that was that the spirit vein was right in front of them. After advancing for another 1,000 feet, they could see from afar that there was actually a thin gap in the ground. Upon closer inspection, they could see that there was actually a dragon-shaped, extremely thick vine sticking out from the gap. However, regardless of whether it was Yan, Chutian, or Shinhan, they were very clear that this was definitely not a vine, but the high-grade spirit vein that was about to advance. Actually, such a high-grade spirit vein was an unimaginable cultivation resource for the current Yan Chutian, not to mention when it advanced to the immortal spirit vein. However, Yan Chutian was very clear that this was something that he couldn't protect. Although there seemed to be no one around, in reality, they were all secretly waiting for the high-grade spirit vein to advance. Once the spirit vein leveled up, those fugitives hiding in the shadows would reveal themselves one by one. When those people appeared, Yan Chutian didn't even need to think about it. They wouldn't even put him in their eyes, even if it was Lu Xiong, who had stepped into the heavenly palace realm. Otherwise, the level of this mission wouldn't have reached the earth technique level. Then Lu Qingchan wouldn't need to call Shinhan because even she, who was at the 7th level of the heavenly palace realm, didn't have the confidence. Shortly after, they didn't continue to advance. Instead, under the lead of Shinhan and Lu Qingchan, they stopped roughly 50 feet away from the high-grade spirit vein. It was a wise decision to not approach the spirit vein right now because no matter who was the first to approach, unless they had the strength to suppress everyone, they would be the first to be kicked out. Yan Chutian quietly sat cross-legged as he waited. His gaze was naturally on the spirit vein. However, at this moment, Yan Chutian didn't care so much about how to obtain more contribution points. because when he looked at the high-grade spirit vein that was about to advance, he suddenly had an indescribable feeling in his heart. It was a kind of desire, but he couldn't tell what it was at this moment. Just as Yan Chutian's heart was a little anxious, Shen Han's soft voice suddenly rang out. This high-grade spirit vein should still require 7 to 8 days to advance. In these 7 to 8 days, everyone should conserve their energy, because we're not the only ones who have their eyes on this spirit vein. When his voice sounded out, Shen Han didn't wait for the others to reply as he closed his eyes and sat cross-legged to conserve his energy. Hearing this, Yan Chutian also quietly calmed down the anxiety in his heart. Yes, no matter what it was, after the spirit vein advanced, he would completely understand. However, he was afraid that it was just his imagination. After all, even if it advanced to become an immortal spirit vein, it was just a cultivation resource for him. What was there to desire? Thinking until here, after gently shaking his head, Yan Chutian sat cross-legged, and as Shen Han said, he conserved his energy. However, it was precisely because he was conserving his energy like this that when he inadvertently mobilized the mysterious yang qi in his body, his original confusion was immediately cleared up. Because he suddenly understood that the extreme desire didn't originate from anything else but the Xianyang qi. And this wasn't the first time such a situation had occurred. Before his profound yang qi had advanced twice, there had been such a situation. It was just that at that time it wasn't as obvious as it was now. P.S. 700 chapters are just around the corner. Can everyone give me a wave of subscription support? Chapter 680. When he confirmed the source of the desire in his body, Yan Chutian was stunned. Deep in his heart, there was an unconcealable ecstasy that constantly spread out. One must know that in this life, Yan Chutian relied on nothing else but the mysterious Yang scripture. And what was the source of the mysterious Yang scripture? It was the pillar of everything, the mysterious Yang qi. It was no exaggeration to say that for Yan Chutian, even a breakthrough in cultivation couldn't compare to the joy brought by a breakthrough in the mysterious yang qi. So now he had a premonition that the possibility of another breakthrough in the mysterious yang qi was close at hand. How could it not make him happy and even crazy? However, Yan Chutian was still clear that even if the mysterious yang qi was close at hand, he couldn't act rashly at this moment. As long as he tried to get close to the high-grade spirit vein, he would be regarded as a coveting brat. At that time, if he became the target of public criticism, not to mention himself, even Shen Han might not be able to protect him. So even though he was extremely excited, Yan Chutian still clenched his teeth and tried his best to restrain his inner emotions. However, even if he restrained himself very well, it was still there. Lu Xiong, who had been trying to attack him, caught a glimpse of something strange and immediately sneered. You really haven't seen the world. A mere high-grade spirit vein is so useless. Although Lu Xiong deliberately lowered his voice, it was impossible for Yan Chutian not to hear it. Although Yan Chutian was not angry, he still pushed the boat and said, Yes, how can I be more knowledgeable than senior brother? Hearing this, Lu Xiong was annoyed again because Yan Chutian's tone was clearly mocking him for putting on an act. If what he said was false, it would be fine, but it was true. He deliberately ridiculed him because he had lost face before. At the critical moment, it was LV Qingchan who spoke up to calm the situation. After calming down, she couldn't help but take a deep look at Yan Chutian. At this point, how could she not see that if it was a battle of wits, even 3 Lu Xiongs wouldn't be a match for Lin Yan? But what puzzled her was that if Lin Yan was so cunning, why did he say that he wanted to distribute the rewards based on merit points? Did he think that his wits would be of any use in the battle for the immortal spiritual vein? If that was the case, then she would be disappointed. In this battle, strength was the only thing that could decide everything. Even if he was a fool, as long as he had enough strength, he could defeat all his enemies and seize the spirit vein. But LV Qingchan didn't think too much about it. After all, The high-grade spirit vein was the mysterious Yang Qi wood. Furthermore, no matter how scheming the other party was, as long as the other party wasn't at the Heavenly Palace realm, he wouldn't be able to do anything to Lin Yin. Therefore, the four of them quietly waited in this dark place. Waiting was always a long time, but no matter how long it was, it would eventually end. 6 days quietly passed. At dusk, after the 6th day, the ancient spirit vein, which was originally only emitting a faint light, suddenly started to emit an increasingly dazzling light that continued to surge. An endless amount of dense spiritual qi gushed out from the spiritual vein and soared into the sky. It was so dense that it was almost tangible. But the most important thing was that the spiritual energy that was gushing out was clearly undergoing some changes. Although the spiritual energy was usually colorless and formless, at this moment it was emitting an extremely pure and holy white light. As long as one could see this scene, they knew very well that this was the advancement of spirit energy. In other words, the high-grade spirit vein was slowly leveling up to the immortal spiritual vein. It was also at this moment that Yan Chutian sensed that the faint auras in the surrounding mountain forest abruptly turned extremely sharp. Clearly, it was because of the leveling up of the spirit vein that the person hiding was no longer hiding. After all, anyone with a discerning eye knew that the leveled up immortal spiritual vein wouldn't be taken away without a chaotic battle. "Get ready, we're going to move out." Shin Han's solemn voice suddenly rang out, following which a faint light shot out from his hand and landed on Yan Chutian's palm. "This is the spirit locking ring. If we fight later, LV Qingchan and I will block the front. So perhaps only you and Lu Xiong will be able to collect the immortal spiritual vein. He has already stepped into the Heavenly Palace realm, and his realm isn't something that you can compare to. This spirit locking ring can more or less help you collect the immortal spiritual vein faster, but your performance will depend on yourself." Hearing Shen Han's words, how could Yan Chutian not know that this was the greatest help that he could provide? This was because in this trip, if one were to talk about where one could obtain the most merit points, it would naturally be from repelling strong enemies and obtaining immortal spirit veins. If he could collect the immortal spiritual vein, then no matter how unwilling Lu Xiong was, he could only helplessly hand the high-grade merit points over to him. Yan Chutian was very grateful to Qin Han for his wholehearted efforts, but he had no choice but to apologize. At this moment, the most important thing for him wasn't the immortal spiritual vein or the high-grade merit points. Instead, it should be in the depths of the earth under the immortal spiritual vein, the source that could attract his profound Yang Qi, because that was probably the opportunity for his profound Yang Qi to advance to the 4th grade. If his profound Yang Qi could advance to the 4th grade, that would be the most important thing for Yan Chutian. However, Yan Chutian did not say anything and only nodded his head. He followed closely behind Shin Han and looked at the high-grade immortal spiritual vein that was about to advance. Right now, his only hope was that everyone's attention would be on the immortal spiritual vein and no one would notice the abnormality in the earth under the vein. 6 days was an extremely long time for Yan Chutian, but the next half a day for the high-grade immortal spiritual vein to advance was just a blink of an eye for him. The moment the immortal spiritual vein was completely advanced, several beams of dense spiritual energy soared into the sky like pillars of light. The dazzling light was enough to make everyone who stepped into the canyon aware of it. It was also at this moment that the figures hiding in the dark could no longer suppress the desire in their hearts. Immediately, a figure burst out and headed straight for the immortal spiritual vein in the middle of the plains. Even though there was a distance of several dozen feet between them, Yan Chutian could clearly sense that the person who shot out was at the 5th level of the Heavenly Palace realm. However, just as he was extremely close to the immortal spiritual vein, a black staff appeared out of thin air. The eye sockets of the skull on the staff flickered with green light, and an undetectable black arrow shot out. The black staff and black arrow appeared silently, so when the cultivator who burst out noticed it, it was obviously too late. The black arrow fiercely pierced through his left shoulder and immediately turned into a cloud of black gas that invaded his body. In the blink of an eye, the figure smashed into the ground below in a sorry state. Then, without even a scream, he turned into a black corpse. After the cultivator at the 5th level of the Heaven Palace realm died tragically, a stooped figure in a black robe slowly appeared behind the black staff. At the same time, there was an undisguised sneer of ridicule. "Hey, you want to snatch something from under my nose with just this bit of ability?" The old ghost Blackstaff was ruthless, but compared to him, it was obvious that his cultivation was more eye-catching for Yen Chutian. The old ghost's cultivation had already stepped into the Tianfujing 7th floor. It was precisely because of this that he could not have killed a cultivator at the 5th level of the Heaven Palace realm in one strike, even if he had the reason to launch a sneak attack. Next, the old ghost did not look at the immortal spiritual vein, but slowly turned his gaze to the surrounding forest. How could an old ghost like him not know how stupid it was to take the lead and go straight for the immortal spiritual vein? Everyone, there's no need to hide anymore. The immortal spiritual vein has already appeared. Who will get this immortal spiritual vein? Don't tell me that everyone doesn't want to discuss it? As the old ghost's voice slowly faded, the surrounding forest was still deathly silent. However, he was not in a hurry because he knew that the people hiding in the dark would appear one by one sooner or later, and it was not out of his expectations. Soon, there was a coquettish laughter coming from a certain direction. I've long heard that the Blackstaff man's cultivation is extraordinary. Now that I see it, it really is so. Before she finished speaking, a middle-aged, beautiful woman wearing a revealing palace dress had already appeared between the heavens and the earth. This woman was extremely seductive, but that kind of seduction was different from maturity. Instead, it was a kind of unrestrained feeling. At the same time, with such revealing clothes, it seemed that as long as she casually made a few movements, she would reveal boundless spring. Chapter 681. However, Yen Chutian wouldn't be confused by this woman's appearance. He could clearly feel how deep her spiritual energy aura was under her deliberate act of being unrestrained. This beautiful woman was also a cultivator from the Tianfujing 7th floor. At the same time, the old ghost with the black staff narrowed his eyes. Clearly, he also revealed a trace of graveness as he said, "Ha! This old ghost does not dare to be in front of the renowned Black Widow." While the two of them were having a simple conversation, a lightning hammer suddenly shot down from the sky and smashed into the ground. When the smoke and dust gradually settled, it was possible to see a tall and sturdy figure wearing black armor appearing behind the lightning hammer. The black-armored figure didn't say anything, but the corner of his mouth curled up into an evil smile. He lifted his foot and stomped on the ground, shaking the lightning hammer, and then grabbed it in his hand. This seemingly simple posture, but the power that was unleashed had already reached an extremely terrifying level. This black-armored figure was probably even more terrifying than the man with the black staff and the Black Widow. He had already reached the half-step 8th level of the Heaven Palace realm. Thus, one could imagine how grave the two of them were when they looked at him. However, their seriousness soon turned into unsightly expressions. That was because after that black-armored figure appeared, a petite male figure appeared. The man had a mustache, and the aura he gave off was completely different from the black-armored figure. However, his appearance was almost exactly the same as the former, and the aura he emitted had also reached the half-step 8th level of the Heaven Palace realm. Such a situation caused the faces of the man with the black staff and the Black Widow to turn ugly, because they had already recognized the identity of the two people in front of them. The Ray brothers. The beautiful woman in the palace dress, the Black Widow, no longer had any thoughts of showing off, because the appearance of the Ray brothers had already made them lose any possibility of fighting for the immortal spiritual vein. The Ray brothers were both at the half-step 8th level of the Heaven Palace realm. Rumor had it that if the two of them worked together, they could even fight against a true expert at the 8th level of the Heaven Palace realm, or even stronger. Thus, how could the two of them have the possibility of fighting for the immortal spiritual vein from each other? Therefore, they could only hope that there were more Shyoja like them in the crowd that kept appearing. Otherwise, there was no need to fight for this immortal spirit vein. He could just give it to the Ray brothers. However, as more and more people appeared, the complexions of the Black Staff Man and the Black Widow became increasingly unsightly. There were many people hiding in the dark, but the strongest were only at the 5th level of the Sky Palace realm. With such a cultivation base, how could they possibly contend against the Ray brothers? At the same time, when the Ray brothers saw this scene, the petite, middle-aged man immediately laughed and said without hesitation, "Looks like this immortal spirit vein will belong to me, Ray Rox." Looking at Ray Rox's insolence, the Black Widow and the Black Staff Man could only watch helplessly. Not to mention the two of them joining hands. It was impossible for them to work together. Even so, it was useless in front of the Ray brothers. However, before Ray Rox could finish laughing, the smile on his face froze little by little, because, in his perception, an extremely terrifying aura had suddenly appeared in the world. He immediately looked over and saw that a group of 4 people had unknowingly appeared 100 feet away. The young man leading the group was the source of the extremely terrifying aura. But then, the other party's attire made his expression change. This attire was unique to the Firmament God Palace, which meant that the other party was a disciple of the Firmament God Palace. Disciples of the Firmament God Palace? At the same time, the Black Staff Man and the Black Widow, who originally looked hopeless, were also shocked. They didn't expect that the disciples of the Firmament God Palace would suddenly appear. Moreover, the aura of the young man leading the group was so terrifying that he had most likely stepped into the 8th level of the Sky Palace realm. The Firmament God Palace was too famous. In other words, who in the Tsan continent didn't know of the Firmament God Palace's prestige? Therefore, countless exclamations sounded from various parts of the crowd. If the Ray brothers were the focus of the crowd, then the 4 people who had appeared were the focus of everyone's attention. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, Lu Xiong's face was filled with pride. When he saw the shocked faces, an unprecedented sense of superiority grew in his heart. Lu Xiong was extremely superior, but Yan Chutian's expression was very calm. Not to mention that he had experienced such a scene too many times. He also knew that the reason he could stand here at this moment was because of Shen Han and LV Qingchan. Otherwise, even if the other party was a disciple of the Firmament God Palace, he or Lu Xiong would have directly sent them flying with a punch. Yan Chutian had never felt that relying on the power of others was something to be proud of. While the crowd was in shock, LV Qingchan didn't stay idle. With light steps, she had already appeared in front of everyone. Then she looked at them with her beautiful eyes and said indifferently, "The Firmament God Palace also has the intention to obtain this immortal spirit vein. I hope that everyone can give the Firmament God Palace some face." As her voice faded, an enormous aura spread out. Although it couldn't be compared to Shinhan, it was still extremely powerful. It was enough to make the Ray brothers feel pressured. Such a scene immediately caused many people who wanted to fight for it to secretly take a few steps back. This wasn't only because of the Firmament God Palace's reputation, but also because LV Qingchan's cultivation aura was really powerful. Looking at LV Qingchan's actions, Yan Chutian had to admit that this woman had her own abilities. Her actions were enough to deter many people and make them not dare to act rashly. However, he also knew that there would inevitably be desperados among these people, and it really didn't exceed Yan Chutian's expectations. Almost in the next moment, a disdainful snort resounded. "Ha! So what if it's the Firmament God Palace? If the Firmament God Palace has the intention, then this immortal spirit vein must belong to the Firmament God Palace? Isn't the Firmament God Palace a little too overbearing?" In his disdain, Ray Rox gave a strange smile and continued, "And according to what I know, only disciples like you have appeared. This is most likely a trial mission that you have accepted. Since it's a trial mission, it shouldn't have much to do with the firmament god palace, right? These lay brothers were clearly fugitives, and they seemed to know quite a lot. This made LV Ching-chan speechless. Then, Ray Rox was even more decisive. He directly said to the Black Widow and the Black Widow, Black Cane Man, how about we expel these firmament god palace disciples together today? If we succeed, you will have 40% of this immortal spirit vein. My brother Lei and I will have 60%. How about it? Hearing this, the Black Widow and the Black Cane Man didn't immediately reply because they weren't fools. They knew that the Ray brothers knew that the two of them couldn't fight against the firmament god palace disciples. After all, 2 of the 4 firmament god palace disciples were trash that weren't worth mentioning. But the other 2 were at the 7th level of Heaven Palace Realm and the 8th level of Heaven Palace Realm. They were extremely powerful. Otherwise, why would they be willing to share the immortal spirit vein with the 2 of them? But putting aside whether the Ray brothers were trustworthy, it was extremely risky to fight against the firmament god palace disciples in the Tsangyuan continent. If the firmament god palace really wanted to attack them, they wouldn't be able to escape even if they did everything they could. But the 2 of them weren't wishy-washy people. Although there were risks on both sides, they still chose to join forces with the Ray brothers in the end. After all, wealth came from danger. If they didn't join forces, they wouldn't be able to get a single immortal spirit vein. Moreover, as Ray Rox had said, this was only a mission that the other party had accepted. Even if they killed him, the firmament god palace wouldn't be angered. Therefore, the originally chaotic situation gradually evolved into a confrontation between the 2 sides. Although this scene seemed unfavorable, in Yan Chutian's view, it could be considered good. The reason why the 2 sides had joined forces was because the other party hadn't appeared yet, a cultivator at the 8th level of Heaven Palace Realm. Otherwise, even if it was still a chaotic battle, the situation would be much more uncertain. But Yan Chutian was also slightly puzzled. Could it be that there really wasn't any other information about the immortal spirit vein that the other cultivators at the 8th level of Heaven Palace Realm knew? Although the situation made the crowd feel that it was very difficult to get a share of the immortal spirit vein, they didn't have any intention of leaving. After all, everyone was looking forward to the battle that was about to begin. Chapter 682. In the depths of an unknown canyon, an immortal spirit vein was born. Rich and pure spiritual energy soared into the sky, rippling like a waterfall of spiritual energy. Such a scene was enough to make cultivators in the 8th or even 9th level of the Heaven Palace Realm envious. But such a rare and precious immortal spirit vein was right in front of them, yet no one dared to touch it, because the surrounding crowd could easily sense that the 2 sides in a stalemate above the mortal spirit vein were already at daggers drawn and ready to strike. It wasn't as if no one in the crowd had heard of the Ray brothers' ferocious name. So everyone vaguely knew that although the Ray brothers were only at the half-step 8th level of the Heaven Palace Realm, if they joined forces, they might even be able to fight against a true 8th level Heaven Palace Realm cultivator. Not to mention that the Ray brothers had also roped in the Black Staff Man and the Black Widow, who were also ferocious figures. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that if an ordinary person dared to go against such a group of people, it would be tantamount to courting death. But everyone knew that the disciples of the Firmament God Palace couldn't be looked at with ordinary eyes. As the publicly recognized number 1 force in the Tsangyuan continent, who would dare to underestimate their disciples. Because of this, if the 2 sides really fought, it would be difficult for the crowd to determine who would have the last laugh. But the crowd didn't have to wait for too long. Soon, the stalemate atmosphere was completely broken by Lei thunder hammer. His burly body swung the thunder hammer, and the violent power of the Heaven Palace realm wrapped around it, easily shattering the space. Then, the thunder hammer brazenly smashed the space, appeared above Shen Han's head, and slammed down heavily. Such a blow made everyone tremble in fear. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the power contained in it was. Thinking about it, even a firmament god palace disciple who had stepped into the 8th level of the heaven palace realm wouldn't be able to easily withstand it, right? However, the crowd had obviously underestimated Shen Han's strength. Or rather, if they hadn't stepped into the 8th level of the heaven palace realm, how could they know the power that could be grasped by such a realm? Faced with the ferocious descending lightning hammer, Shen Han did not do much. All he did was to slowly raise his right palm. Soon after, under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, his palm made contact with the lightning hammer. At the moment of contact, turbulent energy ripples rapidly spread out. Just the impact of these ripples was enough to shatter metal and rock and collapse a great river. However, it was this frightening impact that caused Shen Han's seemingly extremely weak hand to not have any changes when compared to Lei Lai's lightning hammer. On the contrary, with a gentle shake of his hand, an indescribably enormous strength vibrated out. It easily shattered the surrounding space and sent Lei Lai and the lightning hammer flying. Lei Lai flew backwards for over 100 feet before landing miserably on the ground. His feet left deep marks on the ground before he finally managed to come to a stop. Such a scene caused many people to open their mouths wide. It wasn't until they witnessed it with their own eyes that they realized how powerful the 8th level of the Heavenly Palace stage was. Even one of the infamous Ray brothers, Lei Lai, would find it difficult to fight head-on with Shen Han. Haha, as expected of the prided disciple of the firmament god palace. Since that's the case, then we, the Ray brothers, will not be careless. We will experience the power of the two of us. When he saw this scene, Lei Yan, who was watching from the side, narrowed his eyes. Within his eyes, there was an unprecedented graveness. He was naturally observing with the intention of probing Shen Han. This probing made him faintly feel that the strength of the firmament god palace's disciple before him had exceeded his expectations. Hence, how could he possibly continue to observe? With a faint smile, his expression was already solemn. Subsequently, he took a step forward and appeared on the shoulder of Lei Lai's enormous body. The two of them, one big and one small, looked somewhat comical at first glance. But as long as one was in the know, they would definitely not be able to laugh. Because this was the moment when the Ray brothers were about to join forces to attack. This was also the moment when the Ray brothers were the most terrifying. When the Ray brothers made their move, the person with the black staff did not continue to observe. His gaze hidden under the black robe slowly locked onto LV Qingchan. Haha, the prided disciple of the firmament god palace. I hope that you can forgive me for offending you today. Before his laughter died down, the person with the black staff had already activated the black staff in his hand. The eye sockets of the skull on the top of the staff once again surged with green light. As the surrounding space distorted, terrifying attacks were formed one after another in the dark. Although the person with the black staff spoke words of flattery on the surface, when he made his move, it was extremely ruthless. There was no ambiguity in it at all. But how could LV Qingchan be someone to be trifled with? With a light tap of her jade-like hand, an icy green sword suddenly appeared above her hand. The green sword was 3 feet long, and the sword hilt was engraved with a lifelike pattern of a green bird. Clearly, this was an extraordinary spiritual weapon. With a shake of the green sword, the surrounding space distorted layer by layer. Snowflakes appeared in the sky, causing the temperature to drop abruptly. Immediately after, the expression of the person with the black staff changed drastically. Under such circumstances, he clearly felt that the attacks he had secretly gathered were constantly fading away. How could he not understand the situation? The green sword in his opponent's hand was a true divine weapon. How could his shabby black staff be compared to it? Black Widow, the green sword in the hand of this disciple of the firmament god palace, is extraordinary. Quickly come and help me. At this time, the person with the black staff clearly did not care about his face. Or rather, to a fugitive like him, face was something that was not necessary. However, there was no need for him to shout. The beautiful woman in the palace dress, Black Widow, had already sensed the terror of the spiritual weapon in LV Qingqian's hand. With such a spiritual weapon, although it did not allow one to have the strength equivalent to the 8th level of the Heaven Palace realm, it was still much stronger than an ordinary cultivator at the 7th level of the Heaven Palace realm. Therefore, even if she intended to take the opportunity to collect the immortal spirit vein, she could only give up, because if the person with the black staff was defeated, then their situation would become extremely unfavorable. Therefore, the Black Widow also took a step forward. The surrounding Heaven Palace realm power violently swept out and rushed towards LV Qingqian. LV Qingqian did not panic when facing 2 people alone. As the green sword vibrated, it was full of turbulent power that wreaked havoc. It was enough for him to stop both of them with his strength alone. At the same time, on the other side of the battle, Shin Han was still suppressing the Ray brothers. His hand movements were filled with a natural and enormous power. Even if the Ray brothers joined forces, they could barely resist. This made the Ray brothers' expression extremely ugly. If this continued, there was no possibility of them defeating their opponent. This disciple of the Firmament God Palace was too strong. Sensing the shocking ripples of the battle ahead, Yan Chutian did not dare to approach and could only retreat. He was very clear that he could not be compared to them at all. If he went forward, he would be even more miserable than the person who died at the hands of the person with the black staff. However, he couldn't care too much about this. Since the Lei brothers and the Black Widow were all stopped, now was the best time for him to search under the immortal spirit vein and find the source of the mysterious yang energy. It was also at this moment that Yan Chutian could clearly sense Lu Xiong's provocative gaze shooting over. He did not even need to think about it. Lu Xiong was provoking him to collect the immortal spirit vein. In his view, his speed of collecting the immortal spirit vein could not be compared to Lu Xiong. After all, he had not even stepped into the Heaven Palace realm. But he did not know that Yan Chutian had no intention of collecting the immortal spirit vein right now. To him, an immortal spirit vein could not be compared to the advancement of the profound Yang Qi. But in order to not arouse Shen Han's suspicion and prevent Lu Xiong from being too arrogant, Yan Chutian still put on the spirit sealing bracelet that Shen Han gave him. When he saw the spirit sealing bracelet in Yan Chutian's hand, Lu Xiong's face suddenly froze. He was indeed confident that he could collect the immortal spirit vein faster than Yan Chutian. This was his confidence, the confidence of a Heaven Palace realm cultivator. But the fact that Lin Yun had the spirit sealing bracelet made him feel a little uneasy in his heart. In order to prevent any accidents from happening, he immediately charged towards the immortal spirit vein and started collecting it with all his strength. Seeing this, Yan Chutian also shot down explosively. Opening his heart's eye, he peered inch by inch into the crack below the immortal spirit vein. Chapter 683. Author's Note: 700 chapters. Regardless of the result, Blue Sky must give himself a thumbs up first. Opening his spiritual eye, all kinds of illusions could not exist. Yan Chutian only felt that the world in front of him suddenly became incomparably clear in his eyes. However, this immortal spiritual vein was extremely huge. Now, only about 1/3 of its volume was exposed on the ground. Therefore, even relying on the spiritual eye, it was not an easy task to search. Not to mention, in this case, the source of the movement of the mysterious Yang Qi might have a special isolation force. But now, other than searching like this, Yan Chutian had no other choice. At the same time, Yan Chutian and Lu Xiong's actions, in the eyes of everyone, were obviously about to start collecting the immortal spiritual vein. So, not to mention the Ray brothers, how could the person with the black staff and the Black Widow watch the two succeed? If these two ants really succeeded, then today not only would they miss the immortal spiritual vein, it could be said that they had offended the disciples of the Firmament God Palace for no reason. The person with the black staff did not say a word. He raised his hand, and several streaks of black gas burst out. The black gas quietly integrated into the space, and in an instant it appeared above Yen Chutian and Lu Xiong. Then it condensed into a powerful, strangling power, and suddenly tore through the space and fell. Even though it could be said that it was just a casual blow from the person with the black staff, the fierce aura that spread out was enough to make Yen Chutian and Lu Xiong unable to resist. However, just as the black gas was about to completely hit the two, the green sword in LV Qingchan's hand trembled, and a blue light burst out. It also pierced through the space, and then appeared in front of the two, blocking all the attacks that came down. Under such a block, Lu Xiong was safe and sound, but Yen Chutian was not so. Although LV Qingchan had blocked the fatal attack for him, it was clear that she had deliberately not eliminated the remaining power. And the remaining power, although not enough to take Yen Chutian's life, was enough to make him embarrassed. He even fell to the ground, and there was a sweet taste in his mouth. He quickly struggled to get up and swallowed the bloody taste in his mouth. Yen Chutian looked angrily at LV Qingchan, who was still fighting with the Black Staff Man and the Black Widow. He wasn't a fool. How could he not see that the other party was deliberately trying to embarrass him? However, even though he was annoyed, Yen Chutian didn't say anything. After all, he was very clear about the principle of being bullied by others without strength. If he tried to reason with her now, it would only make him seem stupid. But just as Yen Chutian struggled to get up and was about to continue searching, he suddenly saw a huge crack under the immortal spirit vein from where he was standing. Looking inside, although it was pitch black, Yen Chutian suddenly felt that the desire for the mysterious yang qi in his body had become much stronger. How could he not know that the thing he was looking for should be in this crack? Knowing this, Yen Chutian didn't care about anything else and immediately rushed into the crack. Looking at Yen Chutian, who had fallen under the immortal spirit vein, and didn't get up for a long time, LV Qingchan's beautiful eyes couldn't help but move. Although, just now, she did have the intention of deliberately making things difficult for him. But no matter what, she had blocked all the fatal attacks for him. Could it be that he was seriously injured and even died? However, she didn't think much about it. Instead, she looked at LV Xiong, who was under her protection and was peacefully collecting the immortal spirit vein. In her opinion, as long as LV Xiong kept the immortal spirit vein, the dispute here would naturally stop. Because the immortal spirit vein was in front of everyone, it was indeed easy to fight for it. However, if it was kept, it wouldn't be the case. However, right when she was thinking like this, a feeling of danger that came from the bottom of her heart suddenly arose. Her instinctive desire to live made her stop dodging the attacks of the person with the black staff. She allowed herself to be struck by the staff and fell back a few meters in a rather sorry state. Even the Black Staff Man himself was a little confused about the situation. According to common sense, it was impossible for his ordinary staff to send the other party flying. But soon he understood why. Because in the depths of his heart, the same sense of fatal danger as LV Qingchan suddenly emerged. However, his detection was obviously too late. In the originally calm space, a giant, pitch-black hand suddenly appeared. Dark lightning flickered on the giant hand. Without any explanation, it slapped down fiercely, shattering the space layer by layer, and then slapped on the stooped body of the Black Staff Man. Generally speaking, even if he couldn't avoid it, the protective power of a Heaven Mansion stage cultivator could block a fatal attack. However, under the giant pitch-black hand, the Black Staff Man didn't even have time to scream before he was annihilated. Not even a blood mist was left behind. Of course, this was because of the opponent's sneak attack, but more importantly, it showed that the attacker's cultivation had probably reached the 8th level of the Heaven Mansion stage, or even stronger. Oh, the loach from the Firmament God Palace got away. I only slapped such a trash to death. Soon after, accompanied by an uncaring sneer, A tall and thin figure covered in a black robe and black gas appeared in front of everyone's eyes as the black mist surged. At this moment, everyone who looked at the black-robed figure felt a chill surge from the bottom of their feet to the top of their heads. It was inevitable that they would feel this way because the person who was slapped to death wasn't a small figure, but rather the infamous black staff man of the Tianfujing's 7th floor, who was strong enough to reach the top among them. The sudden appearance of the black-robed man not only shocked the crowd, but also caused the fierce battle that was originally going on to come to an immediate stop. At this moment, Shen Han's eyes narrowed. Just now he felt that there seemed to be a spying gaze in the dark, and now it seemed that it was indeed so. Otherwise, if they really fought, although the Ray brothers had some ability, it wasn't enough to compete with him. The black-robed man didn't seem to care that his appearance had caused both sides to stop fighting. He abruptly slapped down again, brazenly blasting towards Lu Xiong, who was still collecting the immortal spirit vein. Seeing that he was about to make a move, LV Qingchan hurriedly slashed out several enormous sword auras with the spiritual weapon in her hand. But under the power of the palm, the sword auras simply couldn't resist for long and shattered layer by layer. The remnant power directly swept Lu Xiong out, smashing him onto the ground. He was already battered and exhausted, his breath hanging by a thread. This scene instantly caused LV Qingchan's beautiful eyes to turn red. Even if Lu Xiong didn't live up to expectations, he was still her brother. How could she tolerate her only brother being injured to such a state? But no matter how furious she was, LV Qingchan didn't dare to rashly make a move because from the strength displayed by the black-robed man, his cultivation must have stepped into the 8th level of the Heaven Palace stage. With such a cultivation, it wasn't something that she could compete with. After slapping Lu Xiong to death with a single palm, the black-robed man didn't show any abnormality. His gaze seemed to sweep across the crowd as he slowly spoke in a domineering tone that didn't conceal his intentions. Haha, this immortal spirit vein isn't something that you can get your hands on. If you know what's good for you, then get lost as soon as possible. Otherwise, if you accidentally die in a fight, you can't blame anyone. The black-robed man's domineering words gradually faded. At this instant, countless people stared at him with gazes filled with shock. Even though they knew how terrifying the black-robed man was, they never imagined that he would be so arrogant, because he clearly meant that he wanted to fight against everyone present with his strength alone. Even if he was at the 8th level of the Heaven Palace stage, wasn't the pride of the Firmament God Palace also at the 8th level of the Heaven Palace stage? And there was also the Ray brothers. The two of them combined could fight against the 8th level of the Heaven Palace stage. How could he have the guts to face so many people head-on with his own strength? At the same time, in the depths of the crack under the immortal spirit vein, as he continued to go deeper, Yin Chutian gradually felt that he seemed to have stepped into a world that was isolated from the outside world. Just when he didn't know what to do, a dragon-like plant suddenly appeared in his line of sight on the pitch-black land. When Yen Chutian saw the plant, he could clearly feel that the profound yang qi in his body had gone crazy to the point where it was almost impossible to suppress it. It felt as if the profound yang qi couldn't wait to rush out of his body and directly devour the plant. How could Yen Chutian not understand that the thing he was painstakingly searching for was this plant? Chapter 684. In the depths of the canyon, the expressions of the crowd watching from afar changed drastically. No one had expected the development of the story to be so full of ups and downs, not to mention a series of infamous characters. Even the famous disciples of the Firmament God Palace had appeared. But that wasn't all. Just a moment ago, a mysterious figure in black robes had suddenly appeared. After his appearance, not only did he kill the black staff person with a single palm strike that shocked everyone, he even declared that he wanted to monopolize the immortal spirit vein. With such an arrogant attitude, it was as if he wanted to fight against everyone present with his own strength. Hence, countless discussions about him immediately rang out from all over the crowd. Some felt that he was boundlessly arrogant, while others felt that such a person couldn't possibly be someone who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Therefore, it was very likely that it was the true strength that he possessed that allowed him to have such confidence. For a moment, some people couldn't help but think of a possibility that made everyone feel reverence. Could it be that the mysterious black-robed person had already stepped into the heavenly origin stage? Humph! Aren't you a little too arrogant to think that you can monopolize the immortal spirit vein by yourself? At the same time, Ray Rox's disdainful snort abruptly rang out. He couldn't deny that his opponent's cultivation was indeed extremely strong. He had most likely truly stepped into the 8th level of the Heaven Palace stage, but he was only at the 8th level. Indeed, if he was alone, Lei Yan didn't think that he would be a match for the other party. However, he wasn't alone. He still had his younger brother. They, the Lei brothers, had a unique combination attack. That combination attack was their greatest source of confidence. So much so that they had once relied on this combination attack to kill an injured 8th level Heaven Palace stage cultivator who had looked down on them. Hence, if his opponent didn't place him in his eyes, he didn't mind letting him know what level the Ray brothers' true strength had reached. However, what made Lei Yan angry was that, along with his cold snort, the black-robed man only casually swept his gaze over and then shifted his gaze away. It was as if, in his opinion, the Ray brothers weren't even worth his attention. This caused Ray Rox to instantly feel extremely humiliated. In the next instant, he found it even harder to suppress the anger in his heart. Immediately, he stomped on the ground and soared into the sky together with the similarly furious Lei Lai. Since you are so insolent, then let me, the Ray brothers, experience your skills. Ray Rox's thoughts were simple. He wanted to use his strength to tell the other party that he, the Ray brothers, was not a small character to be underestimated. However, he did not know that in order to prove themselves, they were unable to stir up any ripples in the eyes of the black-robed man. His gaze was filled with indifference, as if he was looking at an ant. Boom! The lightning hammer was intertwined with dazzling lightning as it smashed down towards the black-robed man. Above the lightning hammer, although the lightning seal was not dazzling, the power it contained was equally terrifying. Immediately after, the lightning seal descended together with the lightning hammer. As it streaked across the air, the surging power had already caused the surrounding space to completely distort. It was extremely hard to imagine exactly who could withstand such a powerful power. However, in the face of such an astonishing attack, the black-robed man did not move at all. He only opened his mouth slightly as a pitch-black flame immediately spread out from his mouth. The black flame was weak at first, as it drifted like a misty black chi, making it difficult for people to detect. However, when this inconspicuous black flame came into contact with the hammer and seal, it swiftly surged and exploded like a parasite. The raging black flame seemed to be able to burn everything. Everywhere it passed, space collapsed and space distorted. Naturally, the lightning hammer and lightning seal were unable to escape. In just a few breaths, the lightning seal was completely annihilated, while the lightning hammer smashed down. The hammer was fiery red, as if it was about to be melted. Such a situation naturally caused the faces of Ray Rox and Lei Lai to abruptly change. How could they believe that their joint attack was so easily destroyed by the opponent? However, they did not have the time to be shocked because they saw that the raging black flames did not slow down and continued to surge towards them. They were both at the half step to the 8th level of the Heavenly Palace realm. Therefore, even though the situation was urgent, the two of them immediately understood that such an attack was difficult to dodge. The best way to deal with it was to face it head-on with their own strength. Knowing this, coupled with the fact that the two of them were still unwilling to give up, in the next moment, they formed their own seals and quickly summoned their own spiritual arts. This time, the spiritual arts were different from before. As the spiritual energy surged, a giant pale finger and a vertical eye emitting a grayish-white aura slowly emerged from the distorted space. The two spiritual arts appeared at the same time, and the surging aura around them gradually blended together. Paleness and grayish-white intersected and evolved into an aura of death that seemed to have reached the extreme. In the next instant, a ray of grayish-white light shone out from the grayish-white vertical eye. Wherever this ray of light passed, the surging black flames, which were sufficient to incinerate space, were unable to endure for a couple of breaths before they were extinguished. The black flame continued to be annihilated, which was obviously noticed by the black-robed man. After being stunned for a moment, a cold and indifferent voice slowly rang out. "Ah, you do have some skills." At the same time, looking at the sea of fire that was annihilated by the vertical eye, the originally somewhat panicked Ray brothers' faces immediately calmed down. Then, a proud expression appeared on their faces once again. This was the spiritual art that the brothers were proud of. When it was executed, its might did not disappoint them. Even if the opponent's strange black flame was extremely terrifying, it was still quickly annihilated by their spiritual art. It was also because of this that Ray Rox grew a lot more courage in his heart. He calmly smiled at the black-robed man. "Sir, do you still think that the Ray brothers are not worth mentioning?" Hearing this, the black-robed man seemed to ponder for a moment. However, after pondering, he did not reply. Instead, another black flame was spat out from his mouth. However, it was different from before. This time, the black flame surged and instantly condensed into a giant hand that could reach the sky. In the next instant, the giant hand of black flame violently swatted over. The powerful fluctuations that it set off had already caused the space to distort. Finally, it ruthlessly smashed against the vertical eye and the giant finger. As if it was only an instant, the crowd was still frozen at the moment when the Ray brothers revealed their might. However, in an instant, the vertical eye and the giant finger were shattered like glass under the giant hand of black flame. As the remnant energy rippled out, it sent the Lay brothers flying like trash. They scraped across the ground, creating several 100-feet long scars, before smashing into a dense forest. Soon after, the black-robed man's cold and arrogant, mocking voice finally rang out once again. "Your Ray brothers are really not worth mentioning. SSS." Not long after the black-robed man's mocking voice rang out, the surrounding crowd continuously sucked in a breath of cold air. No one had expected that the Ray brothers would be reduced to such a miserable state in the hands of the black-robed man, without any ability to retaliate at all. Previously, the so-called advantage that the Ray brothers had gained was now clearly just a casual attack from the other party that had been blocked. The giant hand that could reach the sky was the true attack. After dealing with the Ray brothers, the black-robed man did not even look in the direction of the messy forest. Instead, he directly looked at Shanhan, who had been coldly observing. In his eyes, only the disciples of the Firmament God Palace could be considered a true opponent. It was not only because of his identity as a disciple of the Firmament God Palace, but also because he was the only one who had stepped into the 8th level of the Heavenly Palace stage. At the same time, when he met the black-robed man's undisguised gaze, Shinhan was unperturbed. The scene of the black-robed man defeating the Ray brothers was nothing to him. He could also do the same. The so-called entanglement earlier was merely because he had sensed an inexplicable aura hidden in the darkness. Otherwise, if he had used his full strength, the Ray brothers would have already been defeated by him. Chapter 685. Two different gazes slowly met in the air. Although it was silent, there was already a smell of gunpowder that quickly spread out. At the same time, the crowd also noticed this. Hence, they subconsciously held their breaths and stared, not daring to make any noise. The black-robed man at the 8th level of the Heaven Palace realm was so terrifying that he could easily injure the Ray brothers. How could they not subconsciously think that the disciple of the Firmament God Palace was also such a terrifying figure? But there were also some people who secretly felt that Shanhan was not comparable to the black-robed man who suddenly appeared. After all, although the strength he displayed earlier could suppress the Ray brothers. He couldn't even force the Ray brothers to use a combination attack. But even so, no one dared to underestimate him. After all, not only was he a disciple of the Firmament God Palace, but he was also at the 8th level of the Heaven Palace realm. The moment their gazes met, the black-robed man coldly smiled. Even when facing Shinhan, he didn't restrain his domineering aura. I've always heard that the Firmament God Palace is the overlord of the Tsangyuan continent and that their disciples are the strongest. I just don't know if this rumor is exaggerated. The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener did. The black-robed man's unintentional words made Shenhan keenly feel that the other party didn't seem to be from the Tsangyuan continent. But when he noticed this, he didn't say much. He just indifferently swept his gaze and casually replied, "I don't know if it's exaggerated, but compared to a guy like you who hides his head and tail, he should be a little stronger." "Oh, then let me experience the power of the Firmament God Palace's disciple." Before he finished speaking, the black-robed man opened his mouth again, and a surge of black gas rolled out from his mouth. The following situation was the same as when he dealt with the Ray brothers. From the rolling black gas, a giant hand that seemed to hold up the sky quickly took shape. Then it smashed through space and headed straight for Shinhan to suppress him. Facing such an attack, Shinhan remained calm. He slowly circulated the spiritual energy in his body and finally pointed out a finger when the giant hand was about to descend. This finger seemed ordinary, but it contained the vast spiritual energy that had been stored in his body for a long time. In fact, before the berserk power could wreak havoc and explode, a large area of space around the finger was silently annihilated. Boom! The shocking sound of the collision instantly resounded throughout the world. It took a long time for the shattered space to recover and the world returned to normal. At this moment, both Shenhan and the black-robed man stood proudly in the sky without any signs of defeat. This scene caused the crowd to exclaim in surprise. It also caused those people who had secretly felt that Shenhan was incapable to obediently shut their mouths. Because this scene had already proved that Shenhan's true strength, the Ray brothers could not compare. As for the so-called stalemate, the Firmament God Palace's Shenhan. At the same time, he looked at Shenhan, who seemed to be on par with the black-robed man, not at all weaker. Only then did LV Qingchan heave a sigh of relief. She immediately recalled that she had made the right choice by inviting Shenhan. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to complete this Earth Art level mission by herself. LV Qingchan heaved a sigh of relief and glanced at Lu Xiong, who she had saved earlier. Looking at Lu Xiong's miserable and unconscious appearance, her heart couldn't help but ache. As for Yen Chutian, not to mention that she wouldn't think of him at this moment. Even if she did, she probably wouldn't save him. But at this moment, Yen Chutian didn't need her to save him. Looking at the dragon-shaped plant in the depths of the darkness, Yen Chutian's heart was already excited to the extreme. Just like the mysterious yang qi in his body, he couldn't wait to rush forward and swallow it into his mouth to refine it. But Yen Chutian couldn't be so impulsive. On the contrary, he was very clear that he couldn't make a mistake at this moment. Until now, how could he not know that the immortal spiritual vein in the depths of the canyon, where the spiritual qi was weak, was most likely due to the dragon-shaped plant taking root here? So if he plucked it away, the immortal spiritual vein above would very likely have an immediate change. At that time, if it was discovered by others that he was the source of all the changes, it would be very difficult to keep the dragon-shaped plant in his hands. So if he wanted to pluck it away, he must prepare a foolproof plan. Perhaps if he wanted to do this, it would be a huge problem for others, but for Yen Chutian, it wasn't impossible. After thinking for a while, Yen Chutian's heart already had a plan in mind. Boom! A rumbling sound once again resounded between heaven and earth. Above the immortal spiritual vein, the battle between Shinhan and the black-robed man had already reached its climax. In this process, the black-robed man's attacks became fiercer and fiercer. With a raise of his hand, the space collapsed layer by layer. This power was many times stronger than when he had defeated the Ray brothers. But no matter how fierce his attacks were, Shen Han still had the means to resolve them one by one. This scene made the Ray brothers, who had struggled out in a sorry state, feel extremely ashamed. When they fought with Shen Han previously, even though they knew that Shen Han was hiding something, they weren't afraid because they also had means to hide. But now it seemed that they were frogs in a well. With the strength that Shen Han had displayed, even if one of them had stepped into the 8th level of the Heaven Mansion stage, they would still be defeated by him. But thinking about it, Shen Han was the pride of the firmament god palace. How could they look at him with ordinary eyes? But at this moment, when everyone thought that the battle between the two parties was about to reach its climax, the immortal spiritual vein, which was originally shining brightly, started to weaken rapidly. Although the immortal spiritual vein's grade didn't decrease after the weakening and was still an immortal spiritual vein, there was a feeling that the spiritual energy in it had decreased. This scene caused quite a number of people to be unable to understand. However, it was also because of this that the black-robed man and Shen Han, who were fighting, turned their gazes back to the immortal spirit vein. In the next instant, the black-robed man extended his hand without saying a word. A spiritual energy palm formed between heaven and earth and grabbed at a section of the immortal spiritual vein. Although he was a step faster than Shen Han, the latter was more decisive. A sharp light appeared in his hand, and when he waved his hand, he actually cut the immortal spiritual vein in half. In the next instant, they each took half and extracted the immortal spiritual vein from the ground. But it was also at this moment that the power that they had gathered was too great. Not only did it cause the ground to crumble, but it also damaged the immortal spiritual vein. Large amounts of fragments scattered between heaven and earth. Countless fragments of the immortal spiritual vein were scattered, making the surrounding crowd unable to suppress the fire in their hearts. Like mad dogs, they ferociously charged forward. Perhaps it was because there were two great gods, but even if these people didn't care about anything, they didn't dare to fight. They only relied on their own abilities to collect the fragments scattered in the air. Although they were only fragments, they originated from the immortal spiritual vein. At the very least, they were much better than ordinary cultivation resources. In such a situation, a figure suddenly merged into the crowd. Naturally, no one would pay attention to it. At the same time, the black-robed man couldn't help but coldly snort at the scene before him. He only thought that the other party didn't want him to take the complete immortal spiritual vein, so he did it on purpose. As for Shen Han, although he had some doubts in his heart, he didn't think too much about it. After all, the black-robed man before him was too strange. He didn't seem to be from the Tsungyuan continent, and he didn't even spare the firmament god palace a glance. Who knew what kind of strange things such a person would do? The immortal spiritual vein was already in his hands. Even if it was only half, there was no point in fighting. Therefore, the black-robed man was extremely decisive. He immediately flashed away and left the valley. Looking at his departing figure, Shen Han didn't chase because he knew that even if he caught up, he wouldn't be able to take back the immortal spiritual vein. The black-robed man's cultivation and strength weren't any weaker than his. At the same time, in an inconspicuous place in the chaotic crowd, Yan Chudan also raised his head and looked at the black-robed man who left. Although he didn't know who the black-robed man was, or when he appeared, he had to admit that he had to thank him. If it wasn't for the black-robed man, he wouldn't have been able to sneak out so easily. It was because of his existence that most of the gazes were focused on him. Even Shen Han was no exception. Chapter 686. In the depths of the canyon, the chaotic scene was still ongoing. Along with the constant fighting over the fragments of the immortal spiritual vein, it was inevitable that a fight would break out. When the fight began, Yan Chutian quietly withdrew from the crowd and flew toward Shen Han. Looking at the figure that flitted through the crowd noticed that Yan Chutian had a chinquan pouch that contained many fragments of the immortal spiritual vein. However, No one dared to obstruct him because they knew that he was from the Firmament God Palace. At this moment, following the departure of the black-robed man, Shen Han had become the only overlord here. Thus, even if they had the guts, they wouldn't dare to obstruct him. After all, they were disciples of the Firmament God Palace like Shen Han. When Yen Chutian flew back, Shen Han also slowly kept the immortal spirit vein. Only then did he meet the latter's figure. He didn't suspect Yen Chutian because he knew that although LV Qingchan had blocked the fatal attack for the black-robed man, she didn't block all of it. It was probably because of this that the black-robed man fainted from the attack. It wasn't until the huge commotion caused by his fight with the black-robed man that the black-robed man woke him up. Shen Han wouldn't look down on Yen Chutian because he knew that the latter hadn't stepped into the heavenly palace realm. The black-robed man had a cultivation at the 7th level of the heavenly palace realm. The huge difference in cultivation made the power of the black-robed man's remnant power equally powerful and even dangerous. At the same time, LV Qingchan had already supported the unconscious Lu Xiong over. Yen Chutian took the time to look at Lu Xiong, who had fainted and was in a terrible state from head to toe. She couldn't help but rejoice in his misfortune. Although he didn't know the exact situation, he understood Lu Xiong's character. He probably thought that his sister, LV Qingchan, could protect him. Thus, who could he blame for ending up in such a miserable state? Perhaps it was because he didn't control his emotions well enough. But in the next instant, a dagger shot towards him. As for the owner of the dagger, who else could it be other than LV Qingchan? But so what if LV Qingchan shot daggers at him? Yen Chutian's expression didn't change at all. The return journey was always much faster than the way they came. But on the way back, LV Xiong finally woke up from his coma. Now that he was awake, he could not avoid delaying the journey. Yen Chutian was sitting cross-legged at the bottom of a huge tree that was more than 10 feet wide. At this moment, the excitement and ecstasy in his heart went without saying. The dragon-shaped herb was already in his storage space. Once he returned to the Firmament God Palace, he would immediately go into seclusion to refine it. He had a premonition that by relying on the mysterious power of the dragon-shaped grass, his mysterious young energy would be able to advance once again. At that time, his profound yang qi would step into the 4th grade. The 4th grade profound yang qi would definitely bring him an unprecedented surprise. There was also the 4th grade profound yang qi. He had been looking forward to the profound yang seal for a long time. Just as Yen Chutian was lost in his thoughts, an aura suddenly approached him. He did not panic when he felt this aura, because this aura belonged to Shen Han. "Greetings, senior brother Shen." When Shen Han approached, Yen Chutian immediately stood up and respectfully greeted him. If it wasn't for Shen Han, he would not have been able to reach the canyon, let alone find the opportunity to advance his profound yang qi. This favor, regardless of whether Shen Han knew about it or not, Yen Chutian would remember it. If there was an opportunity in the future, he would definitely repay this favor. However, Shen Han did not care about Yen Chutian's emotions. With an indifferent expression, he slowly said, "The immortal spiritual vein was divided into 2, and I only managed to snatch half of it. So when we return to the palace, our share of the credit will also decrease. I have discussed with LV Qingchan. In the end, we should be able to protect you and LV Xiong. You will each get a medium credit." When Yen Chutian heard that he would be able to get a medium credit in the end, it was impossible for him not to be pleasantly surprised. Because in his opinion, the mission would most likely be considered a failure when the immortal spiritual vein was divided into 2. He did not expect that he would be able to get a medium credit in the end. It was a pleasant surprise. Since he was able to get a medium credit, then the time for his profound yang qi to advance could be slightly delayed. When he entered the spirit cleansing lake and started his breakthrough, he might be able to fully utilize the effects of the dragon-shaped grass. Furthermore, Yen Chutian more or less had the thought of making use of this opportunity to break through to the heavenly palace realm. The dragon-shaped grass gave him an indescribable feeling. Not only was it crucial for his profound yang qi, but it also had an indescribable effect on his spiritual energy cultivation. While he was pleasantly surprised, Yan Chutian naturally did not forget to bow and thank Shenhan once again. He was not a fool. He naturally knew that the reason why he could get a medium credit was because Shenhan had sacrificed his own benefits. Although Shenhan might think that this was just to repay the favor, Yan Chutian was not a thick-skinned person. No matter what, he had taken advantage of Shenhan. After informing Yan Chutian of the situation, Shenhan did not stay any longer. With a flash, he returned to the top of the giant tree where he was and sat down cross-legged in meditation. Looking at Shenhan's back, Yan Chutian recalled the feeling that Shenhan gave him and Guhongshan. He could not help but feel that he was foolish in his previous life. In his previous life, although he had reached the peak not long after entering the Firmament God Palace, he did not have any friends. Back then, he did not think much of it. Now that he thought about it, he understood how pitiful it was to not have any friends. Returning to the main topic, not long after, when Lu Xiong finally recovered, the four of them started their journey back to the Firmament God Palace. At this moment, Lu Xiong no longer dared to be arrogant in front of Yan Chutian. Instead, every time their gazes met, he would reveal an unconcealable expression. At the start, Yan Chutian was puzzled, but he soon understood. He understood that Lu Xiong thought that he had seen his miserable side, so how could he still have the face to face him? Speaking of merits, he had received some immortal spirit vein fragments, but Lu Xiong had been beaten half to death and had become a burden. How could there be any merits to speak of? Yan Chutian did not feel any sense of superiority because, in his opinion, he and Shenhan were only ants in the eyes of others. Thus, what was there to be proud of? He only hoped that Lu Xiong would not find trouble with him in the future. However, Yan Chutian also knew that with Lu Xiong's character, it would be very difficult to achieve. At this moment, Lu Xiong did not dare to face him because he felt embarrassed. However, not long after, this embarrassment would most likely turn into resentment towards him. Yan Chutian did not like to make enemies for no reason, so he only hoped that his thoughts would not come true. But if it was really the case, then he would definitely not show mercy when the time came. By the time Lu Xiong took revenge on him, his profound yang qi would most likely have advanced to the 4th grade and his cultivation would have stepped into the heavenly palace realm. At that time, even if Lu Xiong had broken into the 2nd level of the heavenly palace realm, he would not be afraid. This was Yan Chutian's deep confidence, and it was also the confidence that came from the profound yang scripture. The four of them flew at high speed. Half a day's time had finally passed by. Half a day later, Yan Chutian saw the enormous firmament divine city at the end of the horizon. Behind the firmament divine city was the firmament divine palace. Once again, the four of them entered the inner sect, one after another. It was a place that countless Songyuan continent cultivators yearned for. After that, Yan Chutian did not follow them because the task had nothing to do with him. It was something that Shenhan or LV Qingchan had to do. As expected, LV Qingchan and Shenhan did not say anything about Yan Chutian's departure. When Lin Yin turned around and left, only Lu Xiong looked over with resentment in the depths of his eyes. Clearly, Yan Chutian's guess was most likely going to come true. The direction that Yan Chutian left in was naturally his cave dwelling. Although he had the intention to wait for the intermediate contribution points to exchange for the opportunity to cultivate in the spirit cleansing lake, he would enter the spirit cleansing lake to make a breakthrough. However, this did not hinder him from constantly stabilizing his cultivation. After all, he was thinking of stepping into the heavenly palace realm. But right now, he could only be considered as a half-step Yuaning 9th level. If he wanted to break through to the heavenly palace realm, apart from relying on the spirit-cleansing lake and the mysterious dragon-shaped grass. He naturally needed a solid foundation. Chapter 687. Yan Chutian flew all the way to his cave abode. However, it was during this process that he suddenly saw an extremely miserable figure dragging its injured body forward in a sorry state at the foot of a mountain. If it was someone else, Yan Chutian might not care, but this figure was not someone else. It was the first friend he had made in the inner sect for half a year, Gu Hongshan. Thus, he couldn't care about anything else. He immediately flew down and landed at the foot of the mountain. It was fine if he didn't get close, but after getting closer, he could sense it more clearly. Not only was Gu Hongshan covered in wounds, he was also severely injured. More importantly, there were signs of his cultivation level dropping. Yan Chutian was very clear about this. Gu Hongshan must have been on the verge of a breakthrough when fighting with others. However, the other party didn't care and continued to attack. Only after being severely injured did his cultivation fall. As a result, if Gu Hongshan wanted to break through to the second level of the Sky Palace realm, he would have to put in even more effort than before. Knowing this, Yan Chutian's face couldn't help but turn cold. If Gu Hongshan couldn't win against others, it would be fine if he was injured. But if the other party knew this and still deliberately fought and dropped his cultivation, then his intentions were too sinister. When Yan Chutian approached, Gu Hongshan naturally sensed his aura. After raising his head and seeing his face, he revealed a bitter smile with great difficulty. Thinking about it, it was simple. Originally, he could have broken through, but he was beaten down. How could he smile? Seeing this, Yan Chutian hurriedly helped Gu Hongshan up and rushed towards his cave abode. Of course, during this process, he didn't forget to ask Gu Hongshan what had happened. Gu Hongshan didn't hide anything from Yan Chutian. Even though he was in a sad mood, he still told him everything from the beginning to the end. Not long after helping Gu Hongshan into his cave, Yan Chutian also knew what had happened. It turned out that he had chanced upon a heavenly spirit tree in the mountain range where spirit beasts roamed. On the branch of the heavenly spirit tree, there was a sparkling and translucent heavenly spirit fruit. Gu Hongshan's cultivation was already at the second level of the Heaven's Mansion realm. When he saw the heavenly spirit fruit, he naturally felt that the opportunity to advance had arrived, so he immediately went to pick it. However, at this moment, another disciple appeared. His cultivation was slightly higher than Gu Hongshan's, and he was at the quasi-second level of the Divine Palace realm. But even if he knew that the other party's cultivation was higher than his, how could Gu Hongshan give up when the opportunity to advance was right in front of him? Thus, the two of them came to an agreement to determine the ownership of the heavenly spirit fruit through a battle. What happened next was self-evident. While they were fighting, Gu Hongshan's cultivation suddenly neared a breakthrough, which made him overjoyed. He expressed that he would give up and retreat at the same time. Although he expressed that he would give up, the other party didn't let him off and forcefully attacked. In the end, the other party took the heavenly spirit fruit and left. Hearing this, how could Yan Chutian not know what the disciple who had forcefully knocked down Gu Hongshan's cultivation was thinking? At that time, he must have thought that his dignity as a senior disciple had been challenged. Furthermore, he saw that Gu Hongshan was nearing a breakthrough and wanted to advance to the second level of the Heaven's Mansion realm before him. Thus, he didn't let him off and forcefully injured Gu Hongshan, causing his cultivation to fall. "Senior brother Gu, what's that person's name?" Yan Chutian slowly asked with a bone-piercing coldness in his tone. How could Gu Hongshan not know what Yan Chutian meant? However, he didn't hide it because he knew that Yan Chutian wasn't an impulsive person. That person seems to be called Gu Yin. He took the heavenly spirit fruit and most likely wanted to advance to the second level of the Heaven's Mansion realm with the heavenly spirit fruit. Gu Hongshan slowly spoke, and he didn't forget to mention Gu Yin's cultivation. Although he knew that Yan Chutian wasn't an impulsive person, he had to clearly tell him that Gu Yin wasn't someone to be trifled with. Furthermore, Gu Yin was at the quasi-second level of the Heavens Mansion realm previously, but the next time he appeared he would be at the true second level of the Heavens Mansion realm. Yan Chutian naturally understood Gu Hongshan's reminder, but he didn't say anything about it and helped Gu Hongshan settle down. When Gu Hongshan began to steadily recover, Lin Yin walked out of the cave abode with a cold light flickering in the depths of his eyes. After spending half a year together, he had already treated Gu Hongshan as a true friend, not to mention that Gu Hongshan had taken care of him every time he looked for spiritual beasts. Thus, when he found out that the reason for this matter was because of Gu Yun's ruthlessness, he had already memorized Gu Yun's name. Either he didn't let Gu Yun find an opportunity, or he would let Gu Yun know what it felt like to have his cultivation fall. At this moment, a faint light suddenly flickered in his bronze identity token. When Yan Chutian took out her identity token, one could see that there was an additional medium contribution recorded on the light screen. With the intermediate contribution in his hands, Yan Chutian didn't hesitate and immediately charged towards the spiritual cleansing lake. His current cultivation was truly too weak. If he didn't become stronger, not to mention taking revenge for Gu Hongshan, even if he appeared before Gu Yin, he would only be like an ant without the slightest ability to fight back. The spirit cleansing lake was located behind the spirit origin tree. On top of the sky-high mountain, there was a huge lake quietly existing. On the surface of the lake, there was dense spiritual energy that didn't dissipate all year round. Although they were both spiritual energy, the spiritual energy in the spiritual cleansing lake was different from the spiritual origin ancient tree. Since there was the spiritual cleansing lake, it meant that the spiritual energy here was extremely pure. It was so pure that it could wash away the impurities in the spiritual energy in a cultivator's body. In addition, the spiritual cleansing lake more or less had the effect of cleansing a cultivator's physique. In comparison, it could be said that the latter made many disciples crazy. However, it was also because of this that it wasn't easy to enter the spiritual cleansing lake to cultivate. Even if one used contribution points, they wouldn't even be able to enter the outer lake. They would only be able to enjoy the magical effects of the spiritual cleansing lake in the corner. Fortunately, Yan Chutian obtained an intermediate contribution. Although he couldn't enter the inner lake, he could still enjoy the benefits in the outer lake. With the intermediate contribution, Yan Chutian successfully stepped into the outer lake of the spiritual cleansing lake. Although the spiritual cleansing lake was a lake, there were various restrictions inside. Every seat was completely isolated from the other seats. On one hand, it was to prevent people from sneaking in. On the other hand, it was to avoid fighting. But in fact, everyone here didn't even have enough time to cultivate. So how could they have time to fight? Back to the topic, when Yan Chutian stepped into the outer lake, he entered a sealed space. The space was only a few feet wide like a pool. However, Yan Chutian knew that it wasn't the same as his previous life. It was good enough to be able to cultivate in the outer lake. Furthermore, his profound yang energy was about to advance, so how could he waste time? Quickly taking off his clothes, Yan Chutian sat in the middle of the pool. In an instant, the warm water of the spiritual cleansing lake soaked his body. The water of the spiritual cleansing lake was very interesting. Although it was gentle, it was ice-cold when it entered a cultivator's body. However, Yan Chutian was already used to it. After a while, he took out the mysterious dragon-shaped herb. When the dragon-shaped herb came out of the interspatial space, Yan Chutian once again felt the crazed thirst for the profound yang energy in his body. How could he hesitate? He immediately swallowed the dragon-shaped herb. But after swallowing it, Yan Chutian almost spat it out, because when it entered his mouth, it emitted an extreme heat. It felt as if he had swallowed a piece of charcoal. But even if it was hot, how could he spit it out? He immediately calmed his mind and circulated the profound yang energy in his body to swallow the charcoal. Actually, there was no need for him to circulate the profound yang energy. As long as he didn't suppress it, the profound yang energy in his dantian would crazily rush into his mouth. Immediately after, Yen Chutian felt that there were strands of essence being separated from the plant. They merged with the profound yang energy and were sent to the root. At the same time, when the essence was absorbed by the profound yang energy, there seemed to be impurities being separated. But Yen Chutian soon knew that these weren't impurities, because these separated substances contained unimaginably pure spiritual energy. This feeling was even more pure and holy than the fragments of the immortal spirit vein that Yen Chutian had secretly hidden. Chapter 688. Knowing this, Yen Chutian's face was immediately filled with unsuppressible joy. It seemed like his prediction wasn't wrong. The dragon-shaped grass would be of great help to his cultivation. Perhaps this trip to the spirit cleansing lake would allow his Xianyang Qi to advance and his cultivation to the heavenly palace realm. Time always seemed extremely long under the silent cultivation. However, Yen Chutian was an exception this time. This was because he could clearly feel that the temperature in his mouth, which was like burning charcoal, was decreasing bit by bit. When the heat completely disappeared, it would determine whether his Xianyang Qi could advance or not. But before the heat in his mouth completely disappeared, he broke through to the 9th level of the Yuanying realm and stepped into the 9th level of the Yuanying realm. But even if it was a breakthrough, Yen Chutian was only slightly happy for a moment before returning to a state of eternal silence, because this time, breaking through to the 9th level of the Yuanying realm was only the foundation. The most important thing was to break through to the heavenly palace realm and advance his Xianyang Qi. Time continued to quietly flow by in this silence. After an unknown amount of time, the figure that was quietly seated in the pool, like a boulder, finally moved once again. At this moment, although Yen Chutian's eyes were tightly shut, his mind was as tense as an arrow on a bowstring. It was also at this moment that he sensed that the last bit of heat in his mouth had completely disappeared. So in the next moment, he stared at the movements in his body. He didn't want to miss a single thing. He did not let down Yen Chutian's expectations. Under the latter's tight gaze, in the depths of his silent dantian, there was a sudden surge of wretchedness. If one took a closer look, they would realize that the waves were all Xianyang Qi. This was a world that was completely constructed by Xianyang Qi. At the same time, there was a wisp of fire that seemed to be the source of all things burning in the center of the dantian. But it was different from the usual silence. At this moment, the burning fire was producing an indescribable change. This change could be said to be unfamiliar to Yen Chutian, but it could also be said that he was extremely familiar with it. Although the meaning was different, it was the advancement of Xianyang Qi that he had experienced before. Once the source of the fire advanced and stepped into the 4th grade, the Xianyang Qi around his body would continuously transform and eventually transform into the 4th grade Xianyang Qi. At the same time, his spiritual energy would also become stronger because there was a portion of the Xianyang Qi in his spiritual energy. Although the transformation of the Xianyang body was a little slow under the nourishment of the 4th grade Xianyang Qi, it would eventually advance to the 4th grade Xianyang Qi. There were many benefits, but Yen Chutian's there, but he still didn't dare to have the slightest. After all, until the very last moment, even his heart was still uneasy. Even he didn't know what kind of changes would happen. Fortunately, the heavens seemed to be looking after him. Or it could be said that Yen Chutian's luck was too good. Although the fluctuation lasted for a long time, in the end, Yen Chutian still vaguely sensed that the source of all the profound Yang Qi seemed to have advanced to a completely new state. This situation made him think that the Xianyang Qi should have successfully advanced, right? It was as if this wisp of fire seed was aware of Yen Chutian's uneasiness. Hence, an indescribable aura gradually spread out and swiftly changed the surrounding mysterious Yang Qi. If Yen Chutian wasn't prepared before, he was fully aware of what was going on at this moment. His profound Yang Qi had really advanced to the 4th grade. After confirming the advancement of the mysterious Yang Qi, How could Yen Chutian still suppress the wild joy in his heart? If not for his usual calm and collected nature, the current him would have already laughed out loud. It was no wonder that he was like this, because it had been too long since the last time the profound Yang Qi advanced. After such a long time, even if he didn't say it, he was clear in his heart that the help of the third grade profound Yang Qi was constantly decreasing as his cultivation continued to grow. Otherwise, it would be impossible for his recent methods to not have much to do with the profound Yang Qi. But with the advancement of his profound Yang Qi today, everything would be different. The advancement of his profound Yang Qi to the fourth grade, even without mentioning the related aspects. Just the profound Yang Seal was enough to make him look forward to it. In the few descriptions of the profound Yang Seal, the profound Yang Seal not only had a powerful offensive power, but it also contained a mysterious sealing power. When the seal was blasted out, it would be able to seal the opponent's attack even before the two sides collided. This kind of seal could probably seal a weak attack and turn it into nothingness. And for a powerful attack, even if the seal's effect would be greatly weakened, it would still have some residual power. Hence, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that once the profound Yang Seal was formed, it would become Yen Chutian's trump card, second only to the profound Yang Devour. But even if he was overjoyed, Yen Chutian did not forget about the important matter. At this moment, his cultivation was already extremely close to the Heavenly Palace stage, but there was still a gap. So now he had to use the remaining time to make the final push. With this thought, Yen Chutian quickly calmed down and took out all the fragments of the immortal spiritual vein. The remnant power of the dragon-shaped grass had yet to be exhausted, but even if it exploded, it wouldn't be enough. Fortunately, he was careful and left behind some fragments of the immortal spiritual vein. As for whether he could step into the Heavenly Palace stage in the end, aside from his own efforts, it would depend on his luck. Huff! Gently exhaling, Yen Chutian gently raised his hand and hovered the fragments of the immortal spiritual vein before him. At the same time, the water rippled and the dense mist blurred his vision once again. In the blink of an eye, another few days had passed. After a few days, Yen Chutian's time in the spirit cleansing lake was nearing its end. In just one more day, it would be completely over. But at this moment, Yen Chutian's aura was still extremely stable. Although he was much stronger than before, it was impossible for him to break through to the Heavenly Palace stage. But even so, Yen Chutian's expression was still calm and there wasn't any impatience. It was as if he had already given up on the idea of using this opportunity to break through to the Heavenly Palace stage. So much time had passed, and the remaining day passed by very quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was nearing the end. As it neared the end, Yen Chutian's eyes slightly moved, and he slowly opened them. But the moment he opened his eyes, his aura, which had been extremely stable, began to violently fluctuate. In fact, rather than saying it was a fluctuation, it was more accurate to say that there was an extremely powerful energy surging out from the depths of his body. If there was a Heavenly Palace stage cultivator here, they would definitely be familiar with the situation. This was Yuaniing condensing all the energy in the body to open the Heavenly Palace. If the Heavenly Palace was opened, it would replace the Dantian and become the source of the cultivator's cultivation. The space of the Heavenly Palace was much more vast than the Dantian and was able to accommodate a vast amount of spiritual energy. Once the Heavenly Palace was opened, it would be extremely difficult for others to damage their own foundation. In other words, the Heavenly Palace was like a palace that protected one's foundation. Unless one could break through the Heavenly Palace, even if the Dantian was torn apart, it wouldn't cause unimaginable damage to the cultivator. But it was also because of the various benefits of the Heavenly Palace that it was extremely difficult to open it. There were many peak Yuaniing cultivators who were stuck before the opening of the Heavenly Palace, such as the leader of the Iron Plate Disciples. They had tried to open the Heavenly Palace several times, but each time it ended in failure. And as long as they failed, the energy they had previously accumulated would be exhausted, and they could only start from the beginning and slowly accumulate again. Back to the main topic, when Yen Chutian began to open the heavenly palace, the yuanying little person that had been quietly sitting in the depths of his dantian slowly stood up. Then, its gaze suddenly looked towards the sky. Although there seemed to be nothing there, the yuanying little person, or Yen Chutian, was very clear that that was the source of the opening of the heavenly palace. Chapter 689. The yuanying mini-figure was looking at the source of the heavenly palace. Therefore, Yen Chutian did not hesitate. In the next instant, he manipulated the yuanying mini-figure to pick up a heavy axe from the turbulent sea of spiritual energy in his dantian. Then he swung it down fiercely. The heavy axe swung down. It was clearly aimed at an invisible space. However, when it reached a certain point, it seemed to have come into contact with a hard object and was immediately repelled. Seeing that his spiritual axe was repelled, Yen Chutian was not surprised at all. This was because he was very clear that he was just testing the waters. Now that the testing was over, it was time for him to do his best to open up his own heavenly palace. Then, Yen Chutian continued to use the yuanying minifigure to sweep up heavy axes from the endless sea of spiritual energy in his dantian. Then, without exception, these heavy axes all swung toward the invisible space. However, the result was the same as before. Every single heavy axe that swung down was immediately repelled, and the axes were densely chipped. Some of the heavy axes were even completely destroyed when they were repelled, dissipating into thin air. Under such consumption, even though the spiritual energy in Yen Chutian's dantian was like a sea, it was quickly depleted. Fortunately, under such a huge consumption, a vague outline finally appeared in the originally invisible space. As someone who had stepped into the heavenly palace stage once, Yen Chutian was very clear about this situation. This was the embryonic form of the heavenly palace. However, even though he could roughly see the outline of the heavenly palace, Yen Chutian did not dare to relax. This was because, compared to the heavenly palace, the consumption of his spiritual energy was too terrifying. However, it was not that he did not have a way to deal with it. Mysterious yang qi condensation. With a slight thought, the mysterious yang qi condensation was slowly displayed by Yen Chutian. This method of the mysterious yang scripture had a great effect on the recovery of spiritual energy and mysterious yang qi. As such, Yen Chutian was extremely confident in establishing a complete heavenly palace. Sure enough, with the recovery speed of the mysterious sun qi condensation, although it couldn't be said to be completely comparable to the consumption of the heavy axe, it was still able to greatly reduce the consumption speed. Under such circumstances, Yen Chutian once again devoted his attention to the opening of the heavenly palace. The heavens didn't disappoint those who persevered for a long time. Finally, when the spiritual energy in Yen Chutian's dantian was about to be completely depleted at the last moment, he chopped out the last heavy axe made of spiritual energy. As the heavy axe fell, a scar appeared on the sky mansion, which was much clearer than before. Due to the appearance of this mark, the heavenly palace was complete. Immediately, a loud rumbling sound rang out, and the heavenly palace, which was originally right in front of him, began to expand toward the entire dantian. In just a few breaths, the heavenly palace had expanded to 10,000 feet, completely replacing the existence of the dantian. The 10,000-foot heavenly palace was the range of the heavenly palace for cultivators at the first level of the heavenly palace. After each advancement, the range would expand by another 10,000 feet. In the end, only when the heavenly palace broke through 10,000 feet could one guide the heavenly source to appear in the heavenly palace world and step into the heavenly source stage. However, this didn't mean that there was no difference between cultivators with the same range of heavenly palaces. If a heavenly palace cultivator wanted to advance, they had to polish the heavenly palace to the extreme. Cultivators with the same range of heavenly palaces were differentiated by the degree of refinement of their heavenly palaces. Generally speaking, the more refined the heavenly palace was, the more powerful it was. After all, compared to the former, one had a clearer grasp of their own heavenly palace. But back to the topic, Yen Chutian didn't have the mood to think about this. At this moment, he was wholeheartedly absorbing the spiritual energy in the surrounding spirit-cleansing lake to constantly replenish his deficient heavenly palace. Due to the advancement of his heavenly palace, his spiritual energy had also changed, reaching the power of the heavenly palace. Therefore, after leaving the spirit-cleansing lake today, he would have to constantly replenish his body until his foundation was completely established. However, just as Yen Chutian was seizing the time to enjoy the last bit of cultivation time in the spirit-cleansing lake, the heavenly palace, which had been silent for a long time, rumbled once again. This caused his expression to change, and he immediately looked towards the source of the sound. And this glance made his face unsure of what kind of expression to show. He originally thought that something bad had happened. It wasn't that there was no such thing as the collapse of a newly opened heavenly palace. But what he saw wasn't the collapse of his heavenly palace, but the 10,000-foot heavenly palace, which was gradually expanding again. Although the commotion quickly subsided, he saw with his own eyes that his heavenly palace had expanded by over 1,000 feet during the commotion. In other words, his heavenly palace had most likely expanded to a range of 11,000 feet. But even Yen Chutian couldn't believe this situation. Indeed, there were rumors of heavenly palaces expanding in the heaven realm. But those rumors didn't happen when the heavenly palace first opened, but when breaking through later. Because of one's own luck, when breaking through, the heavenly palace would increase a little on the basis of 1,000 feet. Perhaps this was precisely because every time the heavenly palace expanded, it would increase from the initial foundation. This was why there was an insurmountable limit when the heavenly palace first opened. But now there was a situation where he had surpassed this limit. How could Yen Chutian not be shocked? After all, if the foundation of his heavenly palace was 11,000 feet, then as long as he could step into the 9th layer of the heavenly palace, it would directly become a 10,000 feet heavenly palace. Compared to other cultivators who could only expand their heavenly palaces when they were at the 9th layer of the heavenly palace, he only needed to take a small step to break into the heavenly source stage. There must be a reason for this. Yen Chutian would never foolishly think that this was something unexpected. There must be a reason. Yen Chutian had opened up the heavenly palace step by step. Even if he hadn't started polishing it, he was very familiar with it. Therefore, after focusing on searching, he soon found the source of this change. At the bottom of the heavenly palace, there were hundreds of spirit veins connected. This was the connection between a cultivator's body and the heavenly palace. However, in the middle of these hundreds of spirit veins, Yen Chutian could clearly see that there was an extremely eye-catching vein. What surged in this vein wasn't spiritual power, but mysterious yang qi. Knowing this, Yen Chutian immediately understood that it was because of the mysterious yang qi that caused the change in his heavenly palace. The source of the mysterious yang qi was in the heavenly palace. Although it couldn't directly affect the heavenly palace, after merging with the body, it flowed into the heavenly palace through a unique vein. As a result, his heavenly palace, which had already expanded to a standard range of 1,000 feet, forcibly expanded to 100 feet. And it was also because he knew that it came from the mysterious yang qi that Yen Chutian was naturally no longer worried. Only a deep surprise remained in his heart. This was because the larger the heavenly palace's range, the more foundation he had when fighting against other cultivators. Moreover, it could be said that the difficulty of breaking through to the heavenly source stage was greatly reduced. As long as he cultivated steadily, returning to the heavenly source stage was just around the corner. However, no matter how surprised Yen Chutian was, he had to quickly get up and leave the spirit-cleansing lake seats. He had already sensed the obvious intention of exclusion from the seats. He was afraid that if he didn't leave, someone would come in and drag him out in a while. Quickly flying out of the spirit-cleansing lake, Yan Chutian's figure suddenly flew out with the tip of his foot. Just this speed alone was almost comparable to when he had used the profound shadow earlier. However, it couldn't be generalized. After all, the mysterious shadow was more about unpredictability. However, it was inevitable that as his cultivation increased, his ability to evade other people's attacks in a strange manner also weakened. Now, the mysterious shadow could only be regarded as a strange and unpredictable movement technique. Not long after, Yan Chutian rushed back to his cave dwelling and immediately went into seclusion in the depths of the cave, stabilizing and mastering his own state. This seclusion lasted for a full 10 days before he finally walked out of the cave dwelling. After coming out of seclusion, Yan Chutian's aura was completely natural. He no longer had the immature feeling he had when he first entered the heavenly palace. Evidently, with the experience of his previous life, he had already stabilized his state in 10 days, several times faster than ordinary cultivators. After that, he immediately went to visit Gu Hongshan, but the latter was still silent in his recovery and did not notice him. How could Yan Chutian not understand that Gu Hongshan did not notice him because he wanted to recover too much? Thinking about it, he was originally on the verge of a breakthrough, but he was beaten down by someone. Such a huge difference could probably become a nightmare that would cause one to be bewitched. Chapter 690. Gu Hongshan's situation made Yan Chutian more aware of Gu Yan's viciousness, but on the other hand, it also told him that he couldn't just watch as Gu Hongshan sank into despair. If he allowed Gu Hongshan to continue like this, the drop in his cultivation would become a shackle for his entire life, shackling him from advancing. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that his cultivation career had come to an end. And for a cultivator, the end of their cultivation career was akin to the end of their life, which was even more despairing. So, Yan Chutian quickly made a decision and silently headed towards the trading pavilion. According to what he knew, Gu Hongshan's situation should have a corresponding medicinal pill in the trading pavilion, even if it was extremely difficult to obtain, and for Gu Hongshan's situation, it would only be able to alleviate it and not cure it completely. But no matter what, he couldn't just watch as Gu Hongshan sank into suffering. When Yan Chutian descended into the depths of the trading pavilion, his gaze immediately swept across the dazzling array of pills on the counter. And, as expected, it didn't take long for him to see a pill that he had long expected. The name of the pill was the Qi Restoring Pill, and Yan Chutian was very clear about its effects. If Gu Hongshan consumed it, even if it didn't recover his cultivation, it would at least greatly alleviate it. Furthermore, he believed that Gu Hongshan wasn't someone who would be easily defeated. As long as he could give him a trace of hope, he would definitely be able to climb out of the quagmire and stand up again. Although he found the Qi Restoring Pill, the price of the pill wasn't out of his expectations. At the very least, it was enough to leave the current Yan Chutian in the dust. After thinking about it, Yan Chutian finally turned his gaze towards the contribution of the mission. Thinking about it, this Qi Restoring Pill could be exchanged with low-grade contribution points. But it wasn't as if he wasn't clear about the difficulty of the low-grade mission. Generally speaking, even if it was a low-grade mission, there were very few cultivators at the second level of the Sky Palace realm that could accomplish it. Although Yan Chutian was confident in himself, his strength couldn't be measured by his cultivation level. However, without knowing the details of the mission, even he did not have the confidence to succeed. However, Yan Chutian knew that now was not the time to hesitate. Moreover, rather than wasting time here hesitating, he might as well use it to select a quest. He used this time to pick out the simplest tasks. With this thought in mind, he no longer hesitated. With a tap of his foot, he turned into a light shadow and rushed out of the trading pavilion, heading straight for the mission hall. Arriving at the mission hall, he saw many people coming and going in a hurry. Although Yan Chutian's cultivation had already broken into the heavenly palace realm, however, in this place it was still the most ordinary. Naturally, it wouldn't cause any commotion. In fact, to be honest, this wasn't even comparable to the commotion caused by someone who hadn't even stepped into the heavenly palace realm. But here at this moment, Yen Chutian did not have the time to pay attention to this. He hurriedly stepped into the hall and wantonly glanced at the light screens, looking at the missions. The number of low-level missions was the highest, but the difficulty of each mission was different. In order to ensure the highest success rate, Yen Chutian could only examine each mission one by one. No matter how many missions there were, half an hour was enough for him to understand the general idea. After that, he did not hide anything and kept a certain mission into his identity card. This mission might be more difficult in the eyes of others, but that wasn't the case in Yen Chutian's eyes. The mission was to kill a three-eyed blood spider at the second level of the heavenly palace realm. Coincidentally, he had a method to restrain the three-eyed blood spider. Since he had already accepted the mission, Yen Chutian no longer hesitated and headed straight for the mountain range where the three-eyed blood spider was located. The mountain range was meant for the disciples to train. Thus, there were layers of restrictions around it. Basically, as long as one trained in the corresponding area, there wouldn't be any casualties. But that didn't mean that there wouldn't be any casualties. After all, the restrictions were based on the disciples' identity. In other words, there were spiritual beasts at the third level of the heavenly palace realm in the bronze token disciples area. Unless one was an elite among the bronze token disciples, they wouldn't be able to resist the spiritual beasts at the third level of the heavenly palace realm. The three-eyed blood spider was located in the bronze token disciples area. However, the three-eyed blood spider didn't like daylight. Thus, Yen Chutian, who had arrived at noon, could only quietly wait for the night to fall. But before that, he wasn't completely unprepared. The three-eyed blood spider naturally liked damp areas. Thus, it was most likely to appear near some swamps. Therefore, the place where Yen Chutian was waiting was right beside a swamp. Sitting on top of a giant tree somewhere in the swamp, Yen Chutian used a concealment array to conceal himself. Then he quietly closed his eyes and waited for the night to fall. But Yen Chutian didn't think too much about it. As dusk approached, before the three-eyed blood spider appeared, two figures slowly walked past the swamp. As they walked past, a faint conversation sounded out. "Senior Brother Guyin, Junior Brother saw it with my own eyes. Goblins really did appear in the depths of the swamp. But that gnome is extremely cunning, and its speed is shocking. I can't capture it by myself." When Yen Chutian heard Guyin's name, he abruptly opened his eyes and looked at the two figures that were slowly walking past. His gaze was directed at a black-haired man walking in front. Although his cultivation had stepped into the heavenly palace stage, his aura was extremely undisciplined and there was a faint sense of emptiness. Clearly, his heavenly palace realm cultivation was a little impatient for success. Compared to the black-haired man, the white-clothed youth that Lin Yun respectfully faced had not only broken into the second level of the heavenly palace realm. Although he had just broken into the second level, his aura was extremely condensed. So it was no wonder that the former would be so humble to the latter. But the one that Yen Chutian paid attention to was the white-clothed youth that the black-haired man addressed as Senior Brother Guyin. He didn't believe that there would be such a coincidence in the world that there would be two people called Guyin in the Cloud Sky faction. So there was only one possibility, and that was that the white-clothed youth was the same Guyin that had struck down Gu Hongshan's cultivation. Thinking about this, Yen Chutian took a deep look at Guyin. Under such a gaze, his eyes became more and more solemn. The more he looked at Guyin, the more he felt that Guyin wasn't simple. Naturally, there was also a reason why Lin Yun's cultivation was only in the first level of the heavenly palace realm. But on the other hand, it also meant that Guyin wasn't ordinary. Otherwise, if Guyin was like the black-haired man, Yen Chutian wouldn't pay attention to him even if he stepped into the second level of the heavenly palace realm. But even if he was clear about this, Yen Chutian wouldn't waver. Furthermore, this was a good opportunity. Even if he didn't reveal himself, he had to disrupt Guyin's plan to capture the gnome. After making up his mind, Yen Chutian wasn't in a hurry to chase after them. After all, the most important thing was to kill the three-eyed blood spider in exchange for the true rejuvenation pellet. Furthermore, the gnome was more cautious and would only appear in the middle of the night. He could wait until the three-eyed blood spider was killed, then chase after it and take the opportunity to disrupt its plans. With that thought in mind, Yen Chutian took note of the direction that the two of them were heading in. Only then did he calmly wait. Lin Yin didn't know how long he waited. But when night fell, there was finally some movement. A rustling sound slowly spread out, like a breeze blowing through the leaves. But Yen Chutian was clear that this wasn't the sound of the wind, but the sound of something heavy stepping on the leaves. But Yen Chutian still didn't act rashly. Instead, he opened his soul's eye and looked towards the source of the movement. Sweeping his gaze, Yen Chutian was thankful for his patience, because what appeared wasn't the three-eyed blood spider. Although it wasn't the three-eyed blood spider, it was the three-eyed blood spider's favorite food, the spirit-gathering frog. Just like its name, the spirit-gathering frog had the ability to gather spiritual energy like a spirit-gathering formation. The three-eyed blood spider loved to eat frogs, not to mention the spirit-gathering frog that was rich in spiritual energy. The spirit-gathering frog that appeared was at the Yuanying realm. Yen Chutian believed that if there were three-eyed blood spiders around, they wouldn't let go of such a delicious meal. Thus, he calmed down and waited. This time, he didn't have to wait for too long. Very quickly, a huge black creature appeared out of nowhere. Add a bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 691. The night was dark, and the gigantic creature seemed to be invisible. Even when it moved on the fallen leaves, it did not make a sound. What was eye-catching were the 3 round holes that were emitting a strange red light at the front of the huge object. However, no matter how well it hid, it could not escape from Yen Chutian's perception. Under the scan of his spiritual eye, the gigantic creature was revealed. It was a giant black spider with 3 eyes on its head. Naturally, it was the 3-eyed blood spider that Yen Chutian had been waiting for a long time. The 3-eyed blood spider's silent appearance also made the spirit-gathering frog instinctively sense danger. Even though it did not seem to know the source of the danger, it immediately activated its spiritual energy and leaped in a certain direction. However, its escape was not worth mentioning in the eyes of the 3-eyed blood spider. As the giant mouth moved slightly, a dazzling blood-red thread burst out and shrouded the spirit-gathering frog. In the next instant, the spirit-gathering frog was bound by the blood-red thread. At the same time, the spirit-gathering frog shrieked miserably. After all, at this stage, how could the spirit-gathering frog not know what it had encountered? However, no matter how miserably the spirit-gathering frog shrieked, it could not even delay for a moment, let alone break free from the thread that bound it. As the 3-eyed blood spider's mouth wriggled slowly, the blood-red thread kept retracting and dragging the spirit-gathering frog, its prey, back to its mouth. When it was less than 3 meters away from the giant black mouth, the spirit-gathering frog felt that it had no chance of survival. It stopped shrieking and waited for its tragic death like a corpse. However, at this moment, its absent-minded eyes suddenly looked at the ground around it. There seemed to be a red light that kept pulsating. At the same time as a frog-type spirit beast, the discomfort that came from its instincts grew stronger. At this moment, the spirit-gathering frog suddenly saw that the pulsating light seemed to be fire, and it seemed to be a flame that could burn everything. Since the spirit-gathering frog could clearly see the situation around it, how could the 3-eyed blood spider not see the raging fire that was constantly encircling it? Even though it had already entered the heaven's sanctum, even though it had gained intelligence, it still couldn't get rid of that instinctive fear. Not to mention, it could also sense that the surrounding flames did not come out of thin air, but were mixed with dense spiritual energy. At this time, how could it care about the prey in front of it? The 3 blood-red eyes continued to scan the surroundings. But it was also at this moment that an indescribable fear suddenly came from the top of his head. If one were to say that his previous fear of the flames was an instinctive reaction, then he would definitely be terrified. The fear at this moment was like a suppression that had been hidden in the depths of his bloodline since ancient times. That was dragon intent. However, no matter how fearful the three-eyed blood spider was, it had still stepped into the heavenly palace realm. The spirit beasts on the second floor. He was absent-minded for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. The three blood-red eyes suddenly looked up, and blood-red aura continuously surged out from his abdomen. This blood-red aura was like a protective barrier, but it was also like a poisonous barrier. This was the most terrifying and troublesome technique of the three-eyed blood spider. But this three-eyed blood spider obviously couldn't wait until the poisonous barrier was fully formed. When the three blood-red eyes looked up, it saw a palm print descending from the sky. As the palm print descended, an indescribable sealing force immediately enveloped the three-eyed blood spider. That sealing power appeared to be very unremarkable. However, it forcibly sealed the poison barrier in place for a short period of time. It was at this moment that the palm imprint finally descended and ruthlessly pierced through the middle eye of the three-eyed blood spider. Immediately after, it grabbed a dark red crystal from within. When the palm retracted with the dark red crystal, the remaining two blood-red eyes of the three-eyed blood spider immediately dimmed. The three-eyed blood spider would never have dreamt that it would lose its life just because of a normal hunt. From the beginning to the end, it didn't see the other party's face clearly. It only knew that the other party was a human cultivator. The person who killed the three-eyed blood spider was naturally Yen Chutian. Only he who knew the three-eyed blood spider's weakness could kill it in one strike with his cultivation. But even if it was a sneak attack and he knew the three-eyed blood spider's weakness, Yen Chutian couldn't deny that the mysterious Yang seal had brought him a huge surprise, especially the sealing force, which was extremely useful. Previously, he was already prepared to endure the obstruction and corrosion of the poisonous barrier. However, he did not expect that the sealing effect of the mysterious Yang seal would actually be able to seal the formation of the poison barrier. When he killed the three-eyed blood spider, the poisonous barrier naturally dissipated and no longer existed. While he was pleasantly surprised, Yen Chutian kept the three-eyed blood spider's spirit in his hand. As for the three-eyed blood spider's corpse, he wasn't prepared to ask about it. After all, he had proof with the spirit. Although the three-eyed blood spider was a spiritual beast at the second level of the heavenly palace realm, there wasn't much he could do with its body. Compared to that, Yen Chutian was more concerned about how to destroy Gu Yan's intentions. Although he had already decided that Gu Yan should be dealt with by Gu Hongshan, he still wanted to kill Gu Yan. But before that, it wasn't a bad idea to make things difficult for Gu Yan. Therefore, the next moment, Yen Chutian lightly tapped the ground with the tip of her foot, silently blending into the surrounding darkness and heading straight ahead. At the same time, after confirming that Yen Chutian had really left, the spiritual gathering frog popped its head out and recovered from its feigned death. Shortly after, it stared at the three-eyed blood spider's corpse with boundless desire surging in its eyes. Although the three-eyed blood spider was gone, it was still a spirit. But if it devoured its flesh, it would still bring great benefits to it. At the very least, it could allow it to advance once more. In the darkness, Yen Chutian was like a ghost as he constantly charged forward. Relying on his spiritual eye, he sensed the abnormality in front of him and immediately slowed down his footsteps. Thereafter, he was like a ghost as he advanced bit by bit, until a certain moment he finally flew up to the crown of a huge tree and looked forward. He could see that there was a huge swamp in the open area a few dozen feet away. Although the swamp was incomparably quiet at this moment, Yen Chutian could faintly sense it by relying on her spiritual eye. In an inconspicuous place outside the swamp, there was an aura quietly concealed. Even though he had only sensed a single aura, Yen Chutian was very clear that since one person was here, the other person must be nearby as well. It was just that compared to the former, his concealment was much more perfect. As expected, after Yen Chutian slowly scanned the surroundings with a spiritual eye, he finally sensed the existence of another aura in an inconspicuous corner. Even without identifying it, he was able to determine at an instant that the second aura was that of Gu Yun, because the latter had concealed himself too well. If he didn't have his spiritual eye, Yen Chutian really didn't dare to imagine if he could find him. To be able to conceal himself so well, he didn't think that the black-haired disciple with a weak cultivation would be able to do that. Since it wasn't him, then it could only be Gu Yun. After confirming the existence of the two, Yen Chutian wasn't in a rush to act, because if he wanted to annoy the other party, then naturally it would be best to wait for the gnome to appear. If it was light, it would make the other party's plan to capture the gnome go to waste. If it was heavy, it would be to reap the benefits and pick up the gnome. As for how much he could annoy the other party, that would depend on what happened next. Hence, following this, Yen Chutian started to wait like before. In the dark, he became the oriole waiting for the mantis to stalk the cicada. Time passed minute by minute, second by second, and the night sky became darker and darker. However, the more it was so, the more nervous the three of them became, especially Yen Chutian, who was very clear about the habits of the gnomes. They were more cunning than the three-eyed blood spider. However, this was also because they weren't spirit beasts and had no attacking ability. They only had the ability to escape. Thinking about it, it was simple. Since they didn't have the ability to counterattack, they could only instinctively use their ability to escape to the extreme. As they waited, the night sky became darker and darker. Even the broken moon had disappeared from the sky, just as the black-haired man who led Gu Yun here was about to lose his patience. In the originally calm swamp, bits of light finally appeared. Sogu, Chapter 692. Specks of light appeared in the dark swamp, immediately attracting the attention of the three people hiding in the dark. They had a premonition that the gnome was about to appear, not letting down the three people's expectations. After a short silence, the specks of light became more and more eye-catching. Finally, under the converging gazes of many people, a creature that was only the size of a baby slowly emerged from the mud of the swamp. This was the gnome. The moment the gnome appeared, Yen Chutian felt something. Gu Yin, who was hiding very well, had a slight fluctuation in his aura at this moment. Obviously, the other party had confirmed the identity of the gnome. Not giving any time for others to react, Gu Yin's figure suddenly shot out from his hiding place. At the same time, the spiritual power around his body rose, and under the cover of the night, it turned into a big net and directly shrouded the goblin. Looking at this scene, Yen Chutian could not deny that Gu Yin's speed was extremely fast. At the same time, this action seemed to be the best way to surround and hunt. However, Yen Chutian, who knew the characteristics of the gnome, could not help but feel a little puzzled. This was because outsiders might not know, but he was the most clear about it. With this, it was impossible to capture the gnome. Even if there was a prelude to the ambush, the gnome's speed was too shocking. Even Yen Chutian did not have the confidence to be able to keep up. Therefore, Yen Chutian could not help but feel that it was strange. After all, the feeling that Gu Yun gave him before was that he was not a simple person. However, his current performance was too ordinary. Could it be that he did not know the characteristics of the gnome? However, the puzzlement only lasted for a moment, and Yen Chutian's eyes moved. In the next moment, he knew that Gu Yun was indeed not a simple person. The spiritual energy that surged around his body seemed to cover the sky and earth. But in reality, there was a gap that was purposely left in the middle. This was not a mistake, but it proved that he understood the characteristics of the gnome very well. Although the gnome was extremely cunning and had shocking speed, it had a fatal flaw, which was that its intelligence was not high. Although the goblins did not only have instincts, their intelligence was at most comparable to that of a human baby. Thus, when it caught a glimpse of a hole in the net of spirit force, its intelligence wouldn't allow it to think for long, and it would immediately rush into the hole. However, how could this gap lead to a path of survival? At the end was the black-haired man who had been lying in ambush for a long time. Even if the black-haired man's cultivation was superficial, he was still at the first level of the Heaven Palace realm. The goblin was not an idiot. He would definitely be able to capture the former if he was running in such a straight line. But this time, even if the black-haired man wasn't a fool, he wouldn't be able to successfully capture the gnome. After all, Yen Chutian, who had witnessed everything, was hiding in the dark. In the swamp, the situation was just as Yen Chutian had expected. The goblin, who suddenly sensed the change, almost subconsciously rushed towards the gap in the spiritual energy that was sweeping towards him. That direction was where the black-haired man was lying in ambush. At the same time, when the black-haired man saw that the gnome was really rushing towards him without noticing anything, apart from being surprised, he also had a deep admiration for Guyen. He wasn't clear about the characteristics of the gnome, so he was naturally surprised when he saw the scene before him. The gnome actually followed Guyen's instructions and rushed towards him. Although he was surprised, the black-haired man was naturally prepared to capture the gnome. Otherwise, if he let the gnome escape, even without Guyen saying anything, he himself would feel ashamed. After all, it wouldn't be a problem for any other person to capture the gnome. However, the black-haired man would never have thought that when he secretly released his spiritual energy, a sense of danger suddenly emerged in his heart. Although the black-haired man couldn't understand why the gnome that was rushing towards him would bring a sense of threat, he still subconsciously opened up his Heaven Palace realm and frenzied spiritual energy madly brewed. However, just as the black-haired man was about to erupt, an indescribable sealing power suddenly descended, causing the spiritual energy that was about to erupt to abruptly stop for a moment. Even though this moment seemed inconspicuous, the black-haired man immediately understood that it was over. As expected, a surge of majestic spiritual energy descended and suppressed his body, making it difficult for him to move. Immediately after, he could only watch as the gnome that was rushing towards him was caught by a thin hand. After another breath, the black-haired man finally recovered. However, when he looked around, not to mention the owner of the thin hand, even Guyen had disappeared. How could the black-haired man not understand that their operation this time was actually taken advantage of at the very last moment? At the same time, Yen Chutian was in the mountain range, rapidly flying away. As for the gnome, he had already kept it. However, what surprised him was that Guyen's reaction was extremely fast, and he actually chased after him immediately. Originally, Yen Chutian didn't mind fighting with him, but Gu Hongshan's current situation was extremely unstable. Furthermore, he understood that such a fellow should be left to Gu Hongshan to deal with. Thinking about it from another perspective, Yen Chutian also didn't want to rely on others to defeat his enemy, even if that other person was his friend. Thus, right now, it was enough to destroy the other party's plan and take advantage of the situation at the very last moment to ruthlessly disgust him. As for fighting, there was no need for that. With that thought, Yen Chutian secretly activated the profound shadow. With his strange movement technique and the concealment effect of the concealment array, he instantly became like a ghost. He quickly disappeared into the pitch-black forest. Sensing that the other party had completely disappeared, Guyen, who had been chasing after him, had his originally indifferent expression turned dark. Even he didn't expect that someone would actually snatch the gnome away at the very last moment. This gnome was something that wasn't inferior to the heavenly spirit fruit that he had obtained not long ago. But even though he was furious, Guyen was still clear that since the other party was able to steal something from him so stealthily, the other party was definitely not a simple person. In his opinion, even a bronze token disciple at the second level of the Heavenly Palace realm wouldn't be able to do it. Only a bronze token disciple at the third level of the Heavenly Palace realm would be able to do it. If the other party was really at the third level of the Heavenly Palace realm, then he wouldn't be able to find any trace of the other party. Even if he managed to catch up to the other party, There was nothing he could do. Gu Yin was confident that he wouldn't be weaker than other bronze token disciples at the second level of the Heavenly Palace realm, even if he had just stepped into the second level of the Heavenly Palace realm. However, he didn't have any confidence in the third level of the Heavenly Palace realm. After all, anyone at the third level of the Heavenly Palace realm would have a heavenly palace that was at least 3,000 feet wide. Even if the heavenly abode that expanded to 1,000 zhang in length was not polished, the increase in foundation was already terrifying enough. In Gu Yan's opinion, if he wanted to fight against a third level of the Heavenly Palace realm, he would have to wait until he had polished his Heavenly Palace realm to the limit and was considered half a step into the third level of the Heavenly Palace realm. However, Gu Yin didn't stop. He only took a deep look in front of him before he turned around and returned. Although he didn't know who the other party was, he would remember this debt today. If he found out about it in the future, he would definitely return it 100 times over. However, Gu Yin didn't know that not long after he returned, a figure gradually appeared on top of a huge tree. The figure that appeared was naturally Yan Chutian. He looked in the direction that Gu Yin returned with narrowed eyes. He knew that his actions would definitely make the other party remember this in his heart. However, he also wanted to tell Gu Yin that this was just a small consequence of what he had done back then. Right now, Gu Hongshan was only snatched away. But in the future, Gu Hongshan would definitely appear in front of Gu Yin and ruthlessly defeat him in front of everyone. With that thought in mind, Yan Chutian left in a flash and headed straight for the mission hall. After running around for a while, he finally returned to Gu Hongshan's cave abode at dawn with a truth-restoring pellet. This time, Gu Hongshan finally sensed the commotion caused by his arrival and slowly opened his eyes. "Junior brother Yan, you're here," Gu Hongshan said slowly, as if he wanted to show Yan Chutian a smile. However, the corners of his mouth twitched, but he couldn't squeeze out a smile. Instead, it looked rather ugly. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 693. Yan Chutian could be said to understand Gu Hongshan's emotions very well, so he did not say any empty words of comfort, but directly took out the rejuvenating pill. Gu Hongshan was not a person without eyesight. Even if it was just a casual glance, it allowed him to see through the identity of the rejuvenating pill. But how could he believe that the price of the rejuvenating pill was so high that even many bronze plate disciples at the second level of the Heavenly Palace could not afford it? Where did Yan Chutian get this rejuvenating pill? Apart from being shocked, Gu Hongshan was even more shocked. It was only when he focused his mind that he suddenly realized something. Yan Chutian's aura was completely natural, and this feeling was already different from before. This feeling was probably because he had stepped into the Heavenly Palace stage. "Junior brother Yan, you've stepped into the Heavenly Palace?" Gu Hongshan asked in shock, and even the deep sense of loss was temporarily forgotten. Yan Chutian naturally would not hide anything from Gu Hongshan, and immediately told him everything that had happened recently. But of course, there were still some things that needed to be hidden, such as the mysterious Yang scripture. Gu Hongshan was a smart person, so he pretended not to hear the things that Yan Chutian had mentioned. Moreover, when he found out that Yan Chutian had risked his life to accept the mission for him, in exchange for the rejuvenating pill, all that was left in his heart was a deep sense of gratitude. Because the other party was willing to do this for him, he treated him as a true friend. "Junior brother Yan, you did this for me, Gu Hongshan. In the future, as long as I, Gu Hongshan, am able to do it, I will not hesitate to climb a mountain of blades or go into a sea of fire." After solemnly swearing, Gu Hongshan swallowed the rejuvenating pill that Yan Chutian had handed over. Immediately after, he sat cross-legged in front of Yan Chutian and began to recover without any scruples. A cultivator could sit cross-legged or cultivate in front of another cultivator without any scruples. As long as the difference in cultivation was not too great, then it was true trust in the other party. The current Gu Hongshan was like this to Yan Chutian. Yan Chutian did not say much about this, and only sat down cross-legged in front of the cave. Naturally, he would not let down the trust that the other party had given him. While Gu Hongshan was recovering with the rejuvenation pill, Yan Chutian didn't waste any time. Instead, he slowly pulled out the gnome. These goblins were good stuff. The essence of the earth in their bodies was a strange substance that was even more precious than pure spirit chi. Now that his heavenly abode had just opened, although it was a full 1,100 feet wide, it was very rough everywhere and required various kinds of essence of heaven and earth to speed up the polishing. Otherwise, if he were to cultivate slowly, who knew how long it would take for him to finish polishing his cultivation? Next, Yan Chutian slowly extracted the essence from the gnome. Although this kind of essence was best extracted when the goblin was still alive, he was not a cruel person. He first erased the life of the goblin before he began to extract the essence. This kind of stripping didn't need to wait for a long time. However, using it as a polishing tool for the heavenly palace wasn't. It would only take a short while. The heavenly palace was the foundation of a heavenly palace realm cultivator. If it was accidentally damaged during the polishing process, then there would be no place to cry. After half a day, Yan Chutian carefully used all the essence of the gnome on the polishing tool. However, even with the power of the gnome, the polishing of the 10,000 feet wide heavenly palace was only 100 feet. Furthermore, he felt that there was still room for refinement after polishing to 1,000 feet. However, even so, Yan Chutian was already satisfied. After all, the heavenly palace realm was not the same as the Yuanying realm. If the power of the gnome was used properly, it could allow a Yuanying realm level 8 cultivator to break through to level 9. However, in the same situation, its use on heavenly palace realm cultivators would be limited. As for Gu Yun being able to break through with the heavenly spirit fruit, it was only because he had already polished the 10,000 feet wide heavenly palace to a certain extent. This was why he was able to use the heavenly spirit fruit to open up another 10,000 feet wide heavenly palace. When the gnome was used up, Yan Chutian's senses retreated from the heavenly palace. Looking over, Gu Hongshan was still in a state of recovery. However, his condition and appearance were obviously much better than before. Yan Chutian couldn't help but rejoice in his heart because this meant that his vital recovery pellet had taken effect. In the end, after half a day passed, Gu Hongshan finally opened his eyes and stood up. Although his cultivation was still unstable, he no longer had the feeling of decline. This at least meant that the hidden injury from his cultivation that day had been healed. As such, as long as he gathered more power, he would be able to charge towards the second level of the heavenly palace realm. Apart from the joy, Gu Hongshan naturally would not forget that the reason for his change was because of the true recovery pill. Even if it was not the effect of the true recovery pill, the pill was like a primer that drew out the power in his body. Thus, in the next instant, Gu Hongshan, who could not suppress the excitement in his heart, rushed forward and hugged Yan Chutian. Being embraced by a grown man, Yan Chutian felt a little strange. She quickly struggled free and dryly coughed. "Senior Brother Gu, now that your internal injuries have been healed, I'm afraid it will be much more difficult for you to break through to the second level of the heavenly palace realm." Hearing this, Gu Hongshan's face was filled with joy, but he gradually calmed down. However, although he was calm, he would not be close to despair. After all, he had managed to survive before, let alone now. Even so, he would not forgive the person who caused him to become like this. If he had been defeated that day and could only hand over the heavenly spirit fruit, he would have accepted it and would not have said anything. However, the other party was so vicious and merciless, disregarding everything and attacking him, stopping him from breaking through. This could be considered as enmity. Killing intent appeared on Gu Hongshan's face as he recalled the topic he had mentioned. Yan Chu. Tian immediately understood who Gu Hongshan was thinking about. Since Gu Hongshan was thinking about it, Tian naturally would not hide it. After killing the three-eyed blood spider, he would make Gu Yin feel disgusted. Hearing Yan Chutian's words, Gu Hongshan couldn't help clapping his hands in joy when he heard that Yan Chutian had actually taken Gu Yan's peaches. But while he was feeling refreshed, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something and hurriedly asked, "Junior brother Yan, did you fight Gu Yan?" "Gu Yuan is." Gu Hongshan was worried that Yan Chutian would be injured. After all, Gu Yun might have reached the second level of the Heavenly Palace realm. He already knew that Yan Chutian could kill the three-eyed blood spider in the second level of the Heavenly Palace realm. However, he also knew that Lin Yun already knew the three-eyed blood spider's weakness. Although the three-eyed blood spider had a weakness, Gu Yun did not have any weakness in Gu Hongshan's view. Naturally, aside from being worried, he was also unwilling to borrow the strength of others to take revenge for him. That would make him seem useless, and he wouldn't be able to erase the humiliation from the depths of his heart. However, Yan Chutian's reply made him feel relieved. His face gradually turned solemn as killing intent surged on his face once more. "Junior brother Yan, I won't hide it from you. Gu Yin forced me to make a breakthrough, and I, Gu Hongshan, will definitely take revenge personally." Hearing this, Yan Chutian didn't say much and only said, "All right, I will wait for the day when senior brother Gu gets his revenge." Gu Hongshan's emotions gradually calmed down after he made an oath. But once he calmed down, a problem naturally appeared. Gu Yan had already stepped into the second level of the Heavenly Palace realm, and there was a gap between him and Gu Hongshan. It wouldn't be easy for him to make up for it, but right at this moment, there was a faint glow in their identity tokens. It was clear that the upper echelons of the Cloud Sky faction had sent out a message. When the two of them scanned their identity tokens, one was confused while the other was overjoyed, and his smile was hard to suppress. Looking at Yan Chutian's overjoyed expression, Gu Hongshan couldn't help but ask, "Junior brother Yan, do you know what kind of place this sky desert is?" "Senior brother Gu, aren't you worried that the gap between you and Gu Yan will be widened? This sky desert is the place where senior brother Gu can find an opportunity to overtake him. The sky desert is actually such a good place." Gu Hongshan was overjoyed as he knew that Yan Chutian wouldn't lie to him. Furthermore, this sky desert had just opened, and the upper echelons of the Cloud Sky faction had already sent out a message. Naturally, it wasn't an ordinary place. However, Gu Hongshan didn't know that the reason why Yan Chutian couldn't suppress his joy wasn't because this sky desert was a treasure land. It was because he knew that not long after the sky desert opened, it would be the time for the sky desert to open. If he could perform outstandingly in the battles of the various factions when the sky desert opened, he would have a chance to meet the upper echelons or even the faction head. This also meant that his chance to meet his master had already arrived. Bookmark it for easier reading. Chapter 694. The news of the opening of the Sky Desert had already spread throughout the inner sect of the Firmament God Palace. After all, almost all of the senior disciples knew that although the Sky Desert had just opened, it was only limited to the private fights between the various factions. But not long after, when the Sky Desert opened, it would be a fight between the 8 factions. When that time came, all the disciples below the gold medal level of the 8 factions would come out and have a real fight in the Sky Desert. The scale of the fight was only second to the 8 faction martial meeting. Therefore, the activity of the various factions in the inner sect had already started to heat up. Although the Sky Desert had just opened, it was only limited to the gold medal disciples of the various factions. But no matter what, it was related to the face of the various factions. No faction would want to lose in such a fight. Inner sect, Cloud Sky faction. In the depths of the ancient mountain range, Yan Chutian was quietly sitting on a blue stone in front of a waterfall. On the other side, Gu Hongshan was also quietly sitting, but occasionally he couldn't help but look at the former in surprise. He already knew about the Sky Desert. Naturally, he was looking forward to such an opportunity and treasure land. But although he looked forward to it, he faintly felt that Yan Chutian's anticipation of the Sky Desert had reached an unprecedented level. This naturally surprised him. After all, he had never seen the former like this before. It was as if the sky desert had some other meaning to him. However, Gu Hongshan didn't think too much about it. No matter what attitude Yan Chutian had towards the sky desert, he would fully support it. Moreover, he couldn't relax now. Although the sky desert was an opportunity, it was also a test. Although the sky desert had just opened, only the bronze metal disciples of each faction would enter the sky desert. But even among the bronze metal disciples, there was no lack of fighting. After all, no one would complain about having too many cultivation resources. Needless to say, the crystal marrow that was unique to the sky desert had an extremely powerful effect on tempering Heaven Palace realm cultivators. Thinking of this, Gu Hongshan suddenly exhaled. Then his eyes suddenly sharpened and an unconcealable murderous intent flashed across. This was because Gu Hongshan understood that it was very likely that he would encounter Gu Yun in that desert. If there was a chance, it might be time for revenge. At the same time, Yan Chutian, who was sitting cross-legged on the blue stone, was still breathing steadily. Although he attached great importance to this sky desert, because once the sky desert opened, he might have a chance to see his master. However, although the opportunity was right in front of him, what was more important was whether he had the strength to grasp it. Yan Chutian was very clear on why only bronze plate disciples would enter the sky desert when it first opened. This was not a mandatory rule. It was only for the silver metal disciples. When the heavenly desert crystal marrow first opened, they didn't care about the levels at all. In this way, it gradually evolved into an unwritten rule for bronze plate disciples to enter. But even so, he had to seize the opportunity. This was because only by rising from the ranks of the bronze disciple would he be able to seize the opportunity and charge into the ranks of the silver disciple. The opening of the sky desert would not only allow all the bronze plate disciples to improve, but also prepare for the competition between the 8 branches when the sky desert opens. Among all the bronze disciples, the 10 who were qualified to lead the team would be chosen here. This was not only a matter of glory, but also the 10 people who led the team would have the qualifications to be compared to the silver medal disciples. In other words, the 10 people who competed would have the status of being on par with the silver medal disciples when the sky desert opens, even when it came to the distribution of the spoils of war. Don't underestimate such an identity. Without such an identity, even a bronze disciple at the 3rd level of the Heavenly Palace realm wouldn't be spared a second glance in front of a silver disciple. Yan Chutian was clear on this, so he naturally wanted to obtain at least one of the 10 status. In this way, he would be able to take the initiative when the heavenly desert opened. Otherwise, not only would he get less crystal marrow, he might not even have the chance to perform. Without a performance, how could he shine and rise? With this thought in mind, Yan Chutian no longer thought about it and calmed down. While he was slowly polishing his heavenly palace, he was quietly waiting for the passage of time. He was also waiting for the true opening of the sky desert. This wait lasted for a full 5 days. 5 days later, even without any reminder, everyone was able to see an enormous spatial crack vaguely visible in the sky above the cloud sky lineage. Under the sinister spatial crack were the faint figures of the cloud sky faction's elders, who were clearly stabilizing the space with their own power. None of the disciples who raised their heads dared to underestimate these figures. Those who could stabilize the space at such a time were at least Heavenly Yuan stage experts. The Heavenly Yuan stage was able to draw Heavenly Yuan into their Heaven Palace space and control it. The power they could erupt with could only be described as apocalyptic. Only those with such profound strength would be able to stabilize the turbulent space. This was a power that those at the Heavenly Palace stage who could control space could not compare to. Everyone was incomparably respectful towards these figures. Only Yan Chutian felt a little melancholy. The reason for that was because the original him also possessed such power. In fact, it could be said that he possessed even greater power. The elders stabilizing the space had all stepped into the Heavenly Yuan stage. There might even be a few among them that he did not pay much attention to, but he might have some impression of. However, Yen Chutian also understood that things were different now. In the past, he could look down on them with disdain. A single glance was enough to make them feel tremendous pressure. But now he was no more than an ant in their eyes. At most, he would be considered a fellow disciple. Moreover, they had not even seen a single jade tablet disciple, let alone these elders. It was only at such a time that they could observe from afar. But while Yen Chutian sighed inside, the bronze identity token that had been silent for a long time began to glow again. Before he could take a closer look, Gu Hongshan, who had been quietly sitting in the depths of the cave for a long time, charged out. What else could such a situation be apart from the true opening of the Tianma Desert? As expected, when Gu Hongshan's urgent voice rang out, the content was that the Tianma Desert had just opened, and all the bronze token disciples were to gather at the plaza. Hearing this, Yen Chutian naturally did not hesitate. After exchanging a glance with Gu Hongshan, the both of them gently stepped off the ground. Vigorous spiritual energy surged out as they flew towards the plaza. At the same time, all the bronze token disciples of the Cloud Sky faction had already turned into streaks of light as they flew towards the central plaza. Although the bronze token disciples were not the strongest disciples, they were the most numerous. Hence, such a situation could be said to be extremely spectacular. Although such a scene would not attract the disciples above, it would at least cause the iron token disciples below to involuntarily gather to watch such a grand occasion. When countless figures descended on the plaza one after another, looking over, there were already figures waiting in the air in front of the plaza. The cultivation of these figures was not weak, as they had already stepped onto the Tianfujing 7th floor. Moreover, there were many Tianfu stage figures around them. These figures might not be elders, but even if they were deacons, they could not be underestimated. After all, their strength was enough to crush all the bronze token disciples. Next, the elder at the 7th level of the Tianfu realm opened his mouth and announced the rules of entering the Tianma Desert. In fact, rather than the rules of entering the Tianma Desert, it was the rules of the Heaven realm that everyone knew. This rule was the law of the jungle. After entering the Tianma Desert, everything was decided by one's own strength. Chapter 695. When Yen Chutian shifted his gaze away, Gu Hongshan also slowly swept his gaze across the crowd. A brief moment later, his gaze was locked onto a white-clothed figure. Looking at the white-clothed figure, he couldn't help clenching his fists under his robes. At the same time, unconcealable rage surged on his face. The white-clothed figure, who was resting with his eyes closed, seemed to have sensed Gu Hongshan's gaze. But even if he recognized Gu Hongshan, there wasn't any fluctuation in his gaze. This situation was naturally unbearable for Gu Hongshan. Because of this scene, the other party clearly didn't place him in his eyes. The white-clothed figure that Gu Hongshan was looking at was naturally Guyan. Just as he had guessed, Guyan had recognized him, but he didn't care at all. Not to mention that Gu Yan's cultivation had dropped because of him. Not to mention that he had already stepped into the 2nd level of the Heavenly Palace stage. A mere defeated opponent, in his eyes, what was he worth? But just when he was about to retract his gaze, he inadvertently swept his gaze across a certain skinny figure. For some reason, a trace of familiarity surged in his heart. He couldn't help but take a few more glances at that figure. But under such a gaze, he found that the other party was extremely unfamiliar. There wasn't any sense of familiarity. Thinking about this, Guyan couldn't help gently shaking his head. It seemed that he was being too suspicious. The other party had clearly stepped into the Heavenly Palace stage not long ago, even weaker than Gu Hongshan. So how could he be familiar with him? While shaking his head, he had already retracted his gaze as his expression turned solemn. Just like Gu Hongshan and all the other bronze token disciples, Gu Yin naturally wanted to obtain enough crystal essences in the Sky Desert to speed up his breakthrough into the third level of the Heavenly Palace stage. If he stepped into the third level, he would have a certain degree of confidence to charge for the 10 positions. Gu Yin didn't care about fame, but he wouldn't be indifferent about the benefits that fame could bring him. In fact, there were many people like Gu Yin. But how could a second-level Heavenly Palace stage cultivator be willing to be below a third-level Heavenly Palace stage cultivator? They all hoped to seize the opportunity to surpass the third-level Heavenly Palace stage cultivator. Only the disciples at the first level of the Heaven Palace realm didn't have much hope for this. After all, their starting point was the lowest among the bronze disciples. With such a starting point, how could it be possible for him to obtain high-grade marrow crystals to temper his own divine palace? In the end, there weren't many who could break through to the second level of the Heavenly Palace realm. Thus, how could they dare to have extravagant hopes of charging for the final 10 positions? The crowd had different thoughts, but the opening of the Heavenly Desert would not be delayed because of this. After half an incense stick of time, the sky was already extremely dark. The eye-catching spatial crack trembled violently. It was like it was announcing that the desert had truly opened. Under such circumstances, the manager of the Tian-fuging 7th floor was the first to take a step forward. Immediately after, he led everyone and headed straight for the enormous crack in the sky, which was also the depths of the cloud sky bloodline. When everyone really appeared in front of the space crack, they couldn't help but sigh at the horror of the distorting power. However, along with this twisting power, the light of a seal flickered in the sky. Evidently, the Heavenly Origin Elders had already taken measures to stabilize the spatial crack. Otherwise, it would be extremely dangerous for the bronze disciples to get so close. The Heavenly Desert has already opened. You have a month to seek opportunities inside. After a month, 10 seats will descend at the center of the Heavenly Desert. At that time, it will be the time to decide which 10 of you will stand out. The manager's words rang out like a bell in front of the spatial crack, spreading to the crowd. Hearing this, no one responded, but the solemn and excited faces were already the best answer. Therefore, the manager no longer hesitated. With a wave of his hand, he announced that the battle for opportunities had truly begun. As the manager waved his hand, the crowd, who had been waiting for a long time, erupted with dazzling light as they charged into the spatial crack one after another. Yan Chutian didn't hesitate for too long. After exchanging a glance with Gu Hongshan, he turned into a streak of light and charged into the spatial crack along with the flow of people. In just 10 breaths of time, the originally vast and mighty crowd was only left with those curious iron plate disciples who followed them here. However, they gradually dispersed after the bronze token disciples entered the Heavenly Desert. After all, the Heavenly Desert hadn't opened yet, and the 8 factions were competing, so there wouldn't be a broadcast. Therefore, instead of waiting here and wasting time, they would obviously return a month later and wait for the final results. Perhaps a dark horse would suddenly rise from the results and obtain one of the 10 spots. They might even charge towards the silver token disciples. Qin Hao and Tai Xian were among the departing iron token disciples. When the 2 of them saw Yan Chutian in the crowd, they were so furious that they wanted to explode. However, before they could get angry, they still keenly sensed something. He had most likely truly stepped into the Heavenly Palace stage. The Heavenly Palace stage was a cultivation level that they could only dream of. Gu Hongshan was one thing since he was an old disciple like them. However, Lin Fan had clearly just entered the Cloud Sky faction and had stepped into the Heavenly Palace stage so quickly. How could they not be jealous? In their opinion, if Lin Fan hadn't snatched away their bronze token disciple status, the one who had stepped into the Heavenly Palace stage, or even stronger, would be them. Therefore, even though they left, they were already prepared to return a month later to see how Lin Fan would miserably fall out of the Heavenly Desert. Although there were many opportunities in the Heavenly Desert, it was even more cruel. Lin Fan had just entered the Heavenly Palace stage, So how could he be a match for so many old Heavenly Palace disciples? Moreover, with his arrogant personality, he might be severely injured if he fought with others. It would be best if he fell from the Heavenly Palace stage. As they thought in this way, Qin Hao and Tai Xian's angry emotions finally eased up a little. Then, one after the other, they flew away like an alliance of victims. Yan Chutian didn't know that there were people secretly thinking about him when he entered the heavenly desert. However, even if he knew, he wouldn't do anything and would just laugh it off. This was because Qin Hao and Tai Xian were no longer in his sight. The weak could only rely on their mouths and illusions, but he never cared about them at all. In other words, that was all they could do. They no longer had the qualifications to stand in front of him openly. Back to the main topic, the first thing that came into sight when they stepped into the newly formed heavenly desert was a stretch of undulating mountain range. The mountain range was full of spiritual energy, as if it was a precious herb garden. However, Yan Chutian knew very well that there wasn't even a single spiritual herb in the heavenly desert. There were only extremely precious crystal essences. Crystal essences were divided into grades, with the first grade being the worst and the 9th grade being the most abundant. It was rumored that above the 9th grade was the existence of heavenly crystal essences, which were enough for cultivators at the 9th level of the heavenly palace stage to polish their heavenly palaces and even expand them to break through the limits of the heavenly palace. However, rumors were just rumors. At the very least, even Yan Chutian hadn't seen heavenly crystal essences before. He hadn't heard of anyone from the other 7 factions obtaining heavenly crystal essences. He hadn't obtained any heavenly crystal essences, but he had obtained some grade 9 crystal essences. Yan Chutian also clearly remembered that before he broke through to the heavenly source stage, he had used the grade 9 crystal essence that his master had given him as a primer to refine and break through to the heavenly source stage in one fell swoop. Back then, when she thought about it, how could Yan Chutian not have thought that it was already a lifetime ago? However, there was no way to go back on one's words. Knowing the conspiracy of the divine realm and finding Chiu, you made him feel no regret. As long as he could announce the conspiracy before the divine realm resurrected the ancient corpse beast, he would be able to solve it. Although Chiu Yu was on the verge of death, as long as he could obtain a natural wonder, there was a possibility of her coming back to life. No matter how difficult it was to obtain a natural wonder, for Chiu Yu, Yan Chutian wouldn't hesitate. Returning to the main topic, Gu Hongshan's eyes were filled with amazement as he descended into the heavenly desert. Not to mention him, even Yan Chutian only knew about the heavenly desert, but had never set foot in it. However, although he had never been here, he was quite familiar with the crystal essences. It would be much easier to find them this way. Sogu, Chapter 696. Yan Chutian descended slowly at the foot of an inconspicuous, short mountain. As he waved his palm, an ordinary slope at the foot of the short mountain gradually opened up. However, what made Gu Hongshan's eyes light up at the foot of the seemingly ordinary slope was a red crystal that was not even the size of a palm. Even though he had never seen a crystal marrow before, he could imagine that this should be a heavenly treasure unique to the sky desert, a crystal marrow. However, the speed at which he found the crystal marrow was a little too fast. How long had it been since he entered the sky desert? How could he find a crystal marrow so quickly? Looking at the red crystal marrow in the slope, Yan Chutian did not look complacent at all. This was because this crystal marrow could not even be considered a first-grade crystal marrow. Even if it was a first-grade crystal marrow, one would at least need to condense a core in the crystal marrow. By analogy, the number of cores one had corresponded to the grade of crystal marrow one had. Although a cultivator could refine it with his own spiritual energy to speed up the formation of a core. However, the price for this was a huge amount of low-grade crystal marrow. In other words, Yan Chutian had to find at least a dozen more crystal marrows like the one in his hand before he could refine them and advance them to a first-grade crystal marrow. However, Although this crystal marrow was insignificant, the good news was that the unique aura of the crystal marrow in his memory could indeed be a method to find crystal marrows. However, even if he told Gu Hongshan about this method, he would not be able to do it. After all, Gu Hongshan did not have a spiritual eye like he did. However, it did not matter. In the process of his search, it would be enough to point out the existence of some crystal marrows to him. Therefore, unknowingly, the two of them began to search in the vast sky desert under the lead of Yan Chuan. More than half a day passed quietly under the search. At night, Yan Chutian sat quietly on a giant tree. In his hand, there are nearly 20 palm-sized crystal marrows that were constantly intertwined. As they continued to intertwine, the 20 crystal essences that were originally separated from each other immediately melded together like liquid. At the same time, in the center of the merged liquid, there was a dark red crystal the size of a human eye that was constantly taking shape. However, it was not easy for this dark red crystal to take shape. During its formation, it continuously consumed the surrounding liquid. When the final crystal was completely formed, the original volume of nearly 20 crystal essences had been reduced to the size of a single crystal. However, due to the existence of the core crystal, the aura that this piece of crystal essence gave off was completely different from before. In this situation, even Gu Hongshan, not to mention Yan Chutian, knew that this was a first-grade crystal marrow. With the grade 1 crystal marrow in hand, how could Yan Chutian hesitate in the face of the result of half a day's work? She immediately swallowed it. It was only half a day's worth of hard work that was used to polish his heavenly abode. A quarter of an hour was up. Of the crystal marrow of the crystal marrow of the Go, of the crystal marrow of the crystal marrow of the earth, of the crystal marrow of the crystal of the earth crystal. This made Yan Chutian sigh at the miraculous nature of the crystal marrow. They were simply born to be polished by a cultivator's sky cultivation. It was a pity that, although they were good, it was somewhat troublesome to find them. After half a day of searching, he only managed to find a first-grade crystal marrow. As for Gu Hongshan, he did not even manage to fuse a first-grade crystal marrow. He only managed to find half of it. However, there was nothing to complain about. The sky desert covered a large area. Although there were special crystal marrows, they could not be found everywhere. Today, they were unlucky and only managed to find this much. However, tomorrow they might find a crystal marrow mine in an inconspicuous corner without much effort. The amount of crystal essence that could be found in a crystal essence mine was much higher than that of an idle crystal essence mine. After all, there might be high-grade crystal marrow in a crystal marrow mine. Without fusing, one could directly obtain a natural first-grade crystal marrow, or even a second-grade or third-grade crystal marrow. However, since the silver disciples were not interested in the newly opened sky desert, the third-grade crystal marrow should be the limit. Fourth-grade crystal marrow could not be guaranteed, but even if there were, it would be extremely rare. Yan Chutian did not expect to obtain a fourth-grade crystal marrow. For him, a first-grade crystal marrow was enough. If he could obtain a second-grade crystal marrow, it would be a pleasant surprise. After using up the first-grade crystal marrow that they had painstakingly fused, Wantu and Gu Hongshan did not rest for long. Under the night sky, they continued to search for crystal marrows. After all, it had only been a month since the sky desert opened. A month was not a short time, but it was definitely not a long time either. Under the night sky, the two continued to search in the mountain range. Gu Hongshan did not pay much attention when they suddenly passed by a secluded stream. However, Yan Chutian could not help but look at the stream below. He seemed to sense a wisp of crystal marrow from it. Gu Hongshan's eyes lit up when he saw Yan Chutian's behavior. He asked, "Junior brother Yan, is there something down there?" The thing he was talking about was naturally the crystal marrow. As he asked in surprise, he also looked at the stream below. However, other than feeling nothing, he still felt nothing. Thinking about it, it was normal. Although he had a rough idea of the aura of the first-grade crystal marrow from Yen Chutian, he did not have a spiritual eye. But without his spirit eye, how could he compare to Yen Chutian's perception? However, he did not feel anything himself, but he would never doubt Yen Chutian. Because he had been with the latter for a long time, he was already familiar with his personality. He would never deliberately mystify things. Looking at the stream below, Yen Chutian did not say much and directly said, "Let's go down and take a look." Before his voice fell, he took the lead and jumped down. He went straight to the bottom of the deep stream. Seeing this, Gu Hongshan had no reason not to follow. He immediately tapped the tip of his foot and followed closely. After passing through a layer of dark floating barrier, the two of them did not have time to see anything before a dangerous opportunity surged towards them at the same time. However, although it happened suddenly, the two of them were not simple people. As the spiritual energy in their bodies surged, they endured the sudden attack and descended to the bottom of the stream. When they descended, they saw clearly that the bottom of the stream was filled with an extremely rich aura of crystal marrow. Even Gu Hongshan could easily sense it. As for the source of the attack, it was two exotic beasts that emitted a strange red aura. Gu Hongshan also knew this kind of exotic beast. It was a marrow beast. Although the marrow beast was not simple, it was unusually fierce and difficult to kill. However, its existence also meant the existence of a crystal marrow mine, because only a crystal marrow mine with its rich crystal marrow aura could support the birth of a marrow beast. It was also the support of a crystal marrow mine that made the marrow beast extremely difficult to kill. Therefore, when they saw the marrow beast, Yen Chutian and Gu Hongshan were not anxious at all. Instead, they both revealed looks of joy, because this meant that the bottom of the stream was probably a crystal marrow mine. However, while the two of them were pleasantly surprised, the two marrow beasts that were extremely furious, as if their home had been invaded, suddenly charged towards them. The powerful aura that spread out was not weak at all. It had already stepped into the first level of the Sky Palace stage. However, it was only at the first level of the Sky Palace stage. Since both of them were at the first level of the Sky Palace stage, they did not panic in the slightest when facing marrow beasts of the same level. They each launched their own attacks. In the end, Yen Chutian was the first to kill the marrow beast. After all, he was an old hand. When dealing with marrow beasts that he knew the characteristics of, he quickly grasped the appropriate situation. Although Gu Hongshan was a step slower, he had already polished his Sky Palace to the point that he could break through to the second level of the Sky Palace stage. Naturally, he was not weak. Although the marrow beasts were ferocious, they were still killed by his hands in the end. However, just as Gu Hongshan killed the marrow beast and was about to happily start excavating the crystal marrow mine, Yen Chutian suddenly stopped him. He was naturally puzzled by this, but Yen Chutian did not pay attention to him. Instead, he slowly turned his gaze towards the dark, floating barrier above them. Then his indifferent voice suddenly rang out. "Sir, since you are here, why don't you show yourself? Are you willing to let go of a crystal marrow mine?" The two consecutive questions caused Gu Hongshan's heart to involuntarily tremble. How could he not understand what Yen Chutian meant? However, it was precisely because he understood that he was shocked. Because from the beginning to the end, he actually did not know that someone was hiding in the dark. So Gu. Chapter 697. There was someone else hiding in the dark, but he didn't notice it at all. To put it lightly, the crystal marrow mine that he found today was a gift to someone else. To put it more seriously, he might even be in danger of dying. Thus, how could Gu Hongshan remain calm? He immediately looked in the direction that Yen Chutian was looking at. The spiritual energy around him surged as he prepared himself to be on full alert. While Gu Hongshan was on full alert, an azure light could be seen gradually emerging from the black barrier. The green light seemed gentle, but as it surged, it mercilessly distorted and annihilated the surrounding floating barriers and space. At the same time, the aura that spread out made even Gu Hongshan feel immense pressure. "Ha! I didn't expect that you would be able to detect me even after I hid with the spirit shadow art. Soon after, the faint laughter of a young man was slowly transmitted from the surging green light. Within the green light, there was a figure wearing a long green robe that was completely revealed between the heavens and earth. Di Guang. Yan Chutian didn't know about the figure that appeared from the azure light, but Gu Hongshan, who was beside him, narrowed his eyes. At the same time, the unconcealable solemnity in his eyes grew thicker. He knew that Di Guang wasn't a small character. He had long stepped into the second level of the heavenly palace realm. Even among the bronze token disciples at the second level of the heavenly palace realm, he could be ranked above average. Even if he didn't encounter Gu Yun and successfully broke through to the second level of the heavenly palace realm, he didn't have the confidence to fight against Di Guang. Thus, how could Gu Hongshan not be solemn when he encountered Di Guang at this moment? After all, under the law of the jungle, he didn't think that Di Guang would let go of the crystal marrow mine in this secluded stream. As expected, Di Guang's words with a faint smile led them to the main topic. You can take 30% of the crystal marrow in this stream. But if there are crystal marrow above the first grade, then I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that you won't be able to enjoy it. Di Guang spoke slowly. Although he didn't sound overbearing, his words clearly indicated that he was treating himself as the owner of this crystal marrow mine at the bottom of the quiet stream. Hearing this, not to mention Yan Chutian, even Gu Hongshan had already clenched his right fist, and uncontrollable unwillingness appeared on his face. In the blink of an eye, 70% of the crystal marrow, or that they had painstakingly found, was going to be taken by someone else. Furthermore, they would not even be able to get a single crystal marrow. How could they not be furious? However, no matter how angry he was, Gu Hongshan did not have any confidence in his own strength. Even if he could be considered to be at the pinnacle of the first level of the heavenly palace realm, he still didn't have the confidence to fight with Di Guang. Even with the addition of Yan Chutian, he could not say that he was confident. After all, Di Guang was a veteran in the second level of the heavenly palace realm. The profound cultivation foundation that he possessed was not something that could be compared with the simple addition of other people's cultivation bases. It was just that he really couldn't do it if he wanted to give it up. After struggling for a while, Gu Hongshan couldn't help but look at Yan Chutian. In fact, recently the initiative between the two had been handed over to Yan Chutian. Therefore, this time, Gu Hongshan also decided to follow the former's wishes. As long as Yan Chutian made a move, he would definitely follow, even if he knew that he was no match for him. When he looked at Yan Chutian, he saw Yan Chutian take a step forward. Although there was no spiritual energy flowing around him, his figure seemed to carry an aura that was hard to ignore. Yan Chutian looked at the faintly smiling Di Guang and also faintly laughed. Only when the latter was slightly doubtful did he open his mouth. "Senior brother Di, don't you feel that this is a little too overbearing?" Yan Chutian's words immediately made Di Guang understand. After all, how could he be willing to lose the crystal marrow, or that he had painstakingly found? However, although Di Guang didn't like to bully the weak, the law of the jungle was ultimately the rule here. Since it was a rule, not only him, but also the other party naturally had to abide by it. Therefore, without any hesitation, Di Guang spoke slowly. "Too overbearing? I'm afraid you don't understand the situation. If it weren't for me, Di Guang, you wouldn't even have 10% of the crystal marrow, let alone 30%. On the contrary, you might fall out of here in a sorry state. And this is the rule of this sky desert and the entire heaven realm." As he spoke, Di Guang was also paying attention to Yan Chutian's face. However, what puzzled him was that not only did the other party not deny his words, but he even nodded at the last moment. It was as if he agreed with his words. This puzzled Di Guang, but he only thought that the other party had no choice but to accept his disappearance. However, he didn't expect that just as he was about to speak again, Yan Chutian's indifferent voice sounded again. "In the end, senior brother Di still doesn't have the right to decide the ownership of the crystal marrow here with strength. That's good too. Then let me experience senior brother D's skills." The moment Yan Chutian's last word sounded, Di Guang couldn't help but be stunned, and Gu Hongshan's expression also tensed up. However, compared to Di Guang, Gu Hongshan, who understood Yan Chutian better, had obviously expected this. From what little he knew, he was sure that Yan Chutian was definitely not a person who was willing to be oppressed by others. Not to mention the things that happened when he was in the outer sect, the various things that happened after he entered the Yun Tian lineage were the same. And just like his previous decision, since Yan Chutian wanted to fight, he, Gu Hongshan, would definitely not back down. Senior brother Di, please enlighten me. Looking at the two people who spoke one after another, although Di Guang was shocked, he who had experienced many storms, quickly calmed down. Although he didn't understand where the two people in front of him got the courage to fight against him, they still dared to do so. How could he, Di Guang, be afraid in the slightest when even they dared to do so? It just so happened that, through this exchange, they knew that the Yun Tian lineage wasn't a place that they didn't know anything about. Therefore, Di Guang didn't say anything. Instead, his right foot heavily stomped on the ground. Spiritual energy surged out, using the most overbearing pressure as his answer. As the heavy pressure came, Gu Hongshan couldn't help but take a step back. His foot also imprinted a mark on the ground that was hard to notice. Compared to him, Yan Chutian was much more indifferent. The fourth grade profound yang qi in his body slowly surged, completely canceling out the pressure without leaving a trace. If it was only at the third grade, it would definitely be extremely difficult. However, after the profound yang qi stepped into the fourth grade, its extraordinary vigor and toughness had become even more shocking. Such a scene couldn't help but cause Di Guang's eyes to narrow. However, he didn't say anything and immediately soared into the air. Distorting the surrounding space, he charged straight towards Yan Chutian. He wanted to see what kind of strength this guy, who didn't look simple, had. If it was just a facade, then he would be too disappointed. Di Guang's palm attack was not fancy at all. How could Yan Chutian not know his intention? But even if he knew, he didn't dodge. The energy around him constantly gathered and collided with the palm attack. Boom! A dull roar suddenly resounded. After the palm attack, Yan Chutian took a few steps back. Although Di Guang didn't take a step back, there wasn't any arrogance on his face. Instead, it was filled with shock, because this palm attack was a direct confrontation with him, and it was also a simple counterattack. But one must know that he had stepped into the second level of the Heavenly Palace stage for a long time, and from the looks of it, the other party had stepped into the Heavenly Palace stage not long ago. In such a direct confrontation, he had only forced the other party to take a few steps back. How could he be calm? At the same time, looking at Yan Chutian's retreating figure, Gu Hongshan's face was filled with joy. As expected, even if he had reached the Heavenly Palace stage, he couldn't use common sense to look at it. However, he should have known long ago. Even if he knew the three-eyed blood spider's weakness, how could he kill a three-eyed blood spider at the second level of the Heavenly Palace stage without extraordinary strength? It was also because of this that Gu Hongshan had a lot of confidence in his heart. It was true that he couldn't fight with Di Guang, but with Yan Chutian, that might not necessarily be the case. Even if Di Guang had stepped into the second level of the Heavenly Palace stage for a long time, he wouldn't be able to easily snatch the crystal marrow from them. Chapter 698. At the bottom of the ravine, on the rarely known crystal marrow mine, the two parties were already facing each other with swords drawn. However, as long as someone appeared here, they would definitely ridicule Yan Chutian and Gu Hongshan for overestimating their capabilities. After all, Di Guang, who the two of them were facing, had already stepped into the second level of the Heavenly Palace stage for a long time. Furthermore, he was one of the best among the bronze token disciples. For such a figure, not to mention two cultivators at the first level of the Heavenly Palace stage. Even if there were two more, they wouldn't have the strength to face him head-on. However, there was no one else present, and even if there was someone, Yan Chutian wouldn't back down. Suddenly, Yen Chutian took a step forward. Dense spiritual energy constantly surged under his feet and converged on the tip of his fist. Only when the momentum was strong to a certain extent did he take a step forward and brazenly bombarded Di Guang with punch after punch. If it wasn't for the previous head-on confrontation, Di Guang might have an easier time. However, after witnessing his strength, he more or less had to admit that the former couldn't be looked at with ordinary eyes. Therefore, he didn't dare to be careless when the successive fist seals bombarded him. The surrounding spiritual energy also rapidly surged, and the turbulent pressure that spread out caused the space to collapse, making it difficult for it to exist. Boom! Boom! Finally, one fist seal after another descended from the sky. The fist seals constantly bombarded the surging spiritual energy around Di Guang, and the impact of every collision crushed the space. Under such a bombardment, Di Guang became more serious. This was because he could feel that even with his profound spiritual energy foundation, he was still being shaken by the opponent's successive fist seals. In such a situation, if he were to be as careless as he was in the beginning, he would likely suffer quite a bit of hidden losses. While Yen Chutian continuously launched attacks, Gu Hongshan naturally wouldn't be idle. Similarly, the surrounding spiritual energy surged. In the end, the vigorous and vast spiritual energy continuously condensed in his hand, condensing into a foot-long silver sword. The silver sword looked inconspicuous, but the fluctuation that spread out was enough to stun many cultivators at the first level of the Heavenly Palace realm. After all, Gu Hongshan had stepped into the first level of the Sky Palace realm for a long time. Even if his strength couldn't be compared to Yen Chutian, he was still one of the best in the first level of the Sky Palace realm. The silver sword in his hand floated up and down. Then Gu Hongshan's angle of attack became even more tricky. Then Yen Chutian's palm violently pierced towards him. Under the weakening of Yen Chutian's palm, Gu Hongshan's silver sword, which had an extraordinary aura, stabbed down. No matter how sturdy Di Guang's defense was, he still revealed an unnatural expression at this moment. However, that was not the end. Following that, Yen Chutian sent out another palm strike. However, this palm strike was much more restrained and heavy than the previous one. This was because it was the mysterious young energy. Dong! A heavy roar suddenly sounded, causing Di Guang to take a few steps back. The spiritual energy around his body was disrupted by this blow. However, just as he was about to stabilize his state and launch a counterattack as soon as possible, a hidden force suddenly erupted from the depths of his body. Caught off guard, even he couldn't help but feel the blood in his chest churning. Then, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. When he spat out the blood, Di Guang's face was filled with disbelief. He never thought that his opponent would secretly set up such a trap in his body. However, he wasn't a simple person. He quickly stabilized his state and took a few steps back. At the same time, he had already extended his perception and scanned every part of his body. After a few breaths, after confirming that there were no hidden dangers in his body, Di Guang let out a sigh of relief. Then he looked at the two people in the distance with a solemn expression. Among them, the one with the most solemn expression was naturally Yen Chutian. Although he was in a sorry state in this exchange, it could be seen that Gu Hongshan was the ordinary one among the two. He could only be said to be the best among the first level of the Heaven Palace stage. The crux was the other person, Yen Chutian, who was truly hard to fathom. His cultivation seemed to be at the initial level of the Heaven Palace stage. However, the aura that erupted was comparable to the second level of the Heaven Palace stage. Di Guang had never seen such a situation before. However, no matter what, Di Guang had to win today's battle. Otherwise, where would he put his face? Moreover, it was very likely that there were first-grade or even second-grade crystal essences in this crystal marrow mine. How could he miss it? Therefore, in the next instant, Di Guang, who had stabilized his state, no longer waited for his death. He took a step forward and suddenly burst out, charging straight at Gu Hongshan. Since there was obviously a weaker one among the two, he naturally wanted to use this weakling as a breakthrough point. Di Guang's attack was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, his figure appeared in front of Gu Hongshan, and he threw out a punch. Mountain crumbling. Boom! The seemingly ordinary punch was accompanied by a chilling sound as it smashed down. Suddenly, a vast amount of spiritual energy flew out. As the punch descended, it directly tore apart the ground below. The power of this punch was just like its name. It could easily crumble a mountain. However, this mountain-crumbling punch did not really hit Gu Hongshan. At that critical moment, the latter narrowly brushed past the wind of the fist and avoided it. Although the remaining force made him look a little embarrassed, he still managed to resist this attack in the end. After his punch missed, Di Guang's face turned cold. However, he immediately threw out another punch. This punch was different from the previous one. Although the momentum was also shocking, what was more eye-catching was the power that could tear apart the sky. Sky-shattering. This punch was difficult for Gu Hongshan to dodge. He could only grit his teeth and continuously mobilize the power of his Heaven Palace stage to condense a defense in front of him. However, the defense continued to condense and even reached a magnificent level. Under the sky-shattering punch, it continued to shatter like a glass net. This made Gu Hongshan feel powerless from the bottom of his heart. He had to admit that if he was alone, he really could not compare to Di Guang. The profound foundation of the second level of the Heaven Palace stage was much stronger than his. However, although Gu Hongshan felt powerless, he did not despair. The reason for that was because he wasn't alone today. He only had to raise his gaze slightly to see a figure appearing behind Di Guang, like a ghost. At the same time, a fatal threat suddenly came from behind. Even in Di Guang's opinion, he could defeat Gu Hongshan with a single blow. However, the sense of threat made him not dare to continue. He could only dodge and look at the source of the threat with a face full of anger. Until now, how could he not understand that if he wanted to avoid the person in front of him and defeat Gu Hongshan first, it would be difficult to do so? The person in front of him was like a maggot attached to a bone. If he dared to be careless, he would probably suffer an unpredictable attack. Thinking of this, Di Guang became even more furious. He did not believe that he who was at the second level of the Heaven Palace stage could not do anything to the other party. Today, I will let you know that I, Di Guang, have a foothold in the second level of the Heaven Palace stage. His eyes were cold as his hand gestures changed. Strands of yellow aura constantly spread out. The yellow aura seemed inconspicuous, but as long as one had some eyesight, they would be able to immediately notice that the yellow aura was crazily devouring the surrounding spiritual energy the moment it appeared. Perhaps a single strand of heaven and earth spiritual chi could not be considered much, but when this amount was stacked together, it was obvious that it could accumulate to a frightening degree. At the very least, this situation had already made Gu Hongshan's face change. Although he did not know the name of Di Guang's attack, how could he not see how terrifying it was from the various signs? This is my spiritual art, the sky-devouring spirit ruler. Under the spirit ruler, everything will fall. Di Guang slowly spoke. The attitude in his words was no longer ridicule or anger, but pride that came from the bottom of his heart. This was the confidence that the sky-devouring spirit ruler gave him. This spiritual art was the foundation that allowed him to gain a foothold in the second level of the Heaven Palace stage. Thus, he also believed that under the sky-devouring spirit ruler, no matter how extraordinary his opponent was, he wouldn't be able to escape. It would only result in a miserable defeat or even death. At the same time, the spiritual ruler also gradually revealed its size as it absorbed the yellow aura of the surrounding world spirit chi. The sky-devouring spirit ruler was only 3 meters long, but the aura that it emitted was enough to make some second-level Heaven Palace stage cultivators feel fearful. Chapter 699. The true appearance of the sky-devouring spirit ruler caused Gu Hongshan's expression to change. This was because he could clearly sense exactly what kind of terrifying power was contained within that 3-meter-long spiritual ruler. It was fine if it was silent, but when the ruler's power erupted, it would definitely shake the heavens and earth. This made him subconsciously look at Yan Chutian. He no longer had the confidence to block such an attack. Thus, he could only place all his hopes on the former. Furthermore, he had acted because of Yan Chutian. If the former did not take the lead, he would not have the courage to act. After all, the gap between him and Di Guang was too big. At the same time, Di Guang did not care about their reactions. Under his cold smile, the ruler drew 2 illusionary traces in the air. At the same time, it brought along a destructive fluctuation as it descended towards Yan Chutian and Gu Hongshan. The sky-devouring spirit ruler seemed to be descending very slowly as it slowly streaked across the sky. But in reality, in the blink of an eye, the ruler had already appeared above their heads and was facing Yan Chutian. Feeling the destructive fluctuation in front of him, even Yan Chutian's expression turned solemn, because this power had already reached the limit of what he could do. But fortunately, it was not that he did not have a way to deal with it. As he closed his eyes, the 4th-grade mysterious yang qi in his body surged like a raging sea. In the end, all the mysterious yang qi intertwined on his hands. It was also at this moment that, as his hand formed some sort of ancient mark, a mysterious passageway that seemed to connect to another world was slowly opened. But this passage, at least at this moment, could only be sensed by Yan Chutian himself. So in Di Guang's eyes, his actions were completely a trick, because from the beginning to the end, he did not feel any shocking aura. Actually, it made sense. The power of his sky-devouring spirit ruler was enough to make the other party despair. So what if it was not a trick? Under the power of his sky-devouring spirit ruler, it would be destroyed. At the same time, Gu Hongshan's expression also changed. It was obvious that he could not understand Yan Chutian's actions. However, after being together for so long, the trust he had for Yan Chutian caused him to grit his teeth and not flee. He believed that Yan Chutian was definitely not the kind of person who would play tricks when he had no power to resist. Since he had made a move, he must have a certain amount of resistance. Therefore, under the gazes of the two of them, the square-foot-long spirit ruler finally descended. As the heaven-devouring spirit ruler descended, both of their expressions changed in an instant. However, one was a pleasant surprise, while the other was disbelief. In that direction, he could see the spirit ruler emanating destructive fluctuations slowly descending. However, when it came close to Yan Chutian's body, it silently disappeared. This sort of information was not only invisible, it also completely lost its aura in an instant. Di Guang was clearly more aware of this situation. Therefore, at this moment, his face was filled with disbelief. In the blink of an eye, the heaven-devouring spirit ruler had completely disappeared without a trace under the intersection of 2 lines of sight. The moment the heaven-devouring spirit ruler truly disappeared, apart from disbelief, Di Guang suddenly staggered. At this moment, he could clearly sense that the connection between him and the heaven-devouring spirit ruler had been forcefully severed. But how was this possible? If the heaven-devouring spirit ruler was destroyed, it would be fine if the connection was severed. But now, the connection had been strangely severed. How could he accept this? At the same time, Gu Hongshan's face also changed. Although he knew that Yan Chutian was extraordinary, he had never thought that he would be strange to such an extent. Among all the bronze disciples, there was probably no other person who could possess such a technique. At the same time, only Yan Chutian's expression was calm. He even let out a sigh of relief. He had indeed stepped into the heavenly palace realm. More importantly, his mysterious yang qi had advanced to the 4th grade, which increased the upper limit of his mysterious yang devour. Under such a devouring, it could be said that it didn't take much effort to devour Di Guang's heaven-devouring spirit ruler. Yan Chutian estimated that any attack below the third level of the Heavenly Palace realm wouldn't be a problem for the mysterious young devourer. But if he encountered a third-level Heavenly Palace realm cultivator, it would be hard to say. After all, the Heavenly Palace realm wasn't comparable to the Yuanying realm. The range of the Heavenly Palace opened up would allow other cultivators to have a much greater foundation than him. This was also the reason why the higher one's cultivation was, the harder it would be to go against the flow unless one had a great opportunity. Back to the topic, the mysterious young devoured the heaven-devouring spirit ruler. Taking advantage of the remaining power, Yan Chutian wouldn't give Di Guang any chance to catch his breath. He stomped his foot and immediately shot out. A mysterious seal was faintly discernible in his palm. It was the mysterious Yang seal. Shortly after, the mysterious Yang seal pressed down on Di Guang's forehead. Di Guang quickly recovered and gathered his spiritual energy to defend himself. But the indescribable sealing power was the first to descend. It forcibly slowed down the gathering of spiritual energy by a breath. However, a single breath of time was enough to do too many things. It was also enough for the mysterious sun seal to shatter his protective spiritual energy and smash him into the ground in a sorry state. Gu Hongshan was even more shocked when he saw Di Guang's sorry figure smashing into the ground. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would also find it hard to believe that even Di Guang, who was at the second level of the Heavenly Palace realm, was defeated by Yan Chutian. Apart from the shock, Gu Hongshan was also delighted because this meant that the two of them had managed to protect the crystal marrow mine. Just as expected, a dozen breaths later, Di Guang, who was in a sorry state, flew out of the huge pit. In the end, he didn't dare to boast in front of the two of them, because even though he was unwilling, he had to admit that he had been defeated by Yan Chutian. Gu Hongshan, for example, would never have believed that he would one day be defeated by a disciple at the first level of the Heavenly Palace realm if he hadn't experienced it himself. Since he had been defeated, he naturally knew that he no longer had the face to stay. Otherwise, he would only suffer more humiliation. As such, he could only take a deep look at Yan Chutian before his crippled body was dragged away and shot up, leaving the bottom of the secluded stream. Yan Chutian didn't chase after Di Guang's sorry figure as he fled. After all, his intention was only to protect the crystal marrow mine. As for Di Guang wanting to snatch it from him, it was within reason. In other words, if Di Guang discovered the crystal marrow mine first, he wouldn't pretend to be a saint. Instead, he would openly challenge Di Guang. The ownership of the crystal marrow mine would be decided by the outcome of the battle. Since he had chased away the enemy, Yan Chutian didn't hesitate anymore. After exchanging a glance with Gu Hongshan, they each began to search for crystal marrow in the crystal marrow mine. In this crystal marrow mine, even if Gu Hongshan didn't have a spiritual eye like Yan Chutian, the speed at which he harvested crystal marrow was incomparable to that of the outside world. In just a few minutes, the number of crystal marrow he had obtained had reached almost 20. As for Yan Chutian, his searching speed was naturally even faster. However, what he was most concerned about was whether there were any crystal marrow of a grade in the crystal marrow mine. After all, even 2 marrow beasts had been born. Presumably, there should be some crystal marrow of a grade in such a large crystal marrow mine. He used his spiritual eye and quickly scanned the land of the stream. As if the heavens didn't want to waste his hard work, he quickly sensed a familiar aura in the center. The aura seemed to be different from that of a grade 1 crystal marrow. Without waiting for an explanation, Yan Chutian stepped forward. As he raised his hand, his vigorous spiritual energy transformed into a blade and directly lifted the ground. The ground was lifted and a cloud of dust rose. However, no matter how much dust there was, it couldn't stop the increasingly bright light in Yan Chutian's eyes. After lifting the cover, he was finally able to clearly sense that there was indeed a grade crystal marrow in the center of the crystal marrow mine. Furthermore, this crystal marrow wasn't of the lowest grade, the first grade, but of the second grade. Inside the crimson crystal marrow, 2 red crystals shone brightly. They were the most basic and important symbol of a grade 2 crystal marrow. Chapter 700. Even Yen Chutian couldn't help but feel pleasantly surprised at the appearance of a second grade crystal marrow. Furthermore, there were many first grade crystal essences around the second grade crystal essences. He could even see that there were 3 crystal essences. One of the crystal essences was clear, while the other one was hazy and indistinct. Yen Chutian was very clear about this situation. These 3 crystal marrows were close to the second grade. Once the other core of the marrow was completely formed, it would be the time for him to truly advance to the second stage. At the same time, Gu Hongshan, who was collecting crystal marrows, also looked over as if he had sensed something. When he saw the second grade crystal marrow, a trace of unconcealable joy naturally surfaced in his eyes. Over the past few days, he had already understood the miraculous effect of crystal marrows on the refinement of the heavenly palace. In particular, the higher the grade of crystal marrow, the more amazing its effect would be. Therefore, how could he not be surprised by a second grade crystal marrow? However, while he was pleasantly surprised, he couldn't help but quickly retract his burning gaze. He was not a greedy person, and he knew that if it weren't for Yen Chutian, they would never have been able to excavate this crystal marrow mine. Therefore, he didn't even dare to think about obtaining a second grade crystal marrow. However, just as he retracted his gaze and prepared to continue searching for the remaining crystal marrows in the crystal marrow mine, Yen Chutian stepped forward and directly appeared in front of him. This made him suddenly realize something. When he raised his head, he saw a red crystal marrow lying quietly in Yen Chutian's outstretched palm. Within the marrow, 2 lumps of marrow the size of a human eye shone brightly, showing the grade of this crystal marrow. It had truly stepped into the ranks of the second grade. Junior brother Yan Yu, although he had a premonition, Gu Hongshan still found it hard to imagine such a situation. This was because, regardless of whether it was emotional or logical, the other party didn't need to give him a second grade crystal marrow. Facing Gu Hongshan's shocked and even disbelieving expression, Yen Chutian's face was calm as he slowly said, "Senior brother Gu, with this second grade crystal marrow, if you use it well, you should be able to step into the second level of the heavenly palace stage." "I know, but, senior brother, you don't have to take it to heart. If you really mind, then just take it. That senior brother owes me a second grade crystal essence. Just return it to me when you find it," Yen Chutian said without the slightest care. And when Gu Hongshan saw his reaction, other than feeling deeply moved in his heart, there was nothing else. How could he not know that Yen Chutian was thinking about him? If it wasn't for him, why would he give him the second grade crystal essence first? Furthermore, he wasn't an indecisive person. When he received the second grade crystal marrow, he had already made up his mind. In the future, no matter what Yen Chutian wanted him to do, he would definitely not refuse. Seeing Gu Hongshan take the second grade crystal marrow, Yen Chutian was stunned. However, his expression didn't change much. A second grade crystal marrow might be something extraordinary in the eyes of others, but it was nothing in his eyes. Moreover, he had given the second grade crystal marrow to Gu Hongshan after careful consideration. Gu Hongshan was now standing at the threshold of the second level of the Heaven Palace realm. With this second grade crystal marrow as a catalyst, it was very likely that he would be able to break through to the second level of the Heaven Palace realm. If Gu Hongshan stepped into the second level of the Heaven Palace realm, it would be a significant improvement to their overall strength. As for himself, even if he used the second grade crystal marrow, he would only be able to polish the Heaven Palace realm by half. In comparison, it was naturally more efficient to give the second grade crystal marrow to Gu Hongshan. In addition to this second grade crystal marrow, there were 3 more that were about to reach the second grade crystal marrow. He wouldn't hold back on these. After using them properly, Even if they couldn't be compared to a real second-grade crystal marrow, they would still be very useful. Next, the two of them continued to search the crystal marrow mine. It took them a full hour to clean up all the crystal marrows, big and small. After that, the two of them no longer hesitated. One after another, they rode their spirit chi into the air and swept away from the bottom of the secluded stream. Half a day later, in the depths of an inconspicuous valley, Yan Chutian and Gu Hongshan were quietly sitting cross-legged on a blue stone. The only difference was that there was only one crystal marrow suspended in front of Gu Hongshan, while there were three in front of Yan Chutian. Yan Chutian closed his eyes and concentrated. After a long while, he finally raised his right palm. As he raised his right palm, a crystal marrow also floated in the air. Red light continuously flowed out from the marrow and gathered in his mouth. When the crystal marrow was exhausted, Yan Chutian stopped and continued to close his eyes to rest. This process was repeated 3 times, and it took a total of 2 days. It was only at dawn on the 3rd day that Yan Chutian gently exhaled. As he exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, his eyes, which had been closed for a long time, finally slowly opened. After 2 days of careful polishing, he had used up 3 crystal marrows that were close to the 2nd grade. The 11,000 feet wide heaven palace in his body had been polished to more than 7,000 feet. Although he was not satisfied with this result, it was still not bad. Then, Yan Chutian looked at Gu Hongshan. Although the 2nd grade crystal marrow suspended in front of Gu Hongshan had been exhausted, he was still cultivating and had not woken up. He could understand this. After all, a breakthrough in cultivation level was not as simple as polishing the heaven palace. The 2nd grade crystal marrow was more like a catalyst. As for whether it could guide Gu Hongshan into breaking through to the 2nd level of the heaven palace realm, he could only rely on his own perseverance and that elusive luck. Gu Hongshan's cultivation was not completed yet, and Yan Chutian did not leave. Instead, he continued to sit cross-legged, taking out the ungraded crystal marrows and continuously fusing them. Although the fused crystal marrows could not be compared to the natural crystal marrows, they were not even at the 1st grade. That was too unbearable. It took half a day for Yan Chutian to fuse all the crystal marrows together. Although all the crystal essences had been fused, they were only of the 1st grade after the fusion. They could not be compared to the 3 crystal marrows that were close to the 2nd grade. However, this was within Yan Chutian's expectations. After all, he had long understood that although the 1st grade and 2nd grade crystal marrows were close, there was actually a huge gap between them. Yan Chutian did not keep the crystal marrow. He immediately refined it and absorbed it, continuing to polish his heaven palace. While Yan Chutian was continuing to polish his heaven palace, there was finally some movement in the direction of Gu Hongshan, who had been silent all this time. Sensing the commotion, even Yan Chutian, who was still polishing the heavenly palace stage, abruptly opened his eyes. This was because he was very clear about the movement. It was the movement before a breakthrough to the heaven palace realm. Sensing the movement of the breakthrough, Yan Chutian could not help but smile. Since the movement of the breakthrough was obvious, the breakthrough was almost inevitable. Sure enough, after more than half a day, Gu Hongshan really broke through to the 2nd level of the heavenly mansion stage. When he got up, Gu Hongshan's face was full of joy. Only God knew how desperate he was when his cultivation level was knocked down. He had never thought that he would be able to recover from the drop in cultivation level and break through to the 2nd level of the Heaven Palace realm so quickly. Although he was pleasantly surprised, Gu Hongshan naturally would not forget who the source of his reversal was. If it were not for Yan Chutian, he might have fallen behind in cultivation level and never recovered. Therefore, how could there be a time when he could truly step into the 2nd level of the Heaven Palace realm? Therefore, after rejoicing, he immediately looked towards Yan Chutian with undisguised gratefulness between his brows. Seeing that, Yan Chutian did not say anything. Instead, he turned to Gu Hongshan and congratulated him. Congratulations, Senior Brother Gu, for truly stepping into the second level of the Heaven Palace realm. Junior Brother Yan, I, Gu Hongshan, will not say much. If you have any orders in the future, I will definitely not refuse. Senior Brother Gu, you're too kind. But since Senior Brother has finished cultivating, let's continue to search for crystal essences. There are only about 20 days left before the 1-month limit. Hearing that there were only 20 days left, Gu Hongshan's joyful expression quickly turned solemn. Although he had finally stepped into the second level of the Heaven Palace realm, the second level of the Heaven Palace realm was still considered nothing among all the bronze disciples. At least, Gu Hongshan himself felt that it was not enough. After all, his opponent had already stepped into the second level of the Heaven Palace realm for a long time. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 701. Half a month quietly passed in the newly opened sky desert. Half a month had passed, and many bronze plate disciples had already tasted the sweetness of this area. Crystal marrow ores appeared one after another. Among them there were second grade and even third grade crystal marrow. However, with the discovery of the crystal marrow ores, the originally peaceful situation was immediately disrupted. Fierce battles continued to take place in these crystal marrow ores. There were veteran disciples who were still as impressive as before, but there were also dark horses who rose up and shook everyone. Among these dark horses, there was one person that both Gu Hongshan and Yan Chutian were familiar with. It was Gu Yin. Half a month had already passed, and the crowd that was originally scattered around the sky desert had unconsciously moved closer to the center. As if secretly arranged, the closer one was to the center, the denser the crystal marrow ores appeared. There were even times when a mineral deposit that attracted the attention of many people appeared. The crystal marrow ores were so wide that they seemed to have formed a world of their own. The dense crystal marrow aura could be clearly felt by anyone. However, even though they could clearly feel the crystal marrow aura, no one dared to enter without permission. This was because there were countless beasts moving within the crystal marrow ores. The dense evil aura was enough to make a third-level Heaven Palace realm cultivator take it seriously. After all, there were many second-level Heaven Palace realm marrow beasts, even on the periphery of the beast horde. It was not difficult to know that there were marrow beasts comparable to third-level Heaven Palace realm marrow beasts in the inner parts of the ores. However, despite knowing that it was full of danger, there were still many people gathering at the periphery of the crystal marrow ores. This was because everyone knew that there would definitely be an unimaginable amount of high-grade crystal marrow in such a place where marrow beasts were stacked. Third-grade crystal marrow was enough to move the hearts of top bronze disciples. If one was lucky enough to find a fourth-grade crystal marrow, it was enough to make top bronze disciples go crazy. The crowd grew larger and larger, and as expected, top bronze disciples at the third level of Heaven Palace realm appeared. In other words, it was the appearance of these top bronze disciples that gave the crowd more confidence. With them taking the lead, they were able to restrain the marrow beasts at the third level of Heaven Palace realm. Among the crowd, Yan Chutian and Gu Hongshan were also present. The two of them had come all the way here, and in the end, they were attracted by this crystal marrow mine. However, even Yan Chutian didn't dare to enter the crystal marrow mine by himself. They could only think of using the strength of the crowd to enter and seize the opportunity with their own strength. However, they had no choice but to bear this risk. That was because those bronze plate peak disciples would not be willing to watch them snatch food from under their noses. The crowd gathered outside the essence crystal mine and waited for 2 whole days. After 2 days of waiting, the number of people in the crowd had already doubled. Therefore, the crowd obviously did not want to wait any longer. After all, the more people there were, the greater the competition. Besides, they no longer had the time to continue waiting. Somewhere in the crowd, a young man at the third level of the Heaven Mansion realm stepped out. Around him stood several auras at the third level of the Heaven Mansion realm. The young man seemed to be the representative of this group. He said, "Fellow disciples of the Cloud Sky bloodline, the Crystal Marrow Mine is right before us. However, there are marrow beasts in our way. However, this is not a problem. With our combined strength, we will definitely be able to disperse the marrow beasts. At that time, we will decide who the crystal marrow belongs to based on our own strength." What do you think? The young man's intention was very simple. He wanted everyone to work together to open the passage into the crystal marrow mine. After entering, they would compete for the crystal marrow with their own strength. Naturally, no one would refute such words. In fact, this was what everyone was thinking. No one refuted. The several third-level Heaven Mansion realm cultivators looked at each other, then took the lead and led the crowd forward. They also stepped into the crystal marrow mine. Taking the lead meant that they would be able to come into contact with the higher-grade crystal marrow earlier. However, even though they knew this, no one dared to take the lead. This was because those who took the lead would have to bear the attack of the marrow beasts first. If they were slightly weaker, they would probably be killed by the marrow beasts and turned into corpses. Therefore, even Yen Chutian did not dare to say anything. He silently chose the middle position and followed the crowd into the crystal marrow mine. As soon as they stepped in, the marrow beasts swarmed over from all directions before they could even sense the crystal marrow essence around them. As expected, as the beast tide surged, everyone could clearly sense that there was indeed a third-level Heavenly Palace stage practitioner among the marrow beasts. "Everyone get ready to fight." At the front of the crowd, the young man who had spoken earlier suddenly shouted. In the next moment, he had already circulated the spiritual energy in his body and charged toward a marrow beast whose aura fluctuated. It was probably at the third level of Heaven Mansion realm. At the same time, the other disciples at the third level of Heaven Mansion realm also rushed out one after another and charged toward the marrow beasts. Immediately after, these top-notch bronze plate disciples began to fight with the marrow beasts in various parts of the crowd. The scene changed. Gu Hongshan raised his hand and struck out with a palm, bringing with it a piercingly cold wind that could distort space as it slammed down on a marrow beast. However, although the marrow beast did not have intelligence, it was extremely ferocious. It brazenly raised its head and slammed into Gu Hongshan's palm. Bang! Although Gu Hongshan had smacked the marrow beast away with his palm, it did not die. However, the aura around it had dimmed a little. Gu Hongshan was not surprised by this. After all, he had already seen that the marrow beast in front of him had also stepped into the second level of Heaven Mansion realm. However, just as he was about to continue accumulating power for another marrow beast suddenly charged out of nowhere. Out. Coincidentally, it formed a pincer attack with the marrow beast in front of him. This made Gu Hongshan's expression turn ugly. This was because the two marrow beasts in front and behind were both at the second level of Heaven Mansion realm. Even if he could block such a pincer attack, the situation would become extremely difficult. However, just as the two marrow beasts were about to attack at the same time, a voice suddenly rang out. A slightly thin palm print suddenly descended from above. When the palm descended, there did not seem to be any shocking ripples. However, after it descended, an indescribable mysterious ripple spread out and actually sealed the aura around the marrow beast. In this situation, the marrow beast that did not have intelligence was unable to react. As it continued to charge, its body was immediately torn apart by the power of Yen Chutian's palm. With its body torn apart, the marrow beast naturally fell and turned into specks of light that filled the sky. With one marrow beast killed, Gu Hongshan no longer hesitated. He brazenly circulated the spiritual energy in his body, and with a powerful palm, he finally annihilated the other marrow beast. When he turned around to take a look, Yen Chutian did not delay at all and was already fighting with the other marrow beast. Yen Chutian relied on the power of the mysterious Yang seal to fight with the marrow beast. Compared to the other bronze plate disciples, he was clearly more at ease. This was because the marrow beast did not have intelligence and would not retreat. After being weakened by the sealing power of the mysterious Yang seal, it would still charge over without hesitation. Therefore, Yen Chutian could easily kill it. However, up until now, he had not encountered a marrow beast that had reached the 3rd level of the Heaven Palace realm. He was not a fool. The sealing power of the mysterious Yang seal was very difficult for the 3rd level of the Heaven Palace realm. Even if the marrow beast of this level did not have intelligence, its might would not be weakened by much if it charged over in such a barbaric manner. Furthermore, he was not a fool. If he had the time to fight with a marrow beast of the 3rd level of the Heaven Palace realm, he might as well take the opportunity to find the high-grade crystal essences. In fact, it was not just him. Almost every bronze plate disciple had the same plan. The only difference was that some people could do it, while others could not. After killing another marrow beast of the 1st level of the Heaven Palace realm, Yen Chutian opened his spirit eye and scanned the surroundings. He quickly sensed that the crystal essence aura in front of him was different. It felt like it was at least a 2nd-grade crystal essence. However, in contrast to this aura, there was a marrow beast of the 3rd level of the Heaven Palace realm eyeing him covetously. However, even he did not have much confidence in dealing with a marrow beast of this level. However, Yen Chutian was not one to hesitate. Furthermore, he knew that any more hesitation would be equivalent to wasting the crystal essences that he would be able to obtain later. Therefore, his gaze was resolute, following which the spiritual energy around him and the mysterious Yang Qi in the dark rapidly surged. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 702. On the crystal marrow vein, many bronze plate disciples were already engaged in a fierce battle with the marrow beasts. Although there was no blood qi soaring into the sky, the turbulent energy ripples were enough to distort the surrounding space. It would take a long time for it to gradually return to normal. Perhaps a single Heaven Palace realm cultivator was nothing, but the appearance of such a large number of young Heaven Palace realm cultivators at the same time was definitely a situation that could not be underestimated. In other words, in the Songyuan continent, only the major forces could produce such a lineup of prides. It should be known that this lineup was only one of the 8 inner sects of the Tsongshan Palace. If all the prides of the 8 sects were gathered together, such a vast lineup would be difficult even for the Tianyang Valley. However, at this time no one had the time to sigh. Every bronze plate disciple was doing their best to kill the marrow beasts and waiting for an opportunity to find high-grade crystal marrow. In the crowd, Yen Chutian's eyes were deep as he looked into the distance. He was facing a marrow beast whose aura was so strong that it was comparable to the 3rd level of the Heaven Palace realm. Normally, he would not want to provoke a marrow beast of such a level. However, there was no other way now, because he could feel the rich aura of crystal marrow behind the marrow beast. Among them, there was most likely a 2nd-grade crystal marrow. Yen Chutian knew the principle of seeking riches in danger. Therefore, he no longer hesitated, and his gaze quickly became firm. At the same time, spiritual energy surged on his body, and Shenyang Qi surged in the dark. Yen Chutian's strange movements seemed to have attracted the attention of the marrow beast at the 3rd level of the Heaven Palace realm. A dark light constantly emerged in its pair of ferocious beast eyes. It had no intelligence and naturally could not think. It could only instinctively attack any living being that emitted hostility or approached it. As for Yen Chutian, not only was he emitting hostility toward him at this moment, he even shot forth explosively as powerful palm winds surged forth violently. The enormous palm force that distorted space surged out, causing the marrow beast to roar. It raised its sharp claws and slashed across the air. This marrow beast was comparable to the 3rd level of the Heaven Palace realm. It was not just a saying. In the face of this claw, the space up ahead was easily warped. Following that, Even Yan Chutian's palm was shattered by the raging power. His figure, which was originally charging forward, fell out in a sorry state. He was forced to retreat for more than 10 feet before he came to a stop. Even though every bronze disciple was busy fighting, there were still people who noticed the movement here. When they saw that Yan Chutian was actually taking the initiative to attack a third-level Heaven Palace Realm Marrow Beast, a mocking expression appeared on their faces. The result was not beyond their expectations. The other party overestimated himself and was immediately knocked back by the Marrow Beast. In fact, in the eyes of many disciples, he was just lucky. Furthermore, this was only a Marrow Beast. If it was a true third-level Heaven Palace Realm cultivator, it was likely that the current him was already heavily injured and might even have fainted. At the same time, Yan Chutian, who had steadied himself, looked calm. He had more or less expected this attack. After all, the level of the Marrow Beast was already at the third level of the Heaven Palace realm. Therefore, this did not discourage him. After stabilizing his blood and chi, he once again stomped on the ground and headed straight for the Marrow Beast. The Heaven Palace Realm Marrow Beast did not have any strange emotions when the ant in its eyes pounced on it again. Just like before, it opened its mouth and roared. A power that was violent enough to shatter space whizzed out crazily. Looking at this scene, many disciples were secretly mocking him. They really did not expect that a first-level Heaven Palace realm cultivator would be so reckless. How could he face a third-level Heaven Palace Realm Marrow Beast head-on? At the same time, there were also bronze disciple at the third level of the Heaven Palace realm who looked over. Their senses were more sensitive, so they quickly discovered that there seemed to be an extremely dense aura of crystal marrow in the area behind the Marrow Beast. In such a situation, they only needed to think a little before they understood. It was definitely a disciple at the first level of the Heavenly Palace stage who had also felt the rich crystal essence energy. But it also made them secretly shake their heads. Even if the other party felt the aura of crystal marrow, so what? The third-level Heaven Palace Realm Marrow Beast was an insurmountable obstacle. Not only would he not have the opportunity to obtain any opportunities, but he would also be throwing his life away for nothing if he acted so rudely. At the same time, under the gazes of many people who looked at him as if he was a fool, Yan Chutian did not pay attention to the movements of the surrounding crowd. He just slowly formed a seal in front of his chest when the violent power of distortion rushed over. Then, a soft murmur that only he could hear slowly rang out. "Mysterious sun, swallow." Therefore, in the next moment, a scene that made countless people who were secretly paying attention to this place turn pale with fright appeared. As their gazes met, they were astonished to see that the tornadoes of destruction that were powerful enough to annihilate anything below the third level of the Heaven Palace realm that came from the mouth of the third level of the Heaven Palace realm disappeared silently in front of the disciple that they thought was a fool flying into a flame, like a moth to a flame. In an instant, the world seemed to be silent for a moment, followed by countless exclamations that resounded between heaven and earth. At this moment, not to mention the ordinary disciples, even the top bronze disciples' faces were filled with shock at this moment. Obviously, this situation was also beyond their expectations, but Yan Chutian did not care about their reactions. Although the mysterious sun swallow did not disappoint his expectations and swallowed the third-level Heaven Palace Realm Marrow Beast's attack. But this was already close to the limit. Therefore, how could he give the Marrow Beast time to attack again? He immediately used the force to step down in the air, shattering the space, and burst out again. In an instant, he appeared on the head of the third-level Heaven Palace Realm Marrow Beast. In the next moment, as he formed a seal with one hand, a murmur that only he could hear slowly rang out from his mouth. "Mysterious sun seal." Boom! The power of the seal instantly condensed into a dazzling beam of light that descended from the sky toward the Marrow Beast. However, even with the unexpected scene from before, many people still could not believe that he really had the power to kill the third-level Heaven Palace Realm Marrow Beast. After all, the marrow beast was comparable to the third-level Heaven Palace realm. In addition to its strong offensive power, its defensive power was also comparable to a true third-level Heaven Palace realm cultivator. Perhaps this defensive power was nothing in the eyes of a cultivator at the third level of the Heavenly Palace realm. But to those below the third-level Heaven Palace realm, it was a shocking defense that could not be underestimated. Therefore, even though his previous performance was extraordinary, and he even seized the opportunity to severely injure the marrow beast, but the result was destined to be a failure. Under many gazes, the beam of light that soared into the sky finally smashed onto the marrow beast's head. However, in the next moment, the eyelids of many disciples twitched, and the shock in their hearts that could not be suppressed continuously surged. This was because they could see that the beam of light had descended, and in just a few breaths, it had torn open the top of the marrow beast's head, and a vast power was crazily raging in. Not long after, the marrow beast struggled and extinguished the power of the beam of light. However, a huge and ferocious hole had already appeared on its head. In other words, if it was not a marrow beast and not a body of flesh and blood, this blow would have been enough to severely injure it or even make it faint. Such a scene naturally caused many disciples to be in disbelief. After all, that was a marrow beast comparable to the third level of Heaven Palace realm. At least before this, they had never heard of a disciple at the first or second level of Heaven Palace realm being able to injure a third-level Heaven Palace realm marrow beast to such an extent. On the front line between the bronze metal disciples and the marrow beast, the top bronze metal disciples looked over. At this moment, they could not help but reveal shock in their eyes. Indeed, they were not afraid of the marrow beast at the third level of Heaven Palace realm, but they could still injure it to such an extent. It could even be said that they had killed marrow beasts at the third level of Heaven Palace realm before. However, they were able to do so because they had stepped into the third level of Heaven Palace realm. In terms of spiritual power, they were not inferior to the marrow beast at all. As such, in addition to the advantage of intelligence and spiritual techniques, although the marrow beast was ferocious and could not be underestimated, how could it truly be a match for them? However, there was actually someone who could injure a marrow beast at the third level of Heaven Palace realm to such an extent with just the cultivation of the first level of Heaven Palace realm. How could they not be shocked? Chapter 703. While the crowd was still in shock, Yen Chutian had already passed by the injured marrow beast. Gazing into the distance, he could see the vigorous aura of crystal marrow soaring into the sky from the gully dozens of feet away. With a glance, Yen Chutian could confirm that this was the source of the aura that he had sensed earlier. It was at least a second-grade crystal marrow. At this point, he did not hesitate at all. Even though there were still marrow beasts around the gully, many of which had reached the second level of the Heaven Palace stage, this did not cause him any hesitation. However, this didn't cause him to hesitate at all. Otherwise, once the third-level Heaven Palace realm beast behind him regained its senses, his situation would be much worse. Moreover, he could also sense the many gazes converging on him from the surroundings. If even a top bronze disciple could not suppress the throbbing in his heart and followed closely behind him, the situation was even worse than that of the marrow beasts. Therefore, Yen Chutian immediately transformed into a streak of light and charged fearlessly into the gully, where the densely packed group of marrow beasts were. Outside the stream of light, a powerful strangling force erupted, not to mention the marrow beasts. Even space itself was strangled into pieces and ceased to exist. However, this strangling force became extremely difficult after encountering the marrow beasts at the second level of the Heaven Palace stage. Even though the strangling force was still terrifying, it was still difficult to be strong against such marrow beasts. At most, it could only severely injure the marrow beasts. However, Yen Chutian had already expected such a situation. As for the resistance, it was due to his continuous nourishment that he had completely stepped into the fourth level of the mysterious yang body. The third level of the mysterious yang body had given Yan Chutian a great advantage in physical confrontations in the past. Now that the mysterious yang body had advanced to the fourth level, this advantage naturally would not disappear. Instead, it appeared once again. Relying on the impact of the mysterious yang body, many gazers from afar could not help but be shocked again. This was because they saw the injured marrow beasts at the second level of the Heaven Palace stage rapidly shatter like glass under the brutal impact of Yan Chutian's physical body. They were not people without discerning eyes. With just a few glances, they could tell that the former's physical strength had reached an unimaginable level. If it was only this, then it would be one thing. However, before this, the other party had clearly displayed an incomparable sharpness in terms of cultivation. His sharpness, coupled with his frightening physical strength, caused many people to involuntarily ask, was he a monster? Even those top bronze disciples' eyes flickered with uncertainty at this moment. Every advancement in the Heaven Palace realm would bring about a huge increase in their spiritual power. However, even if his physical body was strong, the increase was limited. Thus, when they saw a disciple with such powerful attainments in physical body cultivation, how could they not be astonished? In fact, this level of strength was even greater than the strength that the other party had displayed earlier. Still ignoring the attention of others, Yan Chutian just clenched his teeth and used all his strength to open up his body and charge down. Then, looking at the ravine in front of him, he viciously clawed down with his right palm and directly tore open the ground. He did not care what grade these crystal essences were. All he did was collect the source that gave off the rich crystal essence aura. This was because he had no time to pay attention to it. In just a short while, the injured Heaven Palace stage marrow beast had already recovered. As if it understood Yan Chutian's intention, the marrow beast immediately roared in anger and opened its mouth to release a violent tornado. Just now, using the mysterious sun devourer to resist was already close to his limit. How could he resist it now? Therefore, when the destructive power pierced through the space, he could only brace himself and use all his spiritual power to protect himself as well as his physical body. Whoosh! Even though Yan Chutian dodged extremely quickly, the destructive power still brushed past his body. Merely brushing past him, the explosive power directly knocked him away and ruthlessly smashed him into the ground below. The activity in the world once again fell silent for an instant following the heavy sound of the crash. Although the other party's previous performance was astonishing, the marrow beast's attack from the third level of the Heaven Palace stage was also genuine. Therefore would he, but in the next moment, the thought in the hearts of countless people was denied. From the crater, a ragged and battered figure immediately flew up. As for the figure that flew up, it was naturally Yan Chutian. Yan Chutian, who had flown up, immediately rushed back into the crowd and landed beside Gu Hongshan. He knew very well that since the crowd was working together, there was an unwritten rule that as long as one entered, they would be protected by the crowd. If not, they would not be working together. However, Yan Chutian's arrival obviously made many people's expressions change slightly. After all, when he tore open the ravine, everyone could clearly feel the soaring aura of the marrow crystals. In other words, the other party must have an unimaginable amount of marrow crystals on him. But although everyone's expressions were different, no one dared to act rashly. Because one would be protected by the crowd, this was an unwritten rule under the joint force of the crowd. If not only would they not be protected, but they would also be attacked by others, it would make everyone feel insecure. Moreover, the true core of the crowd was the top bronze disciple at the third level of the Heaven Palace stage. If they did not say anything, no one would dare to act rashly. Therefore, at this moment, the crowd suddenly fell into a strange silence. At this moment, Yan Chutian and Gu Hongshan also held their breaths and did not say anything. This was especially so for Gu Hongshan. He was well aware of the difference between the two situations that would follow. If the crowd fought with Yan Chutian, no matter how strong he was, the situation would still be dangerous. Therefore, He could only hope that the crowd would abide by the unwritten rule. Otherwise, he could not think of how Yan Chutian would be able to escape from danger. It was unknown if Gu Hongshan's hope was effective. But after a short silence, many of the top bronze disciples' gazes gradually shifted away. Then, just like before, they killed the marrow beasts around them and continued to search for marrow crystals. The actions of these top bronze disciples were undoubtedly a silent acknowledgement of Yan Chutian's gains. Since even they had tacitly agreed, the others naturally could not say anything and gradually shifted their gazes away. But after a while, those gazes would still turn back. After all, the previous scenes and the final gains of the other party were enough to make them pay attention. At the same time, Yan Chutian breathed a sigh of relief and then silently began to recover from his injuries. He had made the right bet. Surrounded by so many marrow beasts, the top bronze disciple would not ignore the big picture. Furthermore, even they were taking the overall situation into consideration. As such, it was naturally impossible for the surrounding disciples to do anything to him. However, Yan Chutian also knew that this safety was only temporary. Once the number of marrow beasts around him decreased, it was inevitable that others would have designs on him. So much so that even those top bronze disciple might have designs on him. Therefore, at this time, the best way to protect himself was to recover as soon as possible. Just as Yan Chutian had expected, as the marrow beasts continued to die, more and more people began to pay attention to him from time to time. Under such circumstances, Gu Hongshan, who was silently guarding Yan Chutian, couldn't help but tense up his originally relaxed state of mind again. Fortunately, at this moment, the aura of marrow crystals soared into the sky again. The intensity of the aura was almost the same as that of Yan Chutian after he tore open the gorge. Such a movement was naturally extremely eye-catching, and it also quickly shifted everyone's attention away from Yan Chutian. Then, another aura of marrow crystals soared into the sky, causing a huge commotion. However, no matter how many gazes were gathered, only the top bronze disciple could truly participate in the fight between the two auras of marrow crystals. They had all stepped into the third level of the Heaven Palace realm. The Heaven Palace realm of at least 3,000 feet gave them a huge advantage. The commotion caused by the battle was enough to make many cultivators at the second level of the Heavenly Palace realm shrink back. When the fight broke out, Yan Chutian seized the opportunity to quickly recover from his injuries. The mysterious yang condensing qi was already madly circulating, constantly absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to replenish the damage. The injuries on his body were not a big problem. The recovery ability of the fourth grade mysterious young body was extremely amazing. Chapter 704. Finally, as the last third-level Heaven Palace realm marrow beast let out a roar, its enormous body gradually disappeared from the world. This was also when the crystal marrow vein finally fell into a state of peace. However, the calmness was only on the surface. Soon, many bronze plate disciples began a thorough search on the land of the mineral vein. Under such a search, more and more hidden crystal marrow were discovered. However, the crystal marrow aura that soared into the sky like the previous 3 times did not appear again. It was simple when one thought about it. Although this crystal marrow vein was huge and could give birth to many marrow beasts, it was not only limited to the top of the crystal marrow vein. However, it was impossible for top-grade marrow crystals to be found everywhere. At most, there would only be a few. Therefore, it seemed that the 3 crystal marrow auras that soared into the sky were all of the top crystal marrow here. Knowing this, many different gazes could not help but look at the complete map again. Because if there were only 3 spots of top crystal marrow, then the owner of each spot would naturally be envied by everyone. Moreover, there was an even more important reason. The previous 2 owners of top crystal marrow were both bronze plate disciples at the 3rd level of Heaven Palace realm. However, although Yan Chutian's performance was also astonishing, many people subconsciously thought that he was just a junior bronze plate disciple. However, one must know that even several bronze plate disciples had never obtained a top crystal marrow. Therefore, when Yen Chutian obtained one, many people revealed strange expressions. Near Yen Chutian, Gu Hongshan could clearly feel that the atmosphere around the two of them, or more accurately Yen Chutian, was becoming more and more subtle. This made him feel that things were not good. If this continued, the terrible situation that he was worried about would very likely occur again. At this moment, Yen Chutian's expression was as usual as he slowly and steadily recovered with the Xianyang Qi. However, his calm expression did not mean that his heart was unaffected. Compared to Gu Hongshan, he was more attentive to the movements of the crowd. Therefore, he clearly knew that if this atmosphere continued, it would very likely be extremely unfavorable to him. However, he was actually more worried about the few bronze plate disciples. There were 5 bronze plate disciples, but only 2 of them had obtained a top crystal marrow. As for the remaining 3 people, he could not guarantee that one of them would not be able to suppress their unwillingness and make a move against him. If there really was a disciple at the 3rd level of the Heaven Palace realm who couldn't suppress the unwillingness in their hearts and made a move against him, he would definitely be able to deal with them. Even if it was him, he didn't know how confident he was in blocking it. But even if he knew this, Yen Chutian did not have any way to change the current situation. The only thing he could do was to condense his profound yang qi as soon as possible and restore himself. Fortunately, the Xianyang qi condensation did not let him down. After another half an hour, Yen Chutian finally recovered. In just a few minutes, the crowd had flipped the entire mine upside down. At this point, the curtains had naturally come to an end on this joint operation of everyone. Next, even without the need for anyone to say anything, the gathered crowd scattered in all directions. After all, although the joint operation this time was dangerous, many of the disciples had gained a lot. However, it was one thing to gain something, but it was another thing to truly turn it into a part of one's strength. At this moment, they naturally had to find a secret place to turn the crystal marrow into their own use and refine their heavenly palaces. As the crowd scattered, Yen Chutian hurriedly said something to Gu Hongshan and then flashed away from this area. He had a hunch that no one would let him leave like this. Under such circumstances, it would be difficult for him to escape alone, so it was naturally impossible for him to travel with Gu Hongshan. At the same time, looking at Yen Chutian's rapidly disappearing figure, Gu Hongshan clenched his right fist, but could only helplessly release it in the end. Even if he wanted to help Yen Chutian, he had to admit that he couldn't help at all. His cultivation and strength might be considered not weak in the 2nd level of heavenly palaces. However, compared to the danger that Yen Chutian might encounter, he was still too weak. Between the heavens and the earth, Yen Chutian flew all the way. His figure could not be delayed as he headed straight for the horizon ahead. The sky was vast and the earth was vast. It seemed that he was the only one left in the entire world. However, Yen Chutian's premonition of danger was becoming more and more obvious. At a certain moment, a sudden, faint laughter suddenly sounded between the heavens and the earth. I, Qian Wanren, have been yearning for top-grade crystal marrow for a long time. I wonder if Junior Brother can fulfill this wish of mine? However, along with the faint laughter, a heavenly handprint that distorted space rapidly formed above Yen Chutian's head and directly pressed down. The power that erupted from the handprint directly crushed the space around Yen Chutian completely. That twisting power continued to spread, tearing several ferocious gullies in the ground below. However, as the power of the handprint surged violently, the source of the faint laughter, the figure in a black robe, did not even look at it. Instead, he looked straight ahead. He could sense that at the last moment, a figure suddenly jumped out from his spiritual energy handprint and escaped. From the looks of it, the other party really could not be judged with common sense. If it was an ordinary disciple at the 1st level of heavenly palaces, they would have been directly crushed and severely injured by his handprint. Their life and death would be in his hands. However, thinking about it, If the other party was not extraordinary, he would have already died in the hands of the marrow beast, which was comparable to the third level of heavenly palaces. It was also impossible for the other party to snatch the top-grade crystal marrow that even he, who was at the third level of heavenly palaces, could not obtain from the crystal marrow mine. However, if the other party thought that he could easily shake off Qian Wanren, then he was looking down on him too much. With that thought in mind, Qian Wanren sneered for a moment. Shortly after, he took a step forward and disappeared like a ghost. At the same time, hundreds of feet away, Yan Chutian's expression was calm, but his heart was already incomparably solemn. He did not know about Qian Wanren, but he knew that the other party's cultivation had already stepped into the third level of heavenly palaces. With a heavenly palace's foundation of at least 3,000 feet, even Yan Chutian did not have much confidence in facing him. Therefore, if possible, it was best not to face him head-on and escape with all his might. However, just as he was thinking about this, a sudden force suddenly shot up from the ground below. The sudden attack caught Yan Chutian off guard. As a result, the pillar of light that soared into the sky brushed past his body and sent him flying dozens of feet away before crashing into the ground. Quickly struggling to get up, Yan Chutian's face was pale and filled with disbelief. Although he had been escaping, his spiritual eye had always been paying attention to his back. It should be impossible for Qian Wanren to pass by him without making a sound. But what was going on right now? Dozens of feet away, the figure in dark green robes slowly appeared. Qian Wanren looked down at the shocked Yan Chutian and couldn't help but laugh sinisterly. Junior brother, I have some understanding of you. I also know that senior brother possesses a spiritual eye. In the entire inner sect, only Gu Qinyan of the Heavenly Array faction possesses one. But since I know, how can I, Qian Wanren, not be prepared? As he spoke, Qian Wanren gently grabbed from his dark green robes. Immediately, an invisible talisman slowly appeared in his hand. Looking at the talisman, Yan Chutian's eyes suddenly narrowed, because when he looked with his spiritual eye, he couldn't sense the talisman in front of him. Could this thing be Junior brother should also understand that although this talisman itself isn't anything special and is only an ordinary concealment talisman, but in this talisman, some heaven-sealing sand was coincidentally mixed into it. Heaven-sealing sand can even seal the secrets of the heavens and cut off one's senses. Although the amount of heaven-sealing sand mixed into this talisman is very little, but it is still able to hide from Junior brother's spiritual eye. Hearing this, even Yan Chutian was speechless, because how could he have imagined that the other party would be able to obtain a concealment talisman mixed with heaven-sealing sand? Heaven-sealing sand could even hide the secrets of the heavens. Compared to it, even the spiritual eye was extraordinary. How could it be compared to the secrets of the heavens?